What's up, everybody, and welcome to the Barndo Show. And today we are going to flash back to one of my favorite things that I get to do on this podcast, which is show off our people at the Barndo Co. and give you guys kind of a behind-the-scenes view of the people who are doing all the work to make these incredible Barndominiums come to life. So today we're going to flash back to some of our biggest moments that you guys have tuned into to see and just re-highlight some of these incredible people on our team and let you hear a little bit of their story and see some of the magic behind the scenes of the Barndo Co. What's up, Shannon?
Not much. What's up?
Not much. I'm excited to finally have you on the show so people can see Shannon the Cannon in action.
Finally.
Yeah.
So glad I'm finally here. Not a salty dig at all.
Well, I guess set the tone would be you were one of the OGs. Like, you were one of the first sales hires. You and Olivia, y'all were the first two. Y'all came in and, we had it way more figured out back then than we do now. Tell the story how you got here.
All right. So I started in real estate in about 2019, was a solo agent for a couple years. Then I joined a real estate team with Keller Williams. And that was back when the market was crazy after COVID. So, crazy multiple offers on houses, things flying off the shelf in 24 hours. So it was very stressful, especially having a family and going through, some personal issues at the time. So I loved real estate, but I was hitting that wall of complete utter burnout. So I was friends with Gabby, mutual friends, and Gabby is this, superstar real estate agent, has her team. And I think at the time you were trying to get her on as a sales agent at Barndo. And so she, was in the same spot as far as burnout, and she found her path and she was guiding me as far as trying to, get me out of the situation I was in into a better opportunity. So she texted me, she's like, I gotta tell you about something. I'm like, what? And so I got on the call and she's like, I talked to this dude. His name's TJ Norris. And I think we were friends on Facebook. So I was following you at the time and you were doing lives. And I was like, he seems like a really interesting dude with all these cool ideas and everything. So I had some background. But she's like, yeah, he has this company selling Barndominiums. I was like, what the heck is a barndominium? I'm from New York. I have no idea what the heck a barndominium is. So go on Instagram and start researching barndominiums. And I was like, this is so cool. I want to learn more about it. And my late husband at the time was like, ooh, we got to build one. Let's get on a call with TJ. And I don't know if you remember, but we booked a discovery call and discussing barndominium. So it's kind of funny. I was on the other side of that. Now I'm doing all the discovery calls, taking discovery calls and whatnot, and answering the same questions that I had for you. And I remember some of your responses. I was like, well, what about the durability on these things? And you're like, you can land a helicopter on these barndominiums. And
Yeah.
you had us so sold. I got that Barndo bug. And so I was like, all right, let me kind of look into this. And so I think Gabby set us up on a coffee
Yep.
date or whatever. I think it was at Barista Alley, downtown Greer.
Yep.
And I was a little let me bring my bestie, Tatiana. I asked if that was okay. Yeah, bring her. And so you kind of discussed the whole opportunity and whatnot. And I was still a little hesitant, unsure. So I sent Tatiana off and I was like, you test the waters, be the guinea pig and, report back to me. And so she started over there as your, I guess, executive assistant, right, at the time. And she's like, Jan, I think it's a really good opportunity. You need to come join. And I was like, I don't know. And then finally she's like, look, teachers are going to rule you out if you don't just make a decision now and make a move. And so I was trying to get concrete, well, what do you think I'll make here? And how many sales do you think I'll make in a year? And there's just no historicals really at the time. So I was like, this is going to just be a leap of faith. And so I did it. I had a good feeling about it. And so joined, I guess that was 22, something around that.
Summer of 22.
Summer of 22. Yeah. And yeah, so that's how I found Bardo.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you came in, and that was the transition period of we just moved into that Duncan office,
Mhm.
um, and I was trying to find salespeople, so I could go focus on other things and help grow the company and get out of having to have 7,000 phone calls a day. And I remember you guys coming in. You're like, "So what do we do?" I was like, "You just get these people to onboard and get into the process." And I was trying to build out that process at that point in time.
Mhm.
And you were like, "Who do we call?" And I was like, "Well, here's 14,000 people that
I
that are
remember
making appointments."
that.
And back then, like we didn't even have like a fully automated system. Like people would be calling in, and I would just write their information on sticky notes and stick it on the door
Mhm.
of your office. And y'all would come in, and there would just be hundreds of
I
sticky
still
notes.
have that as memorabilia for the caveman days, like how me and Olivia used to divvy out leads manually, and we had that call list. Yep.
Yep, yep. But that's where it started. And like, um, you know, the fun thing is like you and Olivia are two completely different people.
So opposite. Yeah.
And I it was good because I got to see what worked for two different styles of sales consultants. And Olivia was very interested in all the finite details of how things go put together and all that. She's got a very thinker mind, right?
Mhm.
She's got to be able to see from this moment to the very end to get there. And you're more like me, right? Like I can sell the experience because I don't know how to build a house. I don't even know what a rafter or a truss or like I don't care. Like I know that this is a great product and I can answer all the questions you got about this. And you kind of early adopted the thing of like I don't know what I don't know, but I know that it's a good opportunity and we got people on the team that can explain it. And then you guys in there just dialing, and then you had that first onboard, and it was just like the ice broke.
Mhm.
And I can remember, because we were coming off of like that was really the viability scale. Was like we got serious about it in like March of that 2022, and kind of perfected the process, and we had broke through finally with the financing issues and stuff, and had a little bit of an opportunity to really start servicing a bigger number of people. And I had already sold like 60 something Barndos. And so we were trying to figure out how in the world we are going to produce all of those. And you guys are in there for probably the first 30 days, just like dialing and like trying to get your feet under you. And Ross was panicking. He was like,
Per
"This isn't going
usual.
to work. This isn't going to work, TJ. This is not going
Yeah.
to work. Like, there's no names going on the board, man. We're just doing this. We're doing." And I was like, "Bro, we don't need names on the board right now. Like, it's going to be fine. Just give it a second. Like, this is new." Right. And I remember the first conversation was you're going to have to unrealtor yourself,
Mhm.
and get into the habit of what you're selling something different. You're selling something new, and there's nothing. We didn't even have the ability for them to go tour properties. We had like two that were in
Right.
construction, um, and then it clicked, and then it was just like Katie bar the door, and it was the point of maximum viability of like this is real. It's not just something that I can craft up a speech to get people in on it because I've got the ability to like if I tell you something, I also have the ability to make the executive decision that we will do that.
Mhm.
And you didn't have that. And so you guys had a lot of questions and it challenged me to be able to like help you guys make decisions on the fly because we're building a brand new product in a brand new market, no historicals, no nothing. And then when you got your teeth in the first one, it was like I think it was a moment of belief there where you're like, "Oh, it is that easy. It is possible."
Mhm.
And then it was just like a slew of them, and you 2 fired up, I think on the same day or within 24 hours of each other, y'all
Mhm.
both got your first one, and then it was just like an onslaught, and you guys were doing I mean, there was times then you're onboarding 15, 20 new clients a month. It just boom, 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 just and I remember thinking like, "Oh my god, now we got 2 of them. We got 2. We
Mhm.
got 2 of them that are selling like this." And like it was just it was a fun experience because we were building it, right? And so like it was changes every day. Talk a little bit about that. Like you came in, we had a
Yeah.
system, and then we would go into the field, we'd encounter an issue, and so we'd have to make some changes so that we could like correct that. And we've been doing that now. You for 2.5 years now
Mhm.
have lived through all these changes, right? From pricing to the way we build to the selections we do to the process of how we do it and how we get this. And, like, we used to a la carte everything. So, like, we would say, hey, look, like, we'll do this piece and you can handle your own grading and you can handle this. And, like, we learned over time that, like, that's okay when you're building 15 barns.
Right.
That does not correlate over to 150, 250 barns. And so you've lived through massive changes. Like you were here in like the dust of the earth moment of Barndo to where we are now, like coming off the heels of the annual where we launched Barndo 2.0. Like what has that been like? Like the thinking on your feet.
Yeah, I mean, when I first started, I was literally like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, and I remember we had all these questions, and me and Olivia are looking at each other like, guess we just hop on the phone and just get people to build a barndominium. And like, it was like, I mean, I've never built a house, but I knew we had a team that could do it. And you instilled that confidence in me. So I leaned on that confidence. And then that's what they're looking at, when you're selling is like just, transferring that confidence to that person that we're going to bring you. I mean, there's probably going to be lots of curvy pads along the way, and there's going to be challenging moments, but ultimately their dream to build their barn dominium, we're going to get you there. And I'm like, if I can just, communicate that confidence to them, that's all I need to do. That's my job right now. And that's what I'll do. And it almost was easier to sell like back then when you're just going in blindly and you're like, well, like, how do you do this? And how do you do that? I'm like, a project manager will discuss all of that with you and, let's get on board. Like, let's get this house built. And just people came in droves. So that was, but yeah, we didn't have like the SOPs that we have now. It was just which, got me into a little bit of trouble sometimes because I'm a big like I'm the first person to be like, "Oh yeah, you want like a slide? Do you want like this hidden passageway? Like let's do all of it. Like that's so cool." So to me it was like we'll figure it out. And, like you said, there's less bills, but that's not scalable. We can't do that once we get to a certain amount. So now there's, certain systems and processes in place that I am trying so hard to follow. I'm not the most, like you said, Olivia and I are just so vastly different where Olivia is very detail oriented. She's got systems and like processes, and I'm there just like, let's sell, do, 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 do. And the back end work is what I struggle with. But that's why I'm so excited about all the changes too. And thank God for Lexi
Yeah.
helping with proposals and all of that, because I'm good with the front end work as far as getting people excited, getting, that part. And then it's like, hitting that bottleneck situation where I've onboarded all these people and now it's the, following through all the paperwork, and we didn't have people in place at the time. So you're wearing like a million hats. Like, okay, like what do they need for permitting? What do they need for, helping them through finance and then getting specialty quotes on this, that, and the other. So me being freaking ADD to the extreme did not work with my brain because I'm just like the bandwidth of all those people. And then it's very detail oriented. So I kind of hit a situation where it was like, I need help. Like I can't do all this on my own. So then the journey of like hiring assistants, hiring help, and learning just as I went, some decisions weren't the best as far as hiring. And I'm excited now, like seeing where we've come or where we were and where we are now. I feel like we're in such a group of like one of the most talented groups of people I know. But I think now everyone's sitting in the seats that they're supposed to so we can function as like a well oiled machine. And like I can finally focus on what I'm good at, which is selling and not like all the back end paperwork and everything. So
Yeah. Well, you got to live through
right.
the growth.
Yeah.
And as good as it is, it's burdensome.
Hmm.
And so, but that's how you scale. And so part of the last year, especially, has been how do we scale this so that Shannon can do what Shannon's great at, right? Like on the phone, you're the elite. You're one of the elite of like being able to just hear someone out. They're nervous. They have no idea, right?
Hmm.
And they're trying to get it out of their brain and onto paper and figuring that out. And you have a really good gift of being able to meet people where they are and like meet their energy with your energy because you can be the highest energy in the room. And you also have that somber side where you can come down and like meet people when they're anxious, right?
Hmm.
And you're really good at that. And like, um, probably really closely mirrored to like my way of doing business and the way that I sold. You're the probably the closest one that I can think of. Alicia was a lot like that too. When she was an agent, right?
Hmm.
Is like you had the ability to mirror the situation and help a wide variety of people, right? Like most people can work with you on the thing that you're great at on the front side of the business. Um, and in those growing pains, like it was overwhelming because we had hundreds of people, you
Mhm.
know, onboarding. And I think in y'all's first year, I mean, we had like 250 new clients come in the door from just you and Olivia.
Right.
And trying to scale that up and get all the pieces in place and hire the people to go and build it and making sure that we were not missing details on what we're servicing and where we're putting it and all these different things. And like I think being through that gives you a greater appreciation of the team members that are in place now.
Mhm.
But the problem with it is like it pulled you out of 100% focus of where you're great.
Mhm.
Um, and so we're really excited about having this Barndo 2.0 as well because it's like we're finally at a position where we have all the right people and all the right seats, and we're constantly monitoring that. And so, like, people have heard me talk on this podcast a million times about feedback, and like, we take feedback from clients really seriously. We've had a lot of tough conversations where a client and had a perspective on something, and I might not
Mhm.
even agree with them, but I take it seriously. And we are going to come up with a corrective action plan, and we're going to come up with a way to prevent that from happening in the future at all costs.
Mhm.
We also do that inside. So you guys are coming to us like, hey, this isn't working. Hey, this is working. And like, we're constantly solving problems from every direction to try to compensate for the fact that like tomorrow looks different than today. That's the speed in which this thing is moving.
Mm.
Like today's problems are not problems tomorrow because we're solving them, but new problems are being born every day that we're having to also solve. And so I think we slowed down to get better, but even at slowing down, we're moving at a speed that's like beyond the speed of light. We went from like 10xing year over year to 2xing year over year, and 100% growth is scary and volatile. 1,000% growth is even crazier. And so we intentionally slowed down. And a lot of people look at it and be
Mhm.
like, you guys slowed down? Like, but we did. Like
Mhm.
we cut back substantially. There was a point in time to where we were pushing 15 to 1,800 people a week into y'all's pipeline. And there's no way like that we could even have that many conversations. And so
Right.
then like we squeezed it down and we started, qualifying and disqualifying leads way ahead of schedule and got it narrowed down to like 150, 200, and then it's back up to like 400, 500 a week coming in. And, now we got multiple teams and multiple regions and all these different things. But that system is our ability to be dynamic and flexible to create something for the desired outcome,
Mhm.
which is to meet people where they are and have people who can handle each piece of that thing. So rather than you running to the river and scooping water and running back to the fire and dumping it, now we got that chain assembly thing, right? Right.
Mhm.
You're scooping water all day. You're the best water scooper there is, right? And then you get to pass it off and someone else and they pass it down the line and then eventually the fire gets put out. And
Right.
it's faster and it's more efficient and there's more people involved. But you had to grow to a point to where that was sustainable, right? Like
Mhm.
and I think that's the biggest difference in growth and scale. Growth is numbers are up, but you don't got the personnel, and you're dropping the ball because you're wearing 1,700 hats. Scale is you now have the people ahead of the process, ahead of the product,
Mhm.
and that's where we finally have found ourselves to where we're adequately staffed with a very systematic chain of events to get people through faster. And it's almost like a reverse psychology there because it's like more hands, but it gets done quicker,
Mhm.
And it seems like it would be more complicated, but it's not. It's like, it's almost like an assembly line now.
Right.
Like everybody's got a specific duty and they do the same thing over and over and over again. And so you get really, really good at what you are good at,
At that
right?
one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can focus in on that.
Yep.
And it opens you have more bandwidth to do other things and do your job the best to your ability. It's like now that I'm still we're transitioning, but I'm not as into the proposals as I was. So now it's like what can I do now? Like, you know, motivate clients or help them with expectations and client experience. And I'm not bogged down with having to quote things and, you know, starting a YouTube channel and educating prospective clients. So yeah, it's exciting because I can like now really like dive into the things that I'm good at and I enjoy
What do
for
you think
sure.
your favorite moment so far in your 2.5 years here is?
My favorite like moment.
Yeah.
Hmm. I mean, it's always a great moment whenever you know, you watch a client go from you know, filled with fear before they onboard and like, can I do this? And then, you know, seeing that come to reality and having that, you know, the keys handed over and just like the look on their face. So definitely those moments are my favorite for sure. And just, you know, going back, because I remember like so many of the like I can remember in detail like the conversations, the fears, the, you know, what if this, what about that? And then that moment where they were like, I'm just kind of taking them by the hand and like, it's I'm here to help you. We're gonna work as a team and we're gonna get there. And then that just like, all right, I'm handing this over to you. Like I trust you. And then just seeing it all come to reality is always super exciting. Yeah.
What would you say in your experience is different about working at Barndo Co than somewhere else?
Just the camaraderie, and you know, being able to, if you're struggling with something, now it's bigger, you know, before it was just like very close knit. So you just like, hey, like, how do I do this? And now we have Slack and we can all like communicate like things that we're struggling with. How did you deal with this and whatnot? But also like I've never been in a place where it's so focused not only on your development professionally, but also personally. So like I've gained so much from just like the annuals or the quarterlies and just you too coming into my office and guiding me through like, you know, personal things and how to be just a better person. And you always stress that like, you know, you're not a human, you're a human being. It's not, you're not defined by what you do. And so just bettering myself as an individual so I can show up better in every facet, like in business, in my personal life, and they all like work together. So yeah, I love that, you know, we're so focused on personal development as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun for me too because I get to see like
Yeah.
because I like the questions that I typically ask have nothing to do with business.
Yeah.
You know, I just strike up conversations and what are you working on? You know, what's your selfish goals? And what's fun is like when you have someone and we don't have a high turnover rate at all. Like normally, like once you're in here, unless you faked your way in the door, like you're
Hmm.
it's like we create lifers, you know. And what's fun about that is like through the growth of the company, I've seen so much growth in the people and to see things like I can remember the first time we ever sat down and we, you know, reversed engineer goals and build out these storyboards. What has to be true for that to be true? And you know, like you got this big vision and this goal for yourself, and we break it down to like strategic pieces of like,
Hmm.
okay, if that's the goal, this is the workload. And then seeing that adjust and seeing things change and like perspective change of like, well, like I could do that, but like it's gonna take away time with, you know, Ellie, right?
Hmm.
And like having a real conversation there to where like I have the ability to value as a human being over a rock star employee because like
Right.
you're game, you're gonna work, you're gonna be like you're gonna compete to win in anything that you do, like and having the ability to look at you and know that you are shoveling coal into this locomotive, but saying, hey, put the shovel down, go focus over here and like win there and like the freedom
Hmm.
to do that is refreshing for me because I've been the person in the organization
Yeah.
that's the killer right on the sales team and and that's all there is right that's everything is wrapped into that and if I have a down month then the psychology of that of like
Hmm.
oh my god I'm horrible I'm like they're gonna
Oh,
fire
you
me
know how
or
I spiral so bad. You
yeah
come in my office and I'm in the depths of despair when my numbers are down. You're like, it's gonna be okay. I'm like, no, I'm packing my bags. I'm done. I'm a failure. Like so dramatic, I know. But yeah, it just I do need that encouragement a lot. Like it's you're not just your work.
yeah
And you never are like, you know, what can you do for me? Where I felt like that in other places. So
yeah
I think that's what really makes the culture unique.
well, it's just fun
Yeah.
because like I get to see the
Yeah.
wins
Right.
Like I've seen the struggles and then I see the win. And like I get experiencing that is the most fundamental milestone of success in my life to where nothing fulfills me more than to see someone write something down
Mhm.
and check it off and just seeing it happen. Like it's not like I did it. It's just we were intentional.
Right.
We got really intentional on what we're trying to build and seeing the persona change, right? Like it's not all about dollars. It's not all about income. It's more impact and like how I could do this and some of those conversations and like having this like even as we've gotten bigger, it's so family oriented business to where like, um, I got pictures that Ellie drew me 2 years ago, and
Yeah.
like they're in my office now. My office is not even the same office as your office. And like I got those. Like it like I love that connection of like we're just people doing
Right.
life together and like we're all in the same boat rowing the same direction, we're all working towards things and we've all got personal goals but we all have professional goals and finding harmony between those things and like it's just fun, it's fun to see that happen. And I remember that conversation at Barista Alley
Mhm.
very clear. You were so nervous about like what does it look like, and I told you I was like, and I remember specifically you asked a very specific question on conversion and volume. And I said, I don't know how to answer that question.
Right.
I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not going to tell you a lie.
Mhm.
But I think you'd be massively successful if you came. And it took a couple months. And we weren't even ready at that point in time for that. Like you were more like it was like a brokerage kind of thing, like on the real estate side. Like, and then Barndo kind of opened up to where I needed salespeople. And like that was where I knew, right? And that second interview at the Duncan office, and you're sitting there, and I was like, I can't promise you anything, but I think who you are, you'll be massively successful here. And then you did it, and you
Mhm.
did. Like you created it. Like so much of the growth and so much of the process was you guys in the trenches, right? Like we fail fast. And so we correct it. And so we're always sniff testing. And no matter how good we get, we're always getting better. And it goes back to those pillars of life and the pillars of how things operate, right? You got chaos,
Mhm.
adequate, good, and great. There is no other options. And so in the chaos, we became adequate.
Mhm.
We transitioned from adequate to good to the point where I'd say we were great, and then we pushed ourselves back into adequate because we raised the standard.
Right.
And we're constantly raising the standard. So it's not like we're getting worse. We're just raising the floor of what's possible. Um, the ceiling's always going to be infinite. It's just raise the floor.
Yeah.
We've all learned so much and we've all encountered so many things now to where it's not like we're speaking from preference. We're speaking from experience. You know, hey, I agree with you. That'd be an incredible idea. But to implement it,
Mhm.
this is what it's going to cost. This is the time that's going to take. These are things you need to consider, and you can avoid those emotional pitfalls with people by just leveling with them. And when they look at it like that, where they can balance it and say like, how cool would it be to have this one thing in our home, but then you compare it to what it's going to cost mentally, physically, and financially to make it happen.
Mhm.
And then they're like, yeah, you're right. That's dumb. We don't need to do that. And
Right.
so being able to just be more, I'd say the difference is like you were a sales expert. Now you're a Barndo expert. You know,
Mhm.
right? There's nobody more qualified.
Right.
Anywhere in the country, you're in the top 1% of people who could navigate someone through thought to getting the keys to their barndominium. And that happened because you jumped in and you rode this roller coaster and like we've bled together,
Yeah.
right? And then we win together. And so um it's just been it's been really fun to just see this thing grow legs. And like it's not all TJ's great ideas, right? Like I was the crazy lunatic that went live on Facebook and said, hey, we're starting a barndominium company in Greenville, and got inundated with people.
Mhm.
But what made Barndo Co a brand and not just a Barndo builder was the people that came in and created all this stuff. And you're part of that. And like,
Just as crazy as you. We're all
yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we drank the
Rode the
Kool-Aid.
storm. Yep.
Um, but it's fun. So like now on the flip side of that, like right, yeah, you were in there in the beginning. You I think 2023 and 2024 you had the most onboards of anybody in the company. Um, the all the little challenges that we do. You win them all. You won the profit playoff, and you won it at the quarterly. Then you won the whole annual thing. Like as we pushed it through for Q4, and like um, if it doesn't matter what it is. Like if we have a challenge, you're game. Like you're coming to
I
win.
need something to focus on because I'm so ADD. So it's like put a deadline, make it a challenge, and I'm all in and I'll focus in on it. So
Yeah.
I thrive in that type of
Well, it's
situation.
unassuming, I think,
Yeah.
because you're little and you're just so bubbly and happy and like la di da, and then like it's unassuming to
Yeah.
people. The like you're in it to win it. And so you bring it. Like it doesn't matter how they structure the game. I'm like, look, to win, you got to beat Shannon. And if it's gamified, I'm addicted to that as well. There's
Need the dopamine hit, right?
yeah,
It's
second is the
just,
first loser, you know what I mean? Like, I
yeah.
just and it's fun to watch that because you just that you command the respect of that is like, if you wanna go head to head, we can, and I love it. Like, I love the challenge, and if someone beat you, it God forbid the next challenge, because it's like you rise to the occasion in that, and like I don't know, it's just really fun. It's fun to see it like be this thing where like you were talking about clients. I had this memory of like this client, they were scared and they had all these questions, and then to hand them the door keys, I had the same thing, right? I
Yeah.
have this incredible employee who has scared, had all these questions, and then like
Mhm.
now like you get to sit across the table from me and talk about the success.
Right.
And It's just really cool. It's like a full circle moment to have that, and then to see how all the things work, and you guys help all these new people that come in, and like they got it easier, right? They got a better system they're walking into, but it doesn't take away the fact that they're new and they're in
Mhm.
a new environment and they don't know what they don't know, and their pathway to success is quicker, right? It's easier, it's more defined, and
Oh
like
yeah.
like we have agents now, they walk in the door and they're like onboarding, writing contracts and stuff in their first 30 days. And I used to hire people and tell you there's 100 days of hell. Like it's gonna take you a minute to settle in and get your boots under you. And but all of that is because of the success that you guys had in the beginning, like coming in and championing the system. And
Pioneers paved the path, went through the struggles.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Let's talk a little bit about Barndo, man. Like, there's been a lot of change, a lot of things happening. Uh, well, I guess first and foremost, for those that don't know you, tell them who you are and what you do.
Yeah, so my name's Nick Menz. I'm the director of construction. So I manage permitting, purchasing, all of production, and any support staff that falls in between that, like plan review and things like that. So
Yeah, man. You're the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the.
the man behind the curtain.
That's you, man. And but it's fun to look at it now because you've been here for 2 years now, right?
Yeah,
And
two
so
years and a month.
yeah, so like over the last 2 years from then to now,
Yeah.
what would you say is like the biggest difference? We were joking about this before we even went live. Like just even like your ability to just relax is
Yeah.
different.
I feel like we were in growth mode, and I feel like we've just had to work in overdrive for the processes and the systems and the people to be able to catch up with the growth. And I feel like we've learned a lot. Every lesson that we learn, I mean, we fix it with a person or a process. We try not to make the same mistakes twice. So I feel like a lot of the growth just within my department has been based off of historicals. How do we make this better? How do we make this process run more smooth? How do we fix this upstream? But yeah, it's been a ride, that's for sure.
For sure. I tell everybody, bro. It's like we were riding the biggest, nastiest bull at the rodeo, and then when we got off, they found a bigger, nastier bull, put us back on it.
Yeah.
Um, but like I'll tell you something that I hear all the time, right? Like I talk to people nonstop about Barndo, and I like I can't help but see the comments and people asking questions. And one thing is we've had unprecedented growth, right?
Mhm.
In the last 3 years. I mean, to go from a conceptual idea to now servicing 3 states and 6 offices and still growing. Um, I see people say stuff like, "Hey, how do I know that with your growth that you can actually service me in this new area?" Like somebody walks into Greensboro to build,
Mm.
and like they're like, "Hey, like this is new or Conway," and they're trying to build with the Barndo Co, but in their mind they're like, man, that's a lot of growth in a short period of time. Talk a little bit about that, because like your department in the last year is completely transformed.
Mhm.
Not just, with the personnel, but the process and everything. But talk a little bit about that. Like, you're the director of construction that oversees this whole madness, right?
Mhm.
But between you to the individual building, talk a little bit about that. Like in each area, how we maintain the same process and the same integrity, and that they're going to have the same experience building in, Conway, South Carolina, as they are in Seymour, Tennessee.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think that, over the last couple years, my mind lives in a constant SWOT analysis. Like I'm constantly looking at, what do we need to do on our part to set everybody up for success? And what I mean by that is just the details. Like, what is our standard? How is this installed? When you're a general contractor, you're communicating with all these subcontractors to make sure that they understand what their scope of work is, how we want them to do it, how it's supposed to look, all these different things. So over time, we've developed a back office team, and, we've created things like PDF files that show pictures of how we want all of our windows trimmed out. 3D PDF renderings that show how our porches are framed, and we've gotten better over time creating those things. So when we do onboard new subs in a new area and even a new project manager, it's easier to show them exactly what we expect and what our standards are. Where before we just tried to explain it to them, and I was just a constant resource every time they had a question. So I kind of had to formulate a plan, like, how do I take the element of me out of this and just create a much more clear scope of work, and all these different things to help streamline. This is exactly how Barndo does it. And it's a recruiting process, finding subs that fit our values and finding people that fit our values. And I think if there's anything that I've learned over the last 2 years is, if I hire not just project managers but subs within our core values, the rest is a lot easier. When I just look at your resume or I just look at your accolades and I don't look at, like, do you really fit this vision that we have? I've ran into a lot of speed bumps like that. So I think that making sure that we have people that see our vision and want to be a part of our vision, and just over communicating with them from the back office to make sure we're on the same page, because a plumber in Greensboro or a plumber in Conway, I mean, as long as we set them up for success and give them all the correct information, they can just go and execute. So a lot of it is the back office, the purchasing team, the operations manager, Billy, everybody in the back office, understanding the task at hand and understanding that there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of details, and how do we put packages together in a better way, so when we do onboard a sub, we can say, hey, this is how we do it. This is what we expect from you. What do you expect from us? And that relationship is built before we ever put boots on the ground or before they ever do a job for us. So there's a lot of proactive planning that goes behind building that sub team and project management team before we start building.
What's really cool from my perspective, and I think a lot of people would appreciate this, is we've 6x'd in size and reach and build area and offices and all this stuff in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And our average build time has dropped by almost 50%.
Mhm.
Right? Now, granted, every job is independent of itself, but on average,
Mhm.
our speed of completion from permit to door keys has cut in half with the growth. And like that is speaking directly into what you're talking about. It's like we didn't just get bigger. We've spent our time getting better.
Mhm.
And developing these processes. I remember about a year ago, Mike put out a post into one of his, groups where we've got access to all these builders and tradespeople and stuff, and said, hey, any custom home builders building 200 to 300 custom homes a year, got some questions. And it was like 200 people commenting, and they're like, that doesn't exist, you know? And so like, I think that's the other side of it is like, there's not a playbook that we're looking at, to build custom. Every build that we touch is custom. I mean, it is customized,
Mhm.
at the very least, semi-custom. But it's still custom. There's nothing cookie cutter. There's nothing
Mhm.
pre-selected. There's nothing that we're just stamping out the same thing over and over and over again. We don't do that. Like
Mhm.
I think that's kind of our biggest magnet to people is, are there other people that build? Sure. Are there other people that build, pretty good volume of homes? Sure. But are there people that will really cater to build customs to where almost every time we put a picture up, it's just like this complete one-off build? How the heck do you do that effectively, building in 400 counties and managing all these different people? And it comes down to that leadership aspect. Like when you came into Barndo, you were doing a lot, like physically. Now you lead a massive team, and your leadership has been insane to experience. And I love showcasing this stuff. Like when I get to bring you guys in, because people just don't understand some of the dynamic of the company. But we have incredible leaders, like someone that's leading construction of 300 homes a year. That's a lot. And it's not like we're building 300 homes in a subdivision. We're building 300 homes stretched across 3 states and every rural remote access point in America. Like, and they're all different. And you're doing it with a team of project managers. Some of them been with us for 3+ years. Some of them been with us for 6, 7 months.
Mhm.
Um, and your ability to create a system that we could scale, right? Because my biggest driver was, I want to help more people. I want to help more people at all costs. I want to go. Like there's no denying that. Like I'm always full throttle wanting to expand. Um, but to do it and do it effectively, it took getting good leaders in place and getting you guys to become leaders in charge and running your department. And you've done that. So like one of the things I'd love to showcase is this. Like, and it's fun for me because I get to talk to other builders all over the country that ask questions about stuff. And like when I
Yeah.
start talking to them about the process, they're like, "Man, how the heck? Like, like how do you find these people?" And you hit it. We look for people that share the value. But talk a little bit about like a- all the stuff that we're measuring and all the stuff that's being like held so highly accountable. Billy, right? So
Mhm.
Billy direct reports to you. And Billy is doing what in the company?
Yeah, so just the story behind that just period is just to kind of highlight a little bit of what you said is I think that I've had to be a visionary and an integrator in a lot of ways. And I kind of had a vision for what needed to happen, and I knew that I only had limited resources. So there were a lot of hats I had to wear. There were a lot of hats that Heath had to wear. And as we grew, I always had my next move of, okay, if I have the budget, this is my next person that I need the most. And I've always had to plan that way. How do I keep this wheel moving? All these moving parts, and what is the next dire need as far as a person or a process? So I always knew that Billy was a special human being because I've worked with him in prior companies. And he was ultra organized, ultra passionate. And, I just felt like he was underutilized where he was. So when I hired him, he wanted to be a project manager. And I was like, nope, you're going to be a manager. And he was like, me? I was like, absolutely. And I think I've built my whole department like that. I've had to look at the potential in people. And I feel like in a way, Barndo did that for me too. Is they saw I had the experience and the potential, and they just believed in me to make decisions. So I've kind of tried to do that with my people too. Like, they come to me and want me to make a decision, and I'm like, nope, it's your decision to make. And some of that Mike had to do with, if I'm honest, but
Yep.
so originally Billy was a area manager. I had him in the field, helping with training and looking at stuff. And in the evenings or on his admin days, he was like building this spreadsheet to where, because I wanted him to track schedules because, schedules, I know from a client perspective, they get to see what's happening the next 2 weeks. But our ability to plan for everything is contingent upon these schedules. It's the one visibility that every department at Barndo Co has to see. It affects every apartment to be able to see where the schedule is. So I just decided to change his title, and I just was like, okay, you're the field operations manager, and you're going to track operations as far as they deal with schedules, site visits. You're just going to coordinate all of these things that production does and how we communicate with other departments. So grading quotes, site visits, making sure that everything is documented for the other departments, tracking schedules, tracking daily logs. So, Billy kind of manages all of that. So, from a client perspective, when you see 20 pictures on your daily log, that's because Billy checks every week to make sure that they're taking a sufficient amount of pictures, making sure that their schedule's up to date. Making sure that within 10 days of somebody onboarding that we go out and do a site visit and the full list of questions that we have are answered. So, Billy kind of is the conductor of all those things. And he's the perfect human being on this planet to do that job.
He's the warden of the
Yeah.
prison farm,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Well, here's the thing that we know. Beyond building, we don't want to just deliver a product. We want to give clients an incredible experience. And that's one thing that's very difficult to do in growth and very difficult to do and manage in all these different areas. But we were adamant about it, right? We want people to have a great experience. We want them to have the same experience, regardless of what office they're walking into, regardless of where they're at in our build area. They're going to have the same experience. And it started with getting really clear on these things and like having a Billy. To give you those, and like we use Builder Trend to track this. It gives access and purview to the homeowner throughout the process, because a lot of times we're building for people that maybe don't even live locally, right? And that's crazy, right? If you're a homeowner, you kind of want to know what's going on with the property, and like traditionally, you have to go out to the job site and you have to ask a bunch of questions, and it just runs people ragged, right? Because they're having to like now schedule a time of the day to go and meet with the client and answer this question that they've already answered, and so like I think training homeowners on the front end too of how we run our system and how they utilize Builder Trend so that they can get in and see these things. And literally those pictures, that was a gripe from me too, was like, hey, like we have so many builds going on. I need some pictures of like what's happening around these job sites. And Billy was like, amen. We're going to take 20 every week of everything that's going on. Every time your boots hit the ground at this job site, you're documenting everything. But what it's done is not just pictures, but a daily log update of everything happening on the job, any delays, anything ahead of schedule, anything that's a possible issue, anything that's going well, and they're documented. And the homeowners now are like tied into that to where the need for hand holding has diminished greatly. They know more about their job than most people would ever know about their job. And having that, and like the thing that I really would love to drive home is if you're a client with Barndo Co, the amount of care and attention and detail and the amount of people that are working on your project is massive. It's not just a project manager in the field.
No.
There is so many moving pieces happening behind the scenes, and I want to shine light on that. Like Billy running those schedules and having those so dialed in and so on top of it and making sure that all those pieces of information are in there and that schedules are constantly being updated, and that gives homeowners peace of mind. Yeah, it helps us, right? Like interdepartmentally, you said it, like every department depends on this schedule. Cool. Homeowners do too. And like their experience now versus what it was when we first started is a million times better, and their access and their visibility and understanding of what's happening on their job site is at an all-time elevated level, right? And that comes from not having a good system and fighting every tooth and nail argument because they just don't know, right? And you get a phone call and you load up and go meet a homeowner on site, and they're asking like basic questions that now we just do a really good job of documenting that process along the way, so they're just as educated as the project manager. Talk a little bit more about your department, like who all's got a hand in the pot from the moment they onboard. They talk to their sales agent, they get onboarded, then Alicia's team, the client experience team, takes over and starts working, doing all this stuff. They get in with our designers start designing, and then as they get closer to the end of that process, they get plugged into production, which is you orchestrating this massive team, the biggest department in terms of personnel in the company is you, right? And there's so many moving pieces in that. So like shine some light on your team. You got some studs, like rock stars.
Yeah, I really do. And so we're involved in the process all the way through. And I was thinking about what you were saying, and I was thinking about, you were talking about like how are we consistent? Like how do we really have that consistency in each market? And I think that it's a double-edged sword because like when it comes to certain design aspects and it comes to certain requests for finishes, the reason we say no to certain things is because of that. Like how can we deliver, an average build time that we want to be in 180, 220 days, and how can we negotiate with our subs to where they can go to the job and do it right the first time? How can we build something to where the design doesn't cause a lot of issues? I think that some of the reason we say no is to benefit the client. I did want to highlight that is that, we know the parameters in which we can deliver consistency, and we try to manage those parameters because if we go way too crazy out in left or right field, we know it will affect the client experience because we're doing something that we're not comfortable doing, or maybe selling something that we don't really know a person that we trust to do that. So, but as far as my team, like I was saying, Billy's involved in the front end of the process. So when somebody onboards and that site visit is scheduled, Billy assigns the project manager based on territories. We have these giant maps. People don't realize as many counties as we're in, figuring out quadrants and territories and, who's closest and what job is on their way to their other job. Billy has this giant map on his wall with highlighted sections. So the first thing we do is figure out who the project manager would be on this job. And we have 10 days to do a site visit. That's the time that we've committed to with the sales team. Um, and then we have this full SOP of what we expect from a site visit. So pictures, videos, all these things that everybody uses to understand this land. Even our designers. So like when designing a plan, if they have a question about, how the land is laid out, we have a minimum amount of pictures and videos that our guys take when they go out there and they might say, "Oh, that makes sense." So there's also a long questionnaire. Like, are there power lines in the way? Is the site accessible for construction? All these things to make sure that all those boxes are checked, that we go out there and we give a good analysis on what we see. So we're involved in the front end of the process there. And then once preliminary plans come back, we go through the same process where a grading quote is scheduled. And then we have a deadline that Billy manages to make sure that we get the grading quote back. And then we have a two-step process where purchasing and Billy have to sign off on every grading quote. We look at the videos and pictures to make sure that what the grader is quoting us makes sense, to make sure they're not like, you need 200 loads of dirt. And we look at the pictures and we're like, dude, this is a flat lot. So we look at all the videos and pictures and make sure that what the grader is saying needs to happen makes sense. And we make sure that the grader breaks everything down, is descriptive on what he's charging and why, all the way down to machine time, what machines you're bringing to the lot. And then once purchasing and Billy give the thumbs up, then they upload that quote back into the Asana portal where the sales agent can share it with the client. Um, Once people exit design or get close to the final revision, I have Heath that does plan review. So he goes in and he looks at it and he makes sure that everything lines up with how we build, that there's not a truss in a window or a beam that's spanned further than what code or engineering allows it to span. Because sometimes designers don't always understand how things translate from paper to field. We understand because we've done it so many times. So it goes through a process where Heath looks at it and he says, "Hey, I feel like this beam is spanning a little too far," and then we make adjustments there. And then he does the same thing when the proposal is signed. He checks and makes sure everything lines up with the plans. Make sure everything that makes sense. And then once people enter finance, there's two departments that I manage that are involved. So we have permitting, where Jennifer starts the process of permitting. And this is why the documents that clients are responsible for are so important, because for us to get a permit quickly and break ground, there's so many things we need. We need the well permit. We need the septic permit. We need, all the information for the 911 address, all these different things. If those stones are left unturned, it becomes Jennifer's job to do it, and we lose time in permitting. But the same day that they go into finance, when Jennifer in permitting takes it, the purchasing team starts. So that's when we start combing through all the selections, everything that was chosen, and we start sending out bid requests to all the subs with, detailed description of this job. Hey, they're getting matte black this, there's this many fixtures, and lining up who the subcontractors are going to be for that job. So I think that it is important for people to hear that sometimes even when you exit finance, if we don't quite have your permit yet and you do your pre-construction meeting with us and there's this lull of time that goes by where we haven't scraped dirt, there's 3 or 4 people at our office every day negotiating, labor and materials on the job. So we don't ever stop working on a job. Even when a week goes by and there's a cabinet delay and nothing's happened, we're still working on purchase orders. We're still doing things on that job. You just might not see somebody on that job.
Yeah.
So and that's kind of all. And then Billy and Connor stay involved throughout the build process, helping solve issues, tracking schedules, making sure that everything's on point. So we're pretty involved with the whole process, especially once we have the permit. Everybody at our office is involved. But
Yeah.
I know that was probably too much information.
No, it's good.
That's
It's
the
good.
best way I could kind of
If you're a
describe our
homeowner
involvement.
watching this, like I think it's good to show them like the dedicated team
Mhm.
that's making this possible. It's not possible with a few guys.
No, it's impossible.
Like if you come into one of those satellite offices, it's not huge. It's a big design center. There's some local people that work there, right? You have project managers and you have office managers and salespeople and design consultants and all these different people in that office. But sometimes it can be a little bit deceiving of like, hey, what's happening in my area? And like they don't realize, unless they're in the upstate, we got this massive hub where all this stuff is happening, from engineering to
Mhm.
plan review, proposal review, and we're looking through all those things. And the goal is like to catch mistakes.
Mhm.
And we would love to catch them on paper before we catch them in production, right? And so we put a lot of emphasis on that because, like it sounds redundant, but they picked out this farmhouse sink. Well, is that the same size that's indicated on the plan? Is a change needed? Is this happening? And making sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's way before we get into the field so that we can execute quickly and efficiently. And the goal is, once the homeowner signs a proposal and they come through that process, and like I've talked about this pretty in depth with Alicia and her team, and that how sales and client experience team really work together to create this harmony so that the homeowner's got a lot of to-dos on the front end, right? From onboard to closing, the homeowner's really working, right? They're pulling their surveys and they're pulling their all these different aspects of like the utilities that are going to be on site. Septic, well, water tie-in, sewer if it's necessary, like whatever is going on, they're handling, getting all the documentation to us. But the goal is, once they come in, they have that pre-construction meeting and the deal's closed, that they don't have a lot to do. Like we've done a lot of the heavy lifting in the beginning. Now you're just waiting for move-in day, and all the decisions have been made, and we run the play, right?
Mhm.
And things get to run kind of according to what was designed versus, hey, when we get to cabinets, we send you to the cabinet company to talk about them. When we get to the paint, we send you to the paint store to pick out your colors. When we get here, we send you to the floor place.
If we built
Like,
5 homes a year, we could do that.
yeah, no, you can't do it with the volume that we have,
No,
and,
it's
and
impossible.
have great experiences. And the fun thing about that is like we recently have a client that just onboarded with us to build their second home with us. And they were one of the first 10, if not first 5 people we ever built for.
Yeah.
And just on the front end part, they came back in and went through it, and he was like, "Oh my God, this is night and day different." And we're like, "Yeah, man, like we figured it out. Like we know, like the process has to change. We're building hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homes. It's all about efficiency now,
Mhm.
And so I think everyone who comes in on the front end of the process now, their experience is just night and day different.
Mhm.
And not even that it was bad prior, it's just it's so much bigger and so much more efficient. There's so many more people involved now that it just happens so much quicker. And like we can identify problems way before we get in the field and encounter it.
100%. And I think too, like when we hire people and we sometimes even create new departments, our objective is not just how do we build more, it's how can we be better. I
Yep.
mean, even right now I'm wanting to expand the permitting department, so on the front end we can get involved with some of this, septic and well, and my goal is to create, better resources for information while we're getting these documents. So if a client has a question about what we need from them, there's a professional that understands it. So like every person I hire and every decision that I make is based on this, client experience, expectations, client experience. How do we, from the day they onboard to the day we hand them keys, how can we be on the same page, and how can we manage this client experience? So it's not just I hire people so we can build more houses. I hire people, create process, create departments so we can build better, and clients can have a better experience.
100%. We want to be the best.
Exactly. We
That's-
want to be the best.
We want to be the best. Set the standard. Set
Mhm.
set it high. And the thing is, goes back to Truett Cathy, man. Like, that's one of my favorite stories ever. I've talked about it before. They're sitting in a board meeting in the early days of Chick-fil-A, and there's some competition happening, and everybody's talking about we need to build more stores, this, that, this, the other, and all this stuff. And they say, Truett's sitting there and he kind of pounds his hand on the table, and everybody gets quiet, like, what is going on? And he's like, I don't want to be the biggest chicken sandwich. I want to be the best. And if we are the best, then people will demand that we become the biggest. And that's kind of the mindset and the
I love that.
model that we've adopted is if we can make it the most efficient way, and we can make it where people have great experiences, it doesn't take a tremendous amount of time. It's very easy, very mapped out. And we have very seasoned experts in every phase of the build, because it's hard for one person to walk it from concept to door key. It's just a lot. You can't be that efficient at all of it. So what we've done is we've went down and we've bullet pointed the entire experience from the first contact form on the website to 2 years after they moved in and they're doing their final warranty punch. Like, every piece of that has been indicated, and we're trying to develop a specialist for every single piece of it along the way, so that people can have an absolute incredible experience from beginning to end. And we can take away some of the stigma and dogma of like, hey, I hired them to build, but I hate them now. Because it's stressful. It's the most stressful thing in the world to build a new home. It is insanely stressful to build a new home. It's going to be stressful.
It's going to be stressful.
And our goal is to make it as great of an experience as it can be under those circumstances, right? You're spending all of your money, all of your time. A lot of time people are homeless in between because they've sold a house and they're doing whatever. Our goal isn't just to build more barns. Our goal isn't just to post good pictures and cool product. We want to have the best process, and we've spent years cultivating it, creating it, and it's not done. Like, it's constantly getting better, and we're obsessed with it. Like, you're obsessed with it.
I am,
And
and I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was
No,
going
you're
to
good.
say that, like, and if there is anybody listening to this who built with us that has a bone to pick with some things that happened, I think that as long as we don't have the mentality that we're right and everybody else is wrong, we've probably looked at what you had to complain about. Like, during this period, I don't feel like this was explained well to me, right? I don't feel like I was communicated with well here. We probably sat down and had a meeting about it and say, hey, how can we be better here? Like,
Oh, there's no question.
and so it wasn't in vain, even bad feedback. I mean, we take heed to it. Like, where is there a chink in the armor?
Well, there's no bad feedback.
Well,
It's just,
angry feedback.
Yeah,
not
for
maybe
sure.
not bad
A
feedback. but-
1-star review is just as positive to me as a 5-star review, because it allows me to see
yeah.
from the viewpoint of the consumer, right? And we can do it. And the cool thing is, right now, 200 jobs in construction,
Mhm.
and I'd say we're 99% 5-star. And that's a huge swing in the right direction, because I can remember when we first getting started, like, we didn't even know how to answer some of the questions that we were getting, because we'd never done it before. We never built that kind of volume. Like, the people are like, hey, who's going on here? Like, nobody's been on my job this week. And we're like, yeah, we're trying to build 60 houses with 5 guys. And like, to be in a position now to where everything is mapped out, dialed in, the new location has been staffed months prior to a ribbon cutting, and the process is in place to where when you walk in, you could come on ribbon cutting day, right? Conway's ribbon cutting is coming up in like 2 weeks, right? You walk in that day, sign a contract, and know that at that moment in time, you're going to have the same experience as if you walked into headquarters up in Duncan, South Carolina, and had a conversation and signed a contract. And you're gonna have the same process, same experience. It's gonna be great. Not only that, but you get to work with Scott, and Scott's, a incredible human. Just set a record. I'm not going to say how many days.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say how many days. I'm not going to set us up for false hope.
Yeah.
But it was like 3 months, guys. Like from permit to door keys. And you can celebrate those because the process allows it to happen, right? Perfect clients.
I was gonna say that. Like, let me unpack that because it is important to say when we don't have someone fight us every step of the way, when we're able to build the house and talk about problems but solve problems, and everything isn't a negotiation or I don't think it should look like this. We can build houses a lot quicker.
100%. 106 days.
106 days.
That's counting.
You said it first.
That's counting weekends, right?
It's 75 weekends. I hope I don't butcher it. I think 31 non-work days. 75 work days, I'm sorry, and like 31 non-work days.
Yeah. And that house went from a permit to them moving in. And that's possible with the process that we have in place now.
Yes.
It is possible. Does it mean you're going to have that experience? Absolutely not. And honestly, as a homeowner, you're just as much in the driver's seat as we are because it can become super combative. And our goal is what we've learned over the years in building hundreds of these is homeowners don't know what they don't know. And so we try to educate as much as possible along the way now so that they do know. And the better we've gotten at that, like that client came in to a perfect machine and they moved in their home faster than some clients will even allow us to permit because they want to battle us on locations of utilities and stuff that we have no control over. Like we can't combat DHEC if they say your septic tank has to be here.
Exactly.
And so it's some of it's personality, so like, yeah, you want to speed up your build, then come in, get educated, trust the process, and let us build because that's what we're good at,
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm pumped about all the improvements, everything that's happened. You've done an incredible job, man. You're a rock star leader.
Thank you.
And you lead through people. Like you have leaders that you lead in our organization. And if you're a business owner and you're looking at this and you're thinking like, what is the secret sauce here? It's leadership.
It's leadership.
Right? It's leadership. It's bigger than me. It was bigger than me and Ross. We had to build a team. We had to then equip that team with a leader who could grow the team and deal with it. And that's your lane, bro. I don't get in the way. I'm gonna get run over. If I try to jump in front of your truck, I'll get ran flat. And so, it's great to have that, but like my desire is to build community. And we've done that inside the company. And I, privileged to have someone like you in this organization because you make it better. You're better than I am at what you do. And I mean, again, dude, like incredible job, transformation from who we were to who we are today. And a lot of it goes hats off to Nick because Nick's been in the trenches and you fought your way through that and build out a vision. You're right.
Yeah.
You are a visionary. And it's powerful to be able to have a visionary in a company as a visionary of a department that can transform it into what it is today and write the standard for what it looks like to be a custom, non-traditional home builder, building in multiple states, building hundreds of custom homes, and write the playbook so that other people can have an easier journey when they jump in and start.
I did want to say too, I didn't want to, like, when you were talking about growing into new markets and all this work that, I did not mention Vanessa, who is, the lead in purchasing right now, and all the work she puts into being a resource for our subcontractors and scope of work and negotiating pricing. And, she is the heartbeat of what it takes to build a market. But I do want to say too that, our mission, vision, and core values, even this podcast, even people knowing what we're about, every new market we go into is easier because subs know who we are. They know that we're involved in things like Carolina Miracle League. We've done a good job marketing who we are and what's really important to us. So like we'll go into a new market and subs want to work for us.
Yeah.
So like the question of how do we build that consistency and how do we build a new market, the more people know who we really are and what's important to us and what we're really about, the more people want to work with us.
So I'm Lexi. I started on as the office admin, receptionist type role, and I moved into what is now called the selections manager role. So I take clients basically from the time you onboard to the time you get your contract. So I'm with you pretty much every step of the way, from designing your floor plan to picking out your finishes to putting it all together in a proposal where you can see your final pricing.
Yeah. So, and I'm pumped about this because this is something we've been like continuously working on for over a year. Is how can we improve the process, B, speed up the process, and then C, make room for all the new business that continues to walk through the doors. And so we started working on this idea of how we could break apart that sales journey, because our salespeople were just overwhelmed with doing all of the things. And so we had this idea. I remember me and Mike sitting down at a table and him being like, I want to build a selections management role. And I was like, Lexi. And so I was super pumped. I was like, I'm not going to tell her to do it, but you need to go talk to her about it. And I'm 99% confident that Lexi will say yes, and she will crush this. And so you were kind of the first one put in that role in our Duncan headquartered office.
I was the guinea pig.
You were the guinea pig. So talk a little bit for those of you that don't know, like when you onboard with the Barndo Co, which is kind of like our first step, baby step, that we just help people because we encounter so many people that they want a Barndo. They have absolutely no idea what it looks like. It's a different process than just going and building just any, cookie cutter type home. And so many people just want to know, and we want to know, is this what your family needs, right? Is it going to meet everything you want? Because most of the time they've never seen one,
Right.
They've seen them online, but they've never even been in one. And so kind of like you have those first conversations with our sales team, and they're super knowledgeable to answer those questions and get you kind of the general information. And then you take that first step of onboard, and there's several different ways you can get started with onboard depending on the product and how you want to go about it. But then literally now, once you're an onboarded client, the next step is
design. So that's when you'll onboard. I'll give you a call and congratulate you because that's a really big deal. And we're super excited to have you. And then I'll set up a meeting with our design team, our draftsmen, and we'll do a virtual meeting with them where we will just kind of go over all of your wants and needs for your floor plan. And he will create a preliminary layout just from that meeting. And we go from there with your floor plan.
That's awesome. And then that's kind of like that first step where you're there to kind of facilitate that moment. But the draft team, the design team's doing most of the heavy lifting in that scenario.
Right.
Then they roll out that set of preliminary plans for the client. And then that's when the fun happens, right?
Yes, we can do a lot with your preliminary plans. We can go ahead and start looking at your site prep cost and looking at your selections at that point. We will schedule your spec meeting from there, and that's where you'll come in and just pick all of your finishes, and we'll go over some upgrades, what are standards, things like that. And we can do all of that just with your first set of plans.
Talk a little bit about some of the improvements, because some people have heard us talk about this before, but when we laid this out for you, it wasn't like you took the job and then the next day you started meeting with clients. Like you and I believe Heath, who's kind of in that plan review, and Heath kind of marries the two sides. He's kind of in the purchasing side of things and the plan review side of things, and he manages Builder Trend and keeps the templates up to date. But you and him sat down and crafted a completely new process to make the experience 100 times better.
Right. So me and Heath created this template where we send it to the client and it shows all of the selections that we have to choose from. So you're not just going into your selections meeting, the one in person, in the dark. You kind of have an idea of what we have to offer. So you can go ahead and start planning and start making your Pinterest boards and just kind of decide what kind of vibe you're going for with that template. And you'll be able to select, like, star your favorites, I guess is a good way to say it. You can star your favorites and just kind of create, like I said, like a Pinterest board type deal to see kind of what you're looking for. And
Yeah.
that helps me going into the selections meeting because I can see what you're picking. So I can go ahead and pull things that I think you might would like. And it just helps really prepare for that selections meeting and make it a super exciting and fun time.
Yeah, because sometimes there's pictures in that template.
They
but
all
sometimes,
have pictures. Yes.
sometimes in person,
Yes.
it looks a little different than maybe with what the picture showed. Or
Right.
in person, when you've pre-pulled all that, they walk in and you've got, their kitchen selections laid out on one of our mock kitchens, and they're like, ooh,
Right.
yeah, ooh, no.
That is not what I was
yeah,
going for. Yeah.
yeah, it
Which
doesn't-
is fine. We have hours for that meeting, like that I set aside. So there's plenty of time to change your mind and just go over everything that you want to go over.
Yeah. And then another really cool thing, because of the improvement to this process, if you don't know, building a house is one animal, but designing one from scratch, and everything we do is custom.
Mm-hmm.
Literally every house we build is custom. Whether you are building a plan that we've built before, or you've designed a brand new plan that's specific to your needs, the selections is custom. Like we've built, I don't even know how many like maples and cottonwoods at this point. I don't know that we've ever built two exactly the same. Because you have so much creative space from the outside, like like your metal colors and your trim colors and your window colors and the
Right.
types of porches you're doing, and do it if you're doing stone wainscoting or porch wraps, or there's so many variables just on the outside of the home, and that's like the most basic function.
Right.
But when you come inside,
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot of things to pick. And I think one of the things that when we set out in the beginning, we didn't just want to be another builder. We wanted to improve the process. And it was a big undertaking to basically create a whole new way of
It was.
taking people on a custom home building journey with Barndominium. But not just to push people into some pre-selected categories, but also make it simple and make it where on the front end of the process, before the dirt's ever even, the ground's been broken, everything in your home has been decided.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, along the process, you can change things, but we tried our best to eliminate the need for change orders. And that does two things. One is it manages your costs, because when we give you a price, it's locked, it's fixed rate. We're not charging you a cost plus. There's not a bunch of material variables in there. We're not, building a budget and hoping and praying that we stay on that budget and then have some big lying contingency on the backside. No, we're giving you like turnkey pricing.
Right.
And so we really want to value that and take a lot of time to consider that. And so, yes, it takes a little bit longer to get started with us, but when you do get started with us, most of that is done. So when that team shows up to start building, they can build. And as a result of doing it this way, because we created this from scratch. Like, it wasn't something that we just, we saw it and we copied it. We just realized that, like, hey, the amount of custom work we're doing with an entirely new building process for most of the places we were building in, it was taking us a year to build a house. And now that's whittled down to within 6 months. And we've had some go from permit to door keys in like 100 days, And now don't take that to the bank. That 6 months is the goal. But it's literally, we've doubled the speed and efficiency of which we can build. And it's also protected and kept it efficient on the pricing, because we're not walking into it and then saying, all right, Bob and Mary, we're going to start your bathroom next week. You need to go down here to this showroom and pick out what toilets you want and stuff like that. And you've got some preset budget numbers and you're trying to stay in that. And then you're in the showroom and then you see this thing and it's kind of live action. So you end up spending, 10 extra thousand on your bathroom and then 20 extra thousand on your kitchen. And then you do your door hardware and you spend a little extra there. And then you go back and look at it and you're
where you're at.
$100,000 over budget, and you're doing it live time in the build. And there's really nothing you can do about it at that point in time. With our process, you could say that to Lexi, like in the showroom, ooh, we really like this, and we really like this, and we really like this. And at the end of that meeting, she's going to give you a preliminary number.
Right. Yeah. So there's no like I'm very upfront about pricing. So when you're picking out your selections, I do like to know what your budget is, not because I'm being nosy. It helps me to prepare you for what you can't or what you may or may not want to spend your money on. So like I will let you know what is an upgrade and what is standard, and I'll let you know the pricing for those things so you can decide if that's something you would want to splurge on. And I've just found that it's really helpful when we're just super upfront with the cost, and people appreciate that from what I've seen.
Yeah, and if you do kind of go overboard, right?
Mhm.
At the end of the meeting, she's going to give you this like a preliminary within a few percentage points of what it's
Mhm.
actually going to be when they go piece all this together and say, here's where we're sitting, Bob Mary. And you go, oh my gosh. And you can have that panic attack preemptively,
Mhm.
and we can be proactive versus just sending you out into the field and then you're kind of becoming reactionary to an overspend. And so like you could say, hey, that's not going to work, we got to be 50,000 less, and then you guys can sit there in that meeting and start whittling things
Yep.
away
Take things off.
to get it there.
Mhm.
And you still have complete control of your finishes, so you're not mid build and you're having to sacrifice somewhere
Right.
where you didn't really want to.
Mhm.
And it gives you that peace of mind, right?
Right. No
And
surprises
yeah,
halfway
for
through the
sure.
build.
And so that's that, just that in and of itself has completely changed the way that we approach client expectations on the front end.
Yes.
Because look, we learn, and like we never have said, even today, we've never said like we're as good as we're going to get. We're constantly improving.
Mhm.
And then we encounter something, right? And you deal with a situation, and rather than just deal with it and then do nothing about it, we take all of that feedback and we go back and we're constantly improving the process. So if you're the 500th client of Barndo Co, you're having a much better experience than the 400th client, let alone the first 5 clients.
Mhm.
But the 1,000th client's going to have a better experience than you did, because
Right.
it's constantly improving across all things. And we're just diving into like this selection side of things.
Yes.
But talk a little bit about this, because again, we had a team of sales agents who were managing all the initial contacts, right? And just so like you guys know, we're talking anywhere from 800 to 1,000 people wanting to talk to us about Barndos, and you've got a team of salespeople trying to have those conversations
Mhm.
to figure out like, are we a good fit, and trying to get the onboardings and get people in the process. And simultaneously, they were trying to have these meetings that Lexi's having, sit down with our estimating teams and get prices for custom items, and build this whole template out and get pricing, and then send it to you, and then make changes to meet the budget requirements, and then get you from there over to finance, and from finance to closing, to have your initial pre-construction meeting with your project man. Like, they're trying to manage this whole thing. Now they've been alleviated because we basically cut the responsibility in half,
Mhm.
and you have a complete dedicated client experience team through these selection managers that are there to make it a stellar experience every step of the way.
Yes.
And then you had like the first selections meeting,
Mhm.
and everybody's like sitting on pins and needles, like, is it going to be as good as we thought it was going to be? And then like
A lot of pressure.
that afternoon, I got a text from Mike, was like, Lexi just did that selections meeting, showed them the proposal.
Mhm.
They signed the proposal in the selections meeting, and I was like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
because that could have took 90 days
Right.
prior by
Right.
going back and forth,
Mhm.
between workload and like not having as streamlined of a process that you and Heath created.
Yes. And just having one dedicated person to this process helps to recreate the same experience for every client, and everyone's getting the same, hopefully 5-star experience every time. So I think having just one person designated for that process is going to be really helpful, and I'm really excited for it.
Well, and you pioneered this kind of off of a whim of an idea, and then in January you kind of embarked on this full time.
Mhm.
And I think you got started Q4 of last year, but kind of January was the kickoff event for you, and you started boots on the ground in the Duncan market, and then we moved Alicia over to kind of be the director of this new client experience selections and,
Yes.
designs department. And then we brought in Lance to take over in the sales side. And so like we really committed to it. And then since then, like you mentioned, we have a U in every single location. And that team has grown exponentially because it's you, Kathy,
Skylar, and Justice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
our team is awesome. I love them. They're gonna kill it. And whoever hired them, I guess Alicia and Lance, they picked really good ones.
Yeah,
so
for sure. And some of those they're like, well, that's 4 people. I thought you guys had 6 offices. Well, so like in the beginning, I think Justice is covering Greensboro and Dunn, and Kathy's kind of doing Somerville and Conway. But probably in the next 6 months, that won't be true anymore, and there'll be designated people in those offices as well. And we're excited to roll this thing out because we've seen incredible success with it. And
already
in terms of client retention, 5-star client experience, the process is faster, it's more accurate, it's more detailed, and I
more
can't
personal,
wait.
I think.
Oh, 100%.
That's not a knock on how the agents were doing it before. It's just I have the time set aside to really dive into these clients and see what they want and just give them what they need.
What's been your favorite experience so far? Like what's like, we've only been doing it for a few months now, but like what's one that's like in your brain, like this was when I knew that I was in the right place and this was going to work?
Okay. Can I say the client's name?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Garcia family, if y'all are watching this, y'all are my favorite. But they were one of my first ones that I took kind of from the beginning to the end. And they're a younger couple and they're just trying to like stay within their budget and get what they want at the same time. And it was just really fun for me to kind of relate with them on that, being younger and trying, like, everything's so expensive and it's hard to hear your parents be like, oh, well, when we were buying a house, it was this, so you should be able to do this. But it was just really fun to walk through the process with the Garcia family and just see them get to pick all of their finishes that they wanted. And just, it was really rewarding for them to be like, you were so helpful and we really appreciate everything you did to like help us get this dream achieved. So that was like my first win and it was just so rewarding. And that's when I was like, okay, I really like this. Like this is my thing and I want to keep doing it.
That's awesome. Well, let's backtrack from there because
my worst experience.
No. Like how you got here, like because it's awesome for me to see people come into the organization, really get their feet under them, and then kind of blossom into it. And I tell people this when they come in. I'm like, look, just because you start here doesn't mean this is where you stay.
Right.
Like I am 100% an advocate of internal promotion and getting the right people. And that, like I say this to business owners all the time, like I don't care so much about qualifications as I care about culture. You get the right person who's the right culture fit, and you'd be amazed at what can happen. Because you kind of came into us just kind of like
very green
college kid looking for some summer work, and then it turned into full-time employment. And then I'll never forget the day I walked in the front door, and you were always one of the first people there, and you were like, I need to talk to you. And I was thinking like, oh boy. And you were like, I feel like I bring more to the table. I'm underutilized, and I really, really, really want to use my expertise in a better position, something where I can bring more value to the company. I love it here. I love what we do. I love what we stand for, but I feel like I'm being underutilized. And I was like, I agree with you 100%. Let's figure out where you fit.
Yep.
And so we kind of had that conversation. And then at the same time that was happening, there was already this chatter of like this new kind of department. And then within like 30 days, I think it just kind of clicked for me of like, I think this is a great opportunity for Lexi. You guys should talk to Lexi first because she's wanting to do more, and to see that happen for you was incredible.
Oh yeah.
It was incredible.
Yes. That day that I wanted to come in and talk to you, I was like practicing my speech in the car on the way there. I was like praying to God. I was like, if I'm supposed to like be here, please just like give me an opportunity to talk to TJ this morning. So I walk in and I'm like, okay, if it's meant to be, like, give me an opportunity. And as soon as I did that, Haley walked out of TJ's office and I was like, really, right now? Like, I have to go talk to him right now? Okay. So I walk in, I'm like shaking, and I'm like, hey, whenever you have like 10 minutes, I'd like to talk to you. And you're like, okay. And then I turned around and walked out, and you're like, Lexi, I can talk now. I'm free. So I did tell you that. And I just wanted to be a bigger part of the wins that Barndo was having, because I'm so passionate about our company and everything we stand for. And I just wanted to contribute more to the success that we were having. So it was really cool to be given that opportunity to move into this role. And I've just enjoyed it so much. And I just enjoy coming to work every day. So it's been really cool to just learn and grow so much just with the help of my team. Like Nick, our head of production, he never turns away a question from me, and I have a lot. And that's huge for me, to just like not be afraid to ask questions and have a team that supports me so much in this growth that I'm having. So I'm really happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, and you're crushing in the new role, but you were crushing previously. So, like, I know what it's like to wrestle with. Like, they're telling me I'm doing great, but I don't feel like I'm fulfilled because I feel like I have so much more to bring to the table,
Right.
and get stuck in that. And I think a lot of young people, and I told you this that day, a lot of young people would have never had the conversation.
Yeah.
A lot of people expect there to be an assumed position from someone else that they somehow know and feel how you know and feel, and that's not true.
Yeah.
And so you walked in, and I was like, 90% of people in your position would have never walked in the door and had this conversation, and
Yeah.
you did, and we're going to figure it out. But even so, in January, you won one of the first year we ever did it, Rocket Award.
Yes.
And so, like, in your mind, you were like, I'm not bringing value. I got these things. Like, like you were kind of caught up in this story, but the reality was, like, everyone in our company was already like, Lexi's killing it. And the Rocket Awards, I've talked about them a little bit, but the Rocket Awards for me were, because we give away some awards for all kinds of different stuff, from like core values, and like we have these big core value awards that the company votes on, right? They throw people into the pool to vote, and that's fun. And then we have like a lot of really big, like milestone accomplishment stuff in terms of like, number of units built for production, number of units sold for sales, and different things like that, like KPI driven stuff. And so this past year, which was our second annual awards event, I was like, I want to create something for people that like embody the spirit of me, like in this company, because there was a time where all of this stuff was just kind of in my brain, and it started happening because like it was who I was. And now it's fun to sit back and watch the company has taken this identity, and there's people in our company who are exemplifying that, like, and they're just leaned in, bought in. And so I created the Rocket Awards, and I kind of did it by location. And you won it for our headquarters location, and I think you were kind of like shocked. But like the important thing is from that is like, even when you feel like you're not bringing a level of value, the people around you would disagree. Now, I agree. You definitely bring more value to the table. Now, you help build something that was an idea we had, and you expedited it by, sinking your teeth in it and working on it, and kind of building it from scratch. And, again, that goes back to who you are. Like, that's a tough thing to do. It's hard to find people who can even think that way. And the fact that we had someone just sitting in our company who could take that on and help build it, phenomenal. But you already had that. You already had that rocket, culture. If you guys wonder like, what is a rocket? Like, that's just what I do. Like everything, we use Slack for internal communications, everything like that. Like I post rockets on everything. And it kind of ties back to in the beginning, me being a visionary, and like I'm almost so overconfident in my own abilities that I seem crazy. But I have zero doubt in my mind of like, if I want to do something, like it's going to happen. And I remember going into rooms talking about Barndo, when Barndo was a concept, and they were like, "Hey guys, like it sounds like a rocket ship, but the chances of it actually going to the moon is less than 1%. Most of the time, it's either going to fail to launch or it's going to blow up shortly after." And that was kind of deflating. That was like it was challenging to a guy like me, but I, from the perspective of like, no, we're going there. And so like when this thing took off, I used the rocket as a reminder of how difficult it was and how many people told me like, you're setting yourself up for failure. This isn't going to work exactly how you think. I think you're dreaming a little bigger than what you can achieve. And that's not true. And I think the world needs more people who, walk in the morning and they're literally twitching in their seat because they got this thing that they got to get out and go have this conversation, and you don't know what it's going to turn into, but it changed your life. And as a result, it changed ours. And so it kind of boils down to that. So like it's fun for me. Like regardless of all the Barndo accomplishments, like any awards that we win or any like, the amount of success we have and the number of builds we do and the families we build for, they're great. But the biggest rewards for me are the people that show up every single day. And I get to see that like it's not words on a paper. Yep. We literally believe this. We do operate this way. We get it wrong sometimes. But at the core, we are who we say we are. And we do what we say we do. And I get to see people have these wins. And you're one of those inside the company for me to where like it's bigger than Barndo's. And I say this all the time. Like everything here is bigger than Barndo's. Barndo's the vehicle. Barndo is the product. But the culture of Barndo Co is so beyond just that product. And we bring a high level of integrity to everything, and we really want people to win, and that's in the company, employees, vendor partners, things like that, but also clients. But mostly for me, I love people, and I love having the opportunity to lead people and challenge people. And, I'm sure you felt challenged to step up. And you did, and most people don't. Yep. So that's for me. That's the greatest win in the world, right? Yep.
Yeah, I was just so honored to receive the Rocket Award, and then to go up on stage, receive it, and then look out and see my whole company cheering me on. Like nobody's got their arms crossed, like wishing they had won the award instead. Like it was just like such a high to see everyone supporting me, because like you said, like I felt like I was doing good, but I was like, I don't know if people around me think I should be doing better or what. So it was just really a great night to receive that award and to see everyone just happy for me. So that's just our culture though. Like, and if you're not representing the culture, then you don't get to stay. And I just think that y'all following through with that is just huge.
Silent killer, right? Like she knew she wanted to do something bigger, and you wanted, like, sales is where you thought you would be. And who knows, right? Maybe one day.
I don't like being told no, so that was not fun. That didn't last too long.
But silently, you went and got your real estate license.
Yes.
And like one day there was just like this picture post up like, pass, I'm now a licensed realtor. And I was like, what? Yeah. And it like you did the work. You had the idea, you did all the work, like prerequisite work, and then you had the conversation. And because of that, you are who you say you are, right? And you do what you say you're going to do. And like, it wasn't a situation where it was like, I just feel like I need more, and you came in and kind of demanded it, and then we did it. No, you did the work. You did the necessary things so that if we said yes, you're ready to go. You're now the qualified person to do this thing. And like, and I think we live in a lot of an instant gratification society, especially with young people. And so like, I love hiring young people, like, because I think a lot of times you get dismissed. And then when you get in an environment where you have someone who looks at you and treats you as if you've been in this industry for 45 years, and believes in you, like anything that people come to me with, I'm like, yes, I believe you could do that. Yeah. If I don't, I will tell you, like, I think you're missing it. I think you maybe could do something, but I think you may be missing the mark here because this doesn't feel like your personality. But if you do that and like you feel that in a company that someone actually believes it, it's amazing what you can do. But like, it's a two-way street. I can't believe enough on my own for you to take action. But when those two things meet, man, big things happen. And so it's just fun. Like,
I totally agree. Yeah, just to have like you and Ross pour into me and like everyone in our company so much. And I'm not trying to kiss your ass. Like I'm not trying to get a raise over here, but it really does. It just makes such a difference to have someone in your corner pushing you and challenging you. And they just want to see you succeed. And that just, you don't have that at a lot of companies, I don't think, just from people, from what I've heard. This is my first like real job, so I don't know. But from what I've heard, that's not the case a lot of the times. And a lot of people don't enjoy going to work every day. And I really do. And that's just, I didn't think that was something that was like attainable because everybody hates their job. But it's just fun to be able to come into work and actually enjoy what you do. And that's all because of what TJ and Ross pour into us. And it just makes a big difference.
That's awesome. Well, and we become who we are because then you guys pour into the clients. Like, you know, just watching you, how you talk about the personal experience and the way you handle it and all that, it's like you own it. And so, yeah, if you're on the fence about building with us, or you just onboarded with us, or you got a call coming up to have this conversation with us, you're in for a treat, right? And so, like Lexi's in our upstate headquarter office, Justice is up in Greensboro and Dunn, Skylar's in our Knoxville office, Kathy's in our Conway, South Carolina, and our Somerville, the new Nexton Square location. We like you are walking into the best it's ever been, and it's only getting better. And I've said that so many times on this podcast, but like we live it. Like there's never a moment. I don't know that we go more than 2 weeks at a time without having lists of things that we want to improve. And it's 90% the customer experience. It's the customer's experience all the time, and like how we can do things to make the process easier and better. And we're just vested in that. We don't, Barndos are cool, and I feel like we build the best one on the marketplace. But when it comes down to the experience and, from start to finish, from a conceptual idea, and you fill out that form and you have a phone call to ask a few preliminary questions and you get started, to be able to walk into the doors of a place where we can take you from that moment. You can sit down with our design team, design your Barndo, walk into one of our showrooms that we've built and conveniently located them so that you can get to them easily, and see, touch, feel the things that you're trying to put in there. Set up a tour to go look at some other barns that have been built. Like we want to make it as easy and efficient as possible. And I feel like we're the best. But we're not satisfied. Like we're constantly looking to improve it and raise the bar even more. And I don't say that we're the best from an arrogance. I say the best because I know the work that's went into the process that we have. It's possible because we have brilliant people in the company, who champion things. And that's why I was excited to get you on the show. And I promise you guys, like, you see how well-spoken she is? Like, she was like, I can't do this podcast.
Shaking.
and you came in here, you knocked it out of the park. Like, why? Because you're confident. You know what you're talking about. And like I say, you help craft this whole new department in the company to make everyone's experience that much better. That much better.
Yeah, because I truly do care about the clients, because I just recently, me and my fiance just closed on our own house, and it's just such a big deal. It's such a big purchase and milestone, and it means a lot. And it's not just buying a car, like this is your home. And I really take that into consideration when I'm speaking with each client. And I want to see y'all win. I want to see the client win. So I really do everything that I can to make that experience a 5-star experience for the client.
My name's James. I'm out of the Dunn office, and I'm a project manager, and I just help the clients go through the entire build process from breaking ground all the way to handing off keys.
No, that's it.
That's it, man.
It's the easy part, right?
Easy part, yeah.
Well, man, you've been with us for a little while now, and you came into the company, I'm sure, from the experience of building, but to walk into Barndos, what was the biggest adjustment just from a product's perspective to like wrap your mind around?
Just how it was done. I mean, I've watched tons of videos on them prior to starting here, and everybody builds them differently, and then you come here and it's just like, that's not as complicated as I thought it was.
Right. Yeah.
So.
it's just knowing the process.
Yeah.
And then you got to teach everybody, right?
Yeah.
Inspectors, everybody. They
Yeah.
got
That's the big thing. Inspectors, I mean, they'll just walk in there and like, what am I looking at?
yeah.
Kind of thing. And you're just like, well, this is what it is. And, here's the structural plans. Like, if you want to look at them.
Yeah. Yeah, structural plans. We'll just sign off on this, and we've had both experiences. That's one of the biggest challenges. People. I mean, it's inevitable. We could open 15 new locations and announce on Facebook, "Hey, we're in these 15 new places," and every one of them would have a comment saying, "When will you be here?" And the hurdle is more than anything is one, finding qualified people that we can work with in the area, and that takes time. We have to kind of pre-select it, work on it for almost a year before we announce that we're coming there, to build a base, make sure that we've got qualified people that can come in and service these things, that'll stand behind it, be a part of our warranty, and do those things. But more so, it's understanding and having meetings with counties and municipalities, and understanding their process, because every single county is different. And you want to go in with homeowners and let them know, like, hey, this is going to work, right? And sometimes counties make it difficult. I would say less than 10% of the total counties we're in uh, have made it an obstacle. The problem is when you're in 400 counties, that's 40 that have made it an obstacle. It always works out. You just you create a path forward, and you might do things a little different in this county just to appease them. But overall, our system's pretty guaranteed and locked in, because we do a set of superset structurals on every single barndominium that goes out. So if we get into a contest with somebody over what should be done, we just always defer to the engineered plans. But when you came in, like, product, I know was a big difference. But when you, like, first time you and I met was at our annual retreat. So
Yeah.
what was that like to walk in and kind of get, like, first interaction really with the whole company as at this big retreat that's probably different than anything you've ever been to?
Yeah. So when I first started, I'd only been here like 2 weeks. And then one of the PMs down in Duncan was like, hey, man, I need you to go by and do this site visit for me on your way to the retreat. And I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah. What are you all looking for? He's like, here's the checklist. So I'm literally out there in the middle of the field just going through everything. And I get down to the retreat, and I'm just like, holy crap. I've only been here 2 weeks, and I'm meeting you, Ross, everybody down in the home office, all the PMs. And it was just, I mean, nobody just treated you like the new guy. So it was very, very neat and different.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun for me to, like, see the look on some people, because inevitably at that annual there'll always be somebody that's kind of their first experience with the company.
Yeah.
Is walking into that, and you don't know what to expect. It's way different, but it's fun. And if I could dial it up, everybody would start that day. Like, they would start at that annual, because you get to really dive in to see what we're all about. And that this thing's bigger than Barndo's. The
Yeah.
product's cool, the process is cool. That's our focus and priority. We make that really exceptional. But the biggest piece is our people, man. Our people are exceptional people. And if you're working with a project manager, a selections coordinator, a salesperson, an administrator, anybody in the company, like, they're exceptional people that we pour into, and we want to build this culture to where core values, mission, vision aren't just words on a wall. It's a real thing that we really try to live by and make decisions around, and encourage people to be the best version of themselves at all times. So that was really cool. I love kind of seeing that. And in my head, like, that's my first interaction with you, is going like, "Hey, who's this guy?" And they're like, "Oh, that's Wolf. He's good." And then we got to connect over the course of that week, and hang out. But I always like to get the perception of that, because I know it's different. It's something that I'm passionate about, because everybody that works here and puts a lot of time and effort in. Um, it's only right that I put equal amount of effort and emphasis in to you, right? To meet you where you are, and talk about things other than just the job we do, but talk
Yeah.
about who we are as people. Um, so done. Talk about the market up here. I mean, you got jobs spread out all over. You're running everything. You kind of run this whole area for us, from a project management side. What's that like? Like, what's been a fun thing that you've encountered, and what's been some obstacles that you've encountered in a new market with this new product?
Fun things is I get to meet a lot of awesome homeowners. That's honestly a perk. I've not really had anybody that's just been terrible to deal with. It's a lot of highway mileage. I go all the way from Topsail and right now all the way out to Germantown, North Carolina. I mean, you're talking about a 4 or 5 hour drive at some point,
Yeah.
all the way up to almost the Virginia border. So, I mean, it's definitely a lot of window time, but it gives you a lot of time to really think about the jobs, the customers, and what's going on with it while you're doing that versus just focusing on, the overall like, hey, I got 7, 8 builds, like you get the time to sit there and think about what you just went and looked at and double checked with and making sure everything's lined up, making your phone calls while you're burning up the roads. Challenges, I mean, honestly, just some counties are just a little bit different. Out towards the coast, the all the code requirements for hurricane stuff is just different. So, we had to adapt with all that and um, you know, who builds a barndo at the beach, right? Like we got one 5 minutes away from the beach and they're doing black on black. The house looks beautiful and everything. And, just inspectors are like spray foam insulation. What's that? Like you put it in a home. And, they just, like you said earlier, they just don't know what they don't know. So you have to provide them that information, which is fun because they teach you, stuff for their area as much as we're teaching them stuff about barndos. So
Yeah.
it's a fun process. But I'd definitely say permitting and not permitting inspections can be challenging sometimes if you get that one guy that just like Nazi
Yeah.
in a sense.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
he's by the book, but
Yeah.
structurals kind of over supersede everything.
Yeah. No, for sure. Well, it's just a challenge because some people, if they don't understand it, they want to be in the position of authority, and so sometimes you just got to succumb to it. Like
Yep.
this is a personality I got to deal with, but but it's important to talk about because the homeowner is our teammate,
Yeah.
right? We're battling all that together, and so I think as long as we keep everybody on the same page, like, hey, look, building this is going to be a obstacle in and of itself, right? They've got personal challenges. All their money's invested. They're probably living in temporary housing. They probably left their previous home. That everything's there. There's tons of pressure. You're trying to build it for them. There's a process to it, but like knowing that they can trust you is the biggest thing, right? Like if homeowner comes out on job site, they see something that like triggers them in their brain, and they can bring it to you and know that like, hey, if it is a problem, our goal is to solve it together.
Yep.
I think that's important. Um, Walk through a little bit. Like I talked about this, with the onboarding thing. One of the things that we do is that checklist. You said, hey, one of the first things I ever did was got sent out to a job to go through the onboarding checklist
Yep.
for a site visit. Talk about a site visit a little bit. Like when you go out there, what are the things you're looking for so that we can get all the necessary stuff so that sales can put those actual numbers in and show homeowners what it's going to cost to get it ready to build.
Yeah, I mean, every site visit's different. We've had some clients that already have purchased their land. We have clients who are looking to purchase land. And so, they're depending heavily on us to go out there and kind of do like a visual assessment on, hey, this is where I think I want to put my house. What issues are we going to run into? So, we take tons of photos, tons of notes, kind of go ahead and get a rough idea of like, hey, is there power out there already? Is there a septic, a well, or are they tying into the county or city? Is their driveway that's they're gonna, handle concrete trucks and delivery trucks coming in? Do we got to worry about crossing a creek or a river? I mean, we've ran into it all. Trees. I mean, a lot of people don't even think about it, but trees is a thing, and it's different and challenging, but honestly, it just helps the client make good informed decisions, which ultimately helps us with them in regards to getting upfront pricing with them.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like the ability to identify those obstacles ahead of time versus going through the process kind of preemptively signing, getting everything rolling, and then you get out there and you realize, oh man, we've got to impound a stream and build a road across it and all these things that maybe weren't in the purview, when talking about building, and now they're stuck with either we're at a standstill or you got to come to the table with more money. We're figuring that out on the front end so that they can breathe a little bit. Um, what's been the coolest project you got to work on since you've been here?
Oh, the coolest. I would say the one at the beach, I mean, it's just a monster of a house. It's 7 bedrooms. I think it's like 3.5 bathrooms. It was kind of a tiny lot. The homeowners wanted it positioned very tight, exactly how they wanted it, which was very close within the county setbacks from the property lines. I mean, it's just beautiful. The selections that they chose, the colors that they did, contractors that installed everything, like it's immaculate. Like that's by far been the favorite one that I've done.
That's super cool. A beach barndo.
Beach
Right.
Barndo, yeah.
Now the problem's going to be we're going to get 1,000 more people that want beach barndos.
Yeah.
And Nick's
Yeah.
going to be melting down.
He already is.
So, because that's on like the border, like that's like literally on the edge of what's really a covered territory for us. And it's a constant thing where we're trying to figure out like, hey, if we turn that on full time, what is it going to look like every time? Now these guys got lucky that they had a lot that would succumb to the way that we typically build. Unfortunately, if you had 15 out there, maybe 3 of them or 5 of them would fit that criteria, and 10 to 12 of them would have to have some kind of elevated, built on pylons kind of scenario. And that's not something that we do every day. It's not something that we would know how to price up front. Those are things we're solving in the back end all the time. It's like, okay, if we're going to do this and there's demand here, all the way down through, from Leland to Hampstead, wonderful. Like, what is it going to take so that we can execute 100% of the time, no matter what that obstacle looks like when we go do the site visit, So those are things that we're constantly like, that's feedback that comes back, right? Like, oh, okay, this one worked, but this homeowner over here, it was something that was going to be wild that maybe isn't conducive to a traditional barn. We got to do some exploratory stuff there and figure that out so that we can offer it to more people, because there's definitely people there that want them.
Yeah.
But there's always a reason behind why we're doing what we're doing. Like we want people to have the same experience every single time.
Yep.
And those anomalies can sometimes throw some stuff in there, right? Where like we're discovering with you, and if we don't know, and we go through that process and realize, hey, the county is going to require that this thing have 10 foot of elevation on pylons, and for us to go in here and do it, which is doable, but it's going to require this, this, and this, and it's $90,000 more dollars than normal. If we don't have the ability to tell them that on the front end, then it kind of sets a bad situation, right? Their expectations and their experience aren't going to align,
Right.
and we're going to end up with a disappointed client. So rather than have a disappointed client, we'd rather do all that research on the front end,
Yep.
be able to tell you all that information on the front end, and then get there, so that we can send James to the beach all the time.
Yeah.
But what do you think? If you were talking to a homeowner, right, who's getting ready to have a conversation with us, they've been thinking about doing this, or maybe they've just onboarded, right, as a project manager to prepare them for the actual building, right? If they were sitting there and you could give them some advice of how to make it as fluid as possible so that they have a great experience, y'all work well together, and that y'all can get to the desired outcome as fast as possible, what would that be?
Expect rain. um, don't be shocked when you see the concrete poured and it looks smaller than what you had in your vision. My wife dealt with that, so that was a fun one. And honestly, just communication at the end of the day just solves 99% of the problems. Every one of my clients has my phone number. They text me 8 o'clock at night. Hey, I just thought about this, or hey, we just went by the house. We noticed this, and I respond to them. I mean, that's just my personality. Depending on what it is, and if I don't have an answer for them, or I'm doing something with the family, I'll be like, hey, let me look into this, and I'll get back with you. But I always follow up with them for sure, and at least give them an answer. But not communication is honestly the key to having a smooth building process. Bad news doesn't get better with time, but it's still news.
Right.
Like we can't control the weather. It is what it is. We hate it as much as you hate it. We want to get you in your house just as much as you want to be in your house. So honestly, I would say communication is by far the biggest thing.
Yeah. Well, and it's just important because I think sometimes like people see something and they don't know what the process is. They don't know if that's a problem. And then they're afraid to communicate it. Maybe it lingers, and then it comes across as almost like it's them versus you. Versus the reality is like it's us versus the world, right? We both have a desire here. We want to get done on time, on budget, as fast as possible, as great as possible. We want you to move in because we've got hundreds more to build, and this is your forever home, and we want it to match up right? Like, well, there's no advantage to us for this to take longer. There's no advantage to us to have an issue on the job. We're teammates.
Yeah.
We're teammates throughout the entire build. The Barndo Show is sponsored by the Barndo Co. Are you ready to reclaim your American dream? If so, head over to thebarndoco.com, click the contact form, and reach out to one of our representatives so we can get your dream started today. The fun thing is, you alluded to it a little bit about the concrete thing, is not only are you building barns for everybody, but you actually are building your own too with the company. So like you got to see both sides of the spectrum, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not overseeing my build for obvious reasons.
Right.
Because I'd
But you-
probably just focus on mine. No, that's probably not true. But
So you get to, who is Aaron running your job?
yeah, Aaron.
So you get to be the customer to him.
Yeah. So
Text him at night.
oh, I do. Trust me, because it's about the only time I get to get over there, honestly. So like, I'll get home, we'll take our son or all of our kids over there, and just walk through the house and be like, "Hey, look at this, look at this." My wife will be like, "Does that look right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah." So I get to experience it from both sides, but. Aaron and I go way back, and it's actually fun because like I'll just message him or like a random photo. I'm like, I don't think this is right, and he'll be like, "Just stop, dude. I'll get it fixed." So I mean, I give it to Aaron because he's doing a hell of a good job. But I mean, any build, there's things that are going to happen. You know, it's part of construction. Rain is brutal. I mean, it is what it is, and we're getting rain for the last 2-3 days, and there's mud all throughout my house.
Yeah.
And my wife's like, "Are they going to fix that?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're going to clean it up. Don't worry." Like,
Well, I think it's a part that's overlooked a lot of the time. Like you live the world, you're unfazed, but your wife doesn't live in that world.
yeah,
She even your wife, right? Like it's a construction site until it's clean, photos taken, and the key handed
Yep.
over. Then it's a home,
yep,
right? And so I was talking about that a little bit with Hillary on an episode. Was like, one of the advantages of our clients getting to go do barn tours is they get to go out and tour a project that's under construction and see it under construction so that it kind of sets the tone because you build like a fantasy, right? Like, oh, it's going to be beautiful. And you go out there when the
Immaculate.
concrete's first poured and it's all pretty and polishy gray. And then they come in frame and then it's like, what happened? And then like people will lose sleep over something
Oh, yeah.
that they're never going to see anyway. It's just part of the build. Like you're surrounded by acres of mud. We can't control the rain. You're going to lose some days because of weather. You're going to lose some days because of something. Like we've accounted for it, right? We tell people on the front end, hey, expect this much time. And then they look at that schedule and it's months ahead. They're like, yep, but like that is a good goal, right? And you may get lucky and be the needle in the haystack where everything goes according to plan and we don't have foul weather and we don't have delays and nothing happens. But the reality is we told you this because we know somewhere in there we're going to get a week of rain that's going to prevent concrete from being poured. It's going to prevent these guys from coming and doing this portion of the build. Or hey, a delivery got delayed by 3 days or a subcontractor got sick.
Right.
Like we're working with human beings. Like there's going to be something that'll derail it a little bit. It's just the ability to go in there and talk about it. So talk a little bit about Builder Trend. Because Builder Trend is a powerful tool for our homeowners during that build process because it kind of brings them into the picture, right?
Right.
They're in the project management software with the project managers and all the other leaders in the company that are in that project. Talk a little bit about that. Like,
So Builder Trend is an awesome platform. Not only does it allow the customer to see where we are in the phase, like they get to see 2 weeks out of the schedule. So they get to see it almost in real time of what's happening. And not just that, all the photos that we take, they get access to. All the documents that we sign with them in the field, doing pre-drywall meetings, pre-con meetings, all that stuff is easily right there at their fingerprints, their plans, their proposals, all of it. Um, Being on both sides of it, I mean, it's honestly an awesome tool for like my wife because she knows that I live on the road lately. So it's her window into knowing what's going on. But from the project management side, I mean, it's just, back in the day, everybody just carried folders and you'd have box in the back of your truck with plans, structurals, permits, all the things. And now it's just like we can literally pull it up on our phones and pull every bit of data and information that we need. And it's really an awesome tool for the clients and for us as the project managers, honestly. And I know you guys get tickled to death seeing the photos instead of like, hey man, can you send me a photo of this build? Like I want to see where we're at.
Yeah.
Like now you guys can just like, hey, I want to go look at this such and such build and just pull it up on your phone. Like, oh man, that's freaking awesome.
And tons of photos.
Tons of photos. Yeah. Yeah. Tons of photos.
Billy's going to get them photos.
Oh,
right?
the warden, man. Love that dude to death. And he's honestly, he's great. And he's super fair, but we do have requirements that we have to hit. And I mean, honestly, it's great for the customer because it ultimately goes back to that communication. More photos you have, it almost tells a story.
Yeah.
And two, those homeowners get to keep those photos forever. They can make a photo album of them, of building our dream home, and without them having to go out there daily. So,
Yeah. Well, and we build for a lot of people that don't even live here.
Yeah.
Right. They're relocating from. I mean, we've got some builds. I was in a meeting the other day with a build in Tennessee where the family's in New York, and so Builder Trend becomes a big tool for them because you're right. They see the photos, they can see the progress, and they come down. It ain't like they're just gonna sit up there and wait for us to get done. They'll
Right.
come down for scheduled meetings and walkthroughs and stuff. But it also shows them live the weather. So
Yeah.
if James is saying it's raining today, they can literally pull it up and to that location. It'll
Yep.
show you what the weather looks like. It'll show you what the next few days forecast looks like. And so it allows them to kind of be in the build without having to be at the build.
Correct.
It's been a game changer. Plus it documents everything. Like if they have a request about something or they want to have some information, have a question, they can put it in there. You can answer it. Layers of supervision can see it. If it's something where someone else needs to come down and answer it, someone from permitting could come in and answer a question about a delay on an inspection or something, or somebody from purchasing could come in and answer a question about a material back order or something else. Like it allows for that question to be asked once, and the proper people can respond to it, and it just tracks it along the way, right?
Yep.
And those comments can get tied to a schedule push or a schedule enhancement where maybe we're running ahead. It gives them the ability to feel like they're managing their job um, without having to lose sleep over it, right? Where they're laying in bed going, man, I got to call James first thing in the morning because I just don't know what's going on out here. And again, it's transparency.
Yeah.
Like that's the biggest thing: communication and transparency. We want you to see it. We're not hiding anything from you. Like we want you to be involved. We want you to know what's going on with your build. It's your dream. You spent all your money to build this. We want you to be a part of it and see it, right? Like we're the expert. We're the one that's going to make sure it gets done. But I think that transparency and communication goes a long way with building that teammate mentality. Um, and in the past, like we didn't have some of the streamlined things that we have today. We're constantly improving our process, and I think we do well with feedback. Like I'll never forget that for the first year we were building, people would say, I would just love if I could see the timeline, see the schedule, because we got people that live in campers on the backside of that property. They're out
Oh,
there,
yeah.
right? And they're up drinking their coffee at 7, getting ready to go to work. And they're like, where's James? Why is James not here? James, there's nobody on my job today. Versus if they could see the schedule and see like, hey, today's wrapping up this, tomorrow this is coming. And if you got a phone call that said, hey, this is going to get pushed from Wednesday to Friday and you adjust the schedule, they see it.
Yep.
So it just the layer of transparency just makes for an incredible client experience. Because like you said, good news or bad news is still news.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not going to change if we delay or try to hide it. It's just the facts.
Yep.
And so that's been great. We also do some cool stuff with clients, right? So like different phases of the build, like clients, not everybody does it, but a lot of clients, because they're building their forever dream home, they want to be involved. So we do little things, like the future front door sign.
Yep.
Talk about that. Like what part of the process is that?
I mean, I've done it either way. I've done it before we've broke ground. I've done it after ground's been broken. I've done it in the middle while the graders are out there doing work. I mean, it just depends on the customer and how they want to do it. I think it's just awesome.
It's
just
a fun mile marker.
Yeah. It's
Right.
just one of those never forget moments kind of thing to know that you're standing where your front door is going to be. And then at the end of it, sit there in front of it and take the photo over and hold that front door, sign again. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And then we have some people that come out that want to put handprints in the concrete, people that want to come in and write scriptures on the studs during framing. Just a lot of milestone moments to make it more than just a build. And let people kind of tie in, and we facilitate that and coordinate that, and that's where that schedule comes in. And somebody had a pour recently, and like it was not ideal weather conditions, and there was all kinds of stuff, and the pour got moved up, which is a blessing, right? Like we're ahead of schedule, but the family really wanted to do the hands and concrete thing, so they came out and like I don't remember who the project manager was, but like they got a pop up tent and like put the pop up tent so that they could get under the tent, put their handprints under it, because like it was just they had bunches of little kids, but those little pieces I think are the extra steps
Yep.
that are just beyond like production building,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's not just a job for a lot of us, honestly. A lot of us get really, I wouldn't say close, but we get to know these clients on a day-to-day basis, their families, the things that make them tick. So, I mean, in a sense, they become an extended family. I mean, it just goes back to we're building their dream home just as much as we're building the dream home for them.
Yeah.
And I know you've probably said it like, let's build your dream.
Yep.
And we're all about that. Just including them in every step of the way. I think what sets us apart from your, just cookie cutter, even custom home builder is, we include them with the scheduling, the communications, the photos, the involvement, and the different steps of, the handprints. Like Aaron, I wish I could have been there today, but we're doing the podcast. Aaron's doing one with a client today at 12. Rain's been kind of crazy, but for some reason that little area it's perfect right now. So they're pouring, they're tickled to death. They've been waiting on it for a long time, and then we've had clients with, the scriptures. I walked into one, I couldn't be there for when they did it because they did it after hours, but I went through and I took photos of every single one of them and sent them to them. I was like, man, you guys are freaking awesome. Like it was everywhere. You get the, handful here and there, but it was every door, every wall, something was written on it. So
Yeah, super cool.
it's just freaking special.
You talked about cookie cutter building and all this kind of stuff. So you might be managing anywhere from 10 to 15 jobs at a time. How many of them are exactly alike?
We have some variations of some of them.
I try to tell everybody that comes in, there, like even when we post a home, right? Like we post the final photos, the number one asked question is, "What's this cost built on my land?" Well, one, I can't answer that
Right.
because I don't know your land. What does that home cost? What did that one cost specifically? And like I could tell you, we do. We give a range. We'll say,
Yeah.
hey, this is mid to lows or mid to highs, 500s, whatever. And the reason behind that is because every single one of our builds, like I could get right now, I could say, James, you got 10 maples coming, right? And they're stretched out from Castilia to Fayetteville, from Hampstead all the way over to, Pickett. You go all the way up near our Greensboro line, right? And there won't be one of them that costs the same.
Nope.
There won't be one of them that's got the same color combo on the outside. There won't be one that's got the same kitchen. There won't be one that's got all the same floors. Every single one of them will be different. And all of those selections matter. So you might have 10 of them and 5 of them are within 10%, right? From 480,000 to 530,000, but you could have 2 of them that are $800,000.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about selections and location and dirt requirements and driveway. People don't think about that, right?
Yeah.
Like if you've got 2 acres of land and this guy's got 40, and you're putting your house 200 foot off the main road and his is a mile back, night and day difference.
Oh yeah,
night and day difference. And I know that people are like, well, what's it just generally cost? It's so hard to generalize, and that's why we created onboarding, because we don't want to guess. We don't want to generalize. We want to be specific. We want to know your dream, your vision, your selections, your requirements, and your dirt. And let's build something that meets all of that, that's unique to you, and let's give you that pricing, right? Because it doesn't do any good. It doesn't matter, right? If you built your home for 500 grand and I want to build your home on my dirt, it's not going to be the same. We might get lucky and it be close. But chances are I might be 50 grand less or 50 grand more, and the only difference was the geography. And so I think that leaning into that, like we build 300 plus homes in a year under construction, and not one of them is the same. It's a lot. That's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of differences and a lot of different geography and drive times and different things. And like, not only are you building that many different plans and that many different variations of finishes, but you're covering an area from the shores of North Carolina
Yeah.
to a completely different terrain on the other side of your map. That it's every component is different. And so you really get the opportunity to build something unique every single time you roll up on a job site.
Yep.
Right.
It's unique and challenging at the same time. I mean, because our biggest thing is, finding, like you said, qualified people to work. And the biggest thing is graders. Anybody can talk dirt to you, but
Yeah.
whether or not they really know what they're talking about and dealing with the dirt that's out there, it's a night and day thing. We've gotten very, very fortunate with the grader that we have out here. And I know Held to Pay was just on the other day. He's great. He's done some stuff up towards the Greensboro stuff that Aaron and I are helping out with. But dirt is a huge, huge factor. And I mean, it changes 25, 30 minutes down the road.
Mm-hmm.
You can have, softball size rocks to golf cart size boulders. It just depends on where you're at. And a lot of people just don't even think about it.
No, they don't think about it at all. And then if you get closer to that coastal region and you get beyond that line, I mean, you're talking about geotechnical reports and all kinds of things that need to go into that to facilitate what that's going to cost and what the requirements are to get it ready to build.
Yeah.
And those are things we can't control.
Yep.
Right. But we can control them once we diagnose them, we get the cost, then we can control the budget around that number, because that's going to be true no matter what you build.
Yep.
And so it's fun. What would you say if you had to swing about this area, right? Eastern North Carolina, the Dunn office. What makes y'all special and what makes this place great?
Oh, what makes us great? I mean, honestly, the team. Between sales with Hillary, myself, and Aaron, we just all jive. We talk daily. We have got our own little group chat, selections. We talk with them on a consistent basis. They're hitting us up for information. We're giving it to them. And even all the way down to Duncan, the back office support. Like, I could pick up the phone call and talk to Nick, and he's, the director of construction. Like, everybody helps everybody. It's not like oh, you guys are done, you're out on your own island, fend for yourself kind of thing. So, but what makes Dunn special, man, it's an awesome area. A lot of military people are out here. I'm a prior service vet, so anytime I run into a client in their military, I'll sit there and talk to them for like an hour, not even about the bill. The wives are sitting over there like, "Are you done yet? Can we get back to the bill?" So, it's just an awesome area, man. It's so diverse and cultures and just ethnicities. Like, you could bump into somebody and they could be a millionaire, you wouldn't even know it.
Right.
Kind of area. So it's fun for sure.
Yeah.
Lance Martin, grown up in the area my whole life. We've known each other for a long time, and just started in 1st of January of this year, 2025. That's where we're at. And came on as a sales director. Really excited. The team is amazing. Just fell in love with every one of them since the beginning, and excited to get back into a little bit of real estate, but really building now. So, yeah, it's been great.
No, it's awesome, man. We were excited, and we started talking, almost a year ago, having conversations. My favorite core memory forever is the first time you hit me up in forever, and you were like, "Man, meet me downtown Greenville. We're going to Lewis Barbecue." And Haley was with me.
Yeah.
And we walked in, and like forever, this is how she will remember you. Is she's like, "Is that like before you started working?" She's like, "That's the guy that made me hold brisket in my hand." And I'm like, "Yeah." You're like, "Hold your hand out. Try that brisket. Tell me that ain't the best brisket you ever eat in your life."
Yeah.
And But man, the excitement, energy around it has been great. It's you know, with things moving as fast as they're going and all the changes, and you know, Alicia moved into the client experience role and helped build out that whole new department and wing.
Yeah.
And like, we had known we wanted you in the company for, you know, 6 months before you came. It was just trying to create where, you know.
Well, that was the funny. Like, that was part of the funny part of Lewis's barbecue. Is I tell people we were dating and didn't know it because we talk online
Yeah.
and chit chat back and forth, and I was waiting on you to say, "Hey, you want to come be a part of Barndo?" And I think you were waiting on me to say, "Hey, I'd like to come be a part of Barndo."
Yeah.
And I feel like we went on a couple of dates, and you know, it was just weird.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what this guy's angle is. Like,
Yeah, and I was like, I don't have an angle. Just, hey, what's up? You know, and then,
no, dude, it worked out great because, yeah, I mean, we've known each other for a while. We've, you know, crossed paths in a multitude of different ways, and, you know, I think when you told me like I want to be here, instantly I was like, well, I want you here too.
Mhm.
And so we went to work, and I remember coming back in and having to meet with Mike and Ross and being like, hey, I got this guy. We're gonna hire him. I need you to build a department for him to run.
yeah, it was like
And-
it was like 3 different job descriptions at one time. It's like, I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, well, you're coming one way or the other.
Yes, I'm like,
And then we got to kick it off, and you know, kind of like your first taste of Barndo was the annual retreat.
yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was amazing. Just to kind of see everybody in not even the work environment, but just the friend environment and just kind of off campus. That was really awesome to see them overcome. They you know, people trying to make, you know, fire. That was amazing. And you know, the awards. It was just a great opportunity for me to kind of come in, sit back, soak it up, you know, see why people love this place. And I mean, it's very clear, very obvious, and it's just a tight knit group. It's pretty awesome.
so let's talk a little bit about sales.
Okay.
So you know, sales is like a bad word sometimes, and like
Well,
people
everybody buys something all the time.
Yeah,
So
that's right. You manage a pretty big team of sales agents spread
Mhm.
out all across the Southeast, and
Mhm.
you know, your main initiative inside of sales is to get people onboarded, right?
Mhm,
And
right.
really pitch the value proposition of onboarding, what it means, and all that. So, like, from your words to their ears, I'd like to hear your take on that client experience from contact form to onboard and what that conversation looks like. What's the value for clients?
Right. So I mean, even when I was building my house years ago, I didn't even know the process. I mean, most people don't. They know nothing about it unless they've built a house before. And so I think the biggest value of the onboarding is being able to understand that you're going to start a process. You're going to go through every piece of every information that you're going to need, from plan designs to selections, everything that you're going to need to know to make that final decision to say, yes, we need to move forward to build. And I think that it's important for people to be able to go through that process, because there's a lot of things that you don't know as a normal person that doesn't build houses that you're gonna learn. And we give you the opportunity to come through, go through that process, get your, you know, plan designs, get all the different fixtures in your house and colors and all that kind of stuff. But even if you want to do a custom barndominium, we'll do a custom. Bring us a plan on a napkin and let's figure it out. But the process itself allows you to grow into the process, because some people, you know, they want a 10-carat diamond, but they have a 4-carat diamond budget, and they don't understand what costs a 4-carat versus a 10-carat these days. I know when I built my house, I wanted lots of crazy stuff. I wanted outdoor showers. I wanted this. I wanted that. I mean, and my builder was able to tell me, you know, hey, look, that's going to cost a lot of extra money, you know. But I was already in the build process. Like, it was done at that point. For us, we get everything up front, everything you need to know, and then we start to build. So that onboarding experience and that whole timeline that customers are able to go through, it's actually just reaffirming, yes, you're a great build for us. We're a great builder for you. We're going to be in a great partnership together. And now we can start to build. And that's, to me, that's a huge value, because you actually get to ask and answer all your questions during that process.
Yeah. So again, the value of onboard is self-evident, right?
Mhm.
It's nobody. it's very hard to find people who went through that process and felt like it wasn't worth that process
Right.
because it sets you up for success in the build side.
Mm-hmm.
But inside of sales, it's not all onboarding. It's a bunch of like figuring out who's the right fit, what's the right timing, and who's all this stuff. So your team receives an average of what, 1,000 leads a month?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 1,000 people come in wanting to talk Barndo, and then 50 to 60 of them end up in the process somehow.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's a lot of like, and it's not to say that not more of them commit. It's a journey sometimes, right? Like you come in, you fill out that contact form, and I think a lot of people think that like when you call, we're just going to be like, all right, get your credit card out so we can have a conversation, and that's not true.
No.
The discovery call is just answering like general questions and seeing if it's a good fit for you, kind of seeing, filling out all the details about your building, where you're building, and all these different things, and kind of get an idea of your vision and your budget, and just see what's possible.
Even though you're interested in it, even though you want to do it, you may really not want to, depending on your budget, depending on where you're building, depending on what your land looks like. There's just a lot of qualifiers that go into there to make sure that you don't, take the step too fast. Like, we are on the journey along with you as the agent, as the consultant. So we want it to be a great journey. We don't want to start someone that we feel is not a good fit for the type of build that we do, or the location, the budget, all those kind of, first preliminary issues. We need to get out of the way as we start talking in this discovery call to make sure that you can get through the process. And again, that doesn't mean that you're going to build at the very end. We would love for you to, but the value of the onboard is to understand that you're going to learn everything you need to know before you make that decision. So the discovery call and starting the onboarding process is the baby step. That's the easiest part to say, you know what, I'm interested in this. Let's see how it turns out. And then, if it's not, something that is great for everybody. I mean, most of the people that start and go through the process, we end up building for them. But if it's not, I mean, you get your plans, you get all the information you need. And, we have people drop out for life circumstances sometimes, they lost a job or something, but they still have all that information, and there's a value there because they went through the process,
Yeah. So I guess in light of that, share a little bit about like the, beyond intake, onboard, all these different things, like the sales process that someone could come to expect. So from the moment they find us online, if it's social media, if it's a Google search, whatever, the best way to get into the contact arena, right? And then kind of what that journey looks like from the moment that they issue that contact form to what steps are in place before they get on a discovery call, and then kind of like just map that system out for them.
Right. Well, the beauty of kind of the systems we put in place is once you watch one Barndo podcast, or once you see one of our videos or click one, you're going to keep seeing it, which is great. We love that. We want to build your dream. We want to be on that journey with you. So once you're going through a link, sometimes you'll see one of our consultants have their private link up, and that you can fill out a form there. We have forms online. You can just go to like barndomco.com/contact right there. I mean, you can fill that out. That puts you right into like our CRM and our software that helps communicate with us. You set an appointment. We have this 15-minute discovery call, and that's with a consultant that's in the area that knows all the preliminary things that you're going to need to answer. I mean, it's not a hard conversation. It's usually really lighthearted, and it's us understanding your dream and also you understanding what we do, and hopefully those two things work out together. So it's a great opportunity to have an initial conversation to see, hey, if I want to take that next baby step and start the process, like that's where it's done, is in that discovery call. So, it's a great opportunity to get some of the initial questions out. They don't answer every single question because, I mean, first of all, you don't want me to build your house. It'll fall down. I'm not a construction builder, right? That's for Nick and the production team. They're amazing, you know. So, I mean, if it's some intricate, in-depth, you know, real construction-oriented questions, you know, that's not their intent. Their intent is to help you understand that this process that you're starting is going to be able to answer all of your questions by the time you make the big decision of, yes, it's time to build with us. So it's an easy way to dip your foot in the water and say, you know what, it's time to start building. Because a lot of people, they want to build. It's just this, they're scared. This takes the fear out of it. You know, let's have an immediate little, you know, conversation. Come to the website, fill out the form. You know, we'll pick a time to meet. I mean, we'll do it on your schedule. There's a calendar there, and we'll see if we get this process started to help you, you know, make even a stronger decision later, you know, because I think you'll be happy with it.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about what makes Lance Lance. Like,
Okay.
what's some of the stuff that you're passionate about, man, and like how does that translate into like what your hopes are for sales at Barndo and how you want clients to feel and the thing, like what, you know, the things you're passionate about and you aligned with our vision and values, and like talk a little bit about that.
Oh, wow. So, you know, I was in ministry for over 20 years and multiple churches in the area, planted a church in the area. That's when I had hair, you know, and as my children got older, I have 3 daughters. So as they got older, all the hair, you know, left the top of my head. And I don't know how you still have a beautiful head of hair, but because you got like 100 kids, man, you got like a football team. So, you know, I love seeing people get it. Whether it was in ministry, whether it's in sales, whatever, I love telling a story. I love being on the journey with people. I love seeing their life change. So for me as a leader and as the sales director, I love seeing the people that are putting the work in, that are on my team, seeing them get excited, getting them an opportunity to help change their life, have a career that they're excited about, proud of, because we do a great product. I mean, sales is easy if you have a great product. If you don't have a great product, sales is not easy.
Right.
But we do great builds. They're beautiful. They're fantastic. And we consistently, you know, improve our systems and how we do things by feedback, just learning and, you know, experiences. I love your analogy, you know, the first couple of years is putting the rocket together on the way up. Well, we're kind of in a place now, we've learned a lot, you know, just me coming in and being able to look back and hear the stories that Barndo is in a place now where it's just getting so streamlined and we've learned a lot of lessons. And so for me, it's exciting because not only can I invest in my sales team and see them have reach their dreams because we're helping other people, you know, build their dreams, I can even bring more people on because the systems are there. And it's really, really exciting for me because it allows them, especially with Alicia's new team and that development of the customer experience department, it allows, you know, my team to loosen up a little bit and spend more time with the customer, you know, and have some more moments to where they feel like they're not doing more technical things and they're doing more relational things. And that's what it's about. Like we want to be a partner in the build. We want to be, you know, the one that you come to when you're excited or even when you have a question. We can be there and be along the journey. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited when people's lives change. So if I can help people change their lives and build their dream home, and then our team gets to grow and I see them and their lives start to change because they're getting to be a part of that, that gets me excited. That's why I wake up in the morning. I love that. And I like cutting jokes and aggravating people and all that kind of stuff. So our environment is very good for that. And I like the long play practical joke that takes like 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, I know one of our top agents right now is walking into his office and I just moved everything yesterday before I left. Like there's chairs on the table, on his desk. I moved his screen around because he was in a meeting and I just felt like, you know, it's a great opportunity to aggravate him. Right. So I know he's walking in this morning and I'm probably got text messages going off right now, you know, why did you do this? But it's fun. If we can't have fun while we do it, why are we doing it?
Yeah.
I mean, we spend so much time at work with people that are not our family. And if it's not fun and it doesn't have a purpose and it doesn't impact people's lives, why are we doing it? And I feel like Barndo's a place we can do all those things. And
Right.
that was my biggest, like, I've been in the corporate global, corporation with 5,000 employees, and you don't have that. And I've been at startups, and it's like pulling your hair out. But I feel like Barndo's in a place where we have the framework, we have the structure, the culture's there. People hustle. They buy into new ideas, and to me, it was just a great culture fit, and it was something that it's right here in my hometown too, man. And I just kind of felt like this is somewhere I can be and grow and help change people's lives, and that's what I really want to do.
Well, I know, and you bring like the energy bus. And you pop up everywhere. It was funny because when you first talked with me, and I introduced you to Alicia, who was serving as like a sales director, and I put you on touch with whatever, and then she was like, "This guy's freaking everywhere," because she's down in our Somerville location. She's like, he just pops in. He's got cookies. He's got donuts. He's walking in. He's high fiving everybody. He's like, did you hire him? I'm like, not yet, but we're going to. And then she was like, everywhere I turn, there's a Lance. And that energy is just contagious, man. And it's fun to be able to have somebody like that in your organization and bring that to it, because you're right. You should be able to have fun. And when things are working well, fun is prevalent, right? And you were telling me when you leave here, you're heading up to one of our other offices in Greensboro, right? And like, so like your boots on the ground everywhere, man. Like y'all, the leadership team does a really good job of being present everywhere that we're at all the time. And like somebody somewhere all the time, meeting and building that same, collaboration and team and community and culture at every place. So that if you walk in the doors in Greensboro or Conway or Somerville or Dunn or Seymour, you're walking into the same culture, the same process, the same people, the same enthusiasm, no matter where.
And I want to tell you, man, the leadership team, I was a little nervous coming in because I'm the oldest. It's so weird because you don't feel, well, I do in the mornings when I wake up. You don't feel old, but you are, and I came in and it is just a dynamic, strong team. We've had arguments in a good way. And we just did a leadership tour where we were all in the car together. Boy, that was interesting. Like just random, hilarious, belly laughing, and just that bond that the leadership team has is really strong. I've been on a lot of different teams. I've been in a lot of different places. That one is the one we have is one of the best I've ever seen, and it says a lot. I mean, I've been on a lot of different roles and teams. I mean, I'm about to be 47, I think. How you just forget over time, like what? How old
I haven't got that on yet.
I have to do the math every year on my birthday. I don't know if I'm turning 46 or 47. I don't know. Anyway, it's one of them, and my kids, I'm sure will tell me, my daughters, but it is a great team, man. And kudos to you, to Barndo and Ross, and just bringing on the right people. Mike's done a great job with leadership. I've been underneath different leadership styles before. He's done a great job, and the team is just very, very tight. We talk a lot. It's just fantastic. So that is so encouraging. Like that helps you come to work every day. It's just fun, and even though times, if there's stress or something, I mean, it's a construction company. Like nothing goes right all the time, right?
Never.
If it did, you'd be the most amazing construction company ever in the history of the world, right? I mean, I don't even think the Romans building the roads and the Colosseums, were that perfect. So, I think that just having that team and having the ability to talk to each other and understand that, we're all on the same team. We're all moving in the same direction, and we want the best for our customers and we want the best for Barndo. So just kudos for that. It's amazing.
No, yeah. Well, you guys make it, right? So like, it's just one thing to have the idea and have cool posters on the wall, but like
Yeah.
to embody it and bring in those people and make the main thing the main thing. The main thing in our organization is culture,
Mhm.
right? And that culture breeds community, and that community has a big impact,
Mhm.
right? So I'd say this on a personal level: which core value do you think you like align with the most?
Oh wow. I like run the play. A lot of people like run the play because you can do everything that you want to do, but if you just don't run the play, it ain't gonna work, right? I'm trying to be better at being where my feet are and being present, but I think run the play is my favorite because it come look, we all have a job, we all have a part. And I'm old football dude. My knees are 150 years old, but if one person on the line decides not to block, the quarterback sack. One person just doesn't run the play, it causes problems. So I think that's been the strongest one, in my opinion, just coming in since January 1st, is I think that's the one people gravitate to, and me too, the most, just because the other ones are more, like leaving a legacy and stuff. I mean, we all want that, right? But run the play is more, these are action oriented items, and people know, like, if I don't run my part of the play,
Well, and being
the
in
whole
le-
thing just falls apart.
Well, being in leadership, you had to write the play.
Yeah. So we
Right.
really want people to run the play.
Yeah. Well, you know that if executed, it works.
Yeah.
Right. And we can make improvements too,
Yeah.
but it all breaks down
Yeah.
if you don't run the freaking play.
Run the freaking play.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need some rogue person out there checking at the line. No. So yeah, I think that one's the one that I gravitate to the most, because it's like you say, I'm passionate about anything I do. Sometimes I may be over passionate about it, but if you put time and effort into something, you want to see it fulfilled. You want to see it work. So, putting all that time and effort into anything that we're improving, we don't like change. Nobody does, so we improve things. Anything that we're improving and seeing people, and that's what's great about my team is they see it and they'll run with it, right? They push back when they need to push back, but overall they're like, you know what, this, we can try it.
Well,
So-
something that I do want to highlight, and I got to highlight, some incredible build speeds and stuff with Nick on an episode that we did. But with you and the combination of the client experience team and like really getting specific and separating the roles and responsibilities within the intake side, seeing the client experience and the general consensus of speed.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's insane. We have people that are onboarding and
It's
50
crazy.
days later, they're going into finance.
Yeah,
like,
they've signed their contract, they're ready.
whereas,
It's just amazing.
previously, and that some people are like 51 days, but like when you take into account everything that we do on the front end, from literally designing a custom plan,
Right.
having that plan proofed and proven that it can be built and there's nothing missing, there's no
Yeah.
variables there, having it engineered, having specs, and having every selection made, from the wall color to the floor color to the windows and doors and the floors, and everything inside of the house is done, and you got a hard cost, fixed rate, done, signed, into finance
Ready to go.
in 50 days.
Well, and that's including weekends.
Yeah.
Take the weekends out. Holy smokes! I mean, we count weekends because they're days, but
Yeah.
I mean, I've been wanting to get a new tattoo for 3 years, and I can't make a decision. Right? I mean, to go through that whole process in 50 days is amazing. It's
Yeah.
amazing, and that's a value in and of itself. I mean, just the build times alone. We just had a build finished down in the lower state. Oh,
In Conway.
yeah,
106 days.
106
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
Holy smokes!
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you take that, like, and again, not everyone's going to move at that speed.
Right,
It's
right.
as much, and me and Nick talked about it, it's as much the homeowner as it is us being able to run the play.
yeah,
Like,
it's a
if you-
partnership. You got to work. Yep.
But if you combine that, right? Because I think the fastest onboard to proposal or contract to finance was what, 50? It's 50 days.
Well, no, because we have some cash, so
Yeah.
some moved a little faster. But yeah,
But-
I mean,
but
it
just
could be really
Take
fast.
out 156 days from
That's amazing.
onboard to door keys is possible. Like, It used to
crazy.
take 156 days to get people from onboard to a set of plans that they would approve. But we've made so many efficiencies and improvements, right? We got new designers, new design team. We've got top level, top shelf designs coming out that are that are perfection, right? We don't have some of the same log jams. We don't have people that can't keep up with the demand. We elevated. 2025 was a year of elevation for this company,
100%.
from top to bottom. And you want to talk about the difference by switching the design team?
Huge,
Massive improvement.
huge.
It just stylistically, but also the process, the ability to look at someone and say, you went from an onboard conversation to a finalized set of plans, selections are done, and you're in finance, and you did that in 50 days. We've had experience where the design in and of itself took 150 days.
Oh yeah.
So that's a massive improvement. And look, it's all new levels, new devils, and scale and growth, and all these things that are happening all at once. But when you have a team of leaders, and I can't say this enough, high quality, high impact leaders. You are one. You run a tight ship with your team, and you bring a level of energy and enthusiasm and a sense of what needs to be done. Like you know, like there's no question about it. Your team knows what the goal is.
They do now for sure.
That's right. Unless they've deleted Slack off their phone.
Yeah, they're probably sick of hearing me talk about it.
Yeah, you know where Lance
but it
stands.
comes from like, if you'll just hit this, your life will change.
Yes.
You will change other people's lives. Like sometimes they just need the guardrails. They just need to hear it over and over and over again until they're sick of hearing it, you know, and you know, you flesh that out. You always do this with 1099 or salespeople or something like that. You work out their life in reverse. Where would you like to see your life be? Well, what is it going to take to get there? And you start working in reverse. And you know, our goals and the standards that we're putting out, because now we have a selections team, and I mean, there's just so many moving parts that has created the ability for us to streamline every single department. And have standards.
As a head of sales, director of the sales team, you can speak on behalf of every sales agent to how much more effective you can be at sales when you have a design team.
Oh, it's crazy.
Who can conceptualize, design, and deliver plans in 7 to 10 business days.
Well, I tell you, one of the things I'm excited about is, I mean, Barndo's been around for, a while now. I mean, there's a lot of designs. We have this one design that gets the most interactions on social media. Like, everybody loves it. It was just this perfect picture, after it was done. I mean, it was just this perfect and it was a custom design. It was custom. So it's not one that's on our, well, now we're running that through, and we're going to make that one of our stock standard designs. So we've learned so much. So I'm excited about the new ones coming out. Yep. I mean, we've got the favorites that are already there, that everybody loves and, like to tinker with. But the new ones coming out are coming from a lot of experience and a lot of feedback. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited that, by the end of the year, we're going to have so many designs up. Like, I see some of the analytics of how much time people spend on certain pages of the web page. And of course, the page with the plans on it is where people spend most of their time because they're dreaming. And so when we had to make a change, we saw that drop. But I can't wait to see what it is, 6 months from now.
There's hundreds.
6 months from now, it's going to be like crazy because
here's
people are just
the
dreaming.
Thing. If you haven't figured this out about us yet, is if we feel like something's subpar, we're going to fix it.
That's right.
Come hell or high water. And design was a bottleneck. Design was causing log jams. And so we cut it, repaired it, and have reconnected it to where now design is flawless. And the raving fans that are being created because of the new process and the new team that's in charge of designs, insanity.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't know something's broke until it's too late.
Right.
And I think that one change could go down as one of the greatest changes we ever did. You combine that hand in hand with the fact that we built out this design and selections team. And so like now that the client experience team is managing selections simultaneously to a brand new design team, and the efficiency around it to where more people are getting what they want when they want it faster, more efficiently, and within their thing. We don't have designs going out and it's dwindling, and then they come back and they've got so much house they can't afford to build it, and it's overwhelming. And like as you expand to doing more people, you have to figure it out. And that was the crazy part
Scale it, yeah.
that I told Nick on our show. I said, can you believe that we've grown by 600% in the amount of areas we service, and our build times have shrunk by 50?
It makes no sense. Well, maybe we're doing something right. You know, maybe it's working. So I think it is. But I tell you, rolling out the new selections team and all that, one of the things I was the most proud of, and because I've seen it in other companies and other businesses that I've been a part of, I've helped scale, you know, and then saw it in huge global corporate businesses and all that kind of stuff. Is, you know, we were ready, like we really wanted to push out the whole new department, right? And we were about to pull the trigger, and to everybody, and to launch this department. We were hiring people and all this kind of stuff. And as a leadership team, we were sitting around a table. Is it ready? Is it ready? Is it ready? Because it's never perfect. No new idea is ever perfect. No play, regardless of how you design it, you don't know the variables until you run it, right? And we decided as a leadership team, like, we need to wait another month. And that 4 weeks of what was able to be done in that 4 weeks, and refine everything that we'd already drawn up, we thought just to pause for a second and refine it. It made it so, I mean, the rollout and the introduction, because I mean, we create, I mean, Barndo and Alicia, phenomenal job. We created a whole nother department, and communications and everything. Like, the whole flow was different. And being able as a leadership team to say, we're confident in it, but we're just not ready yet. And being able to pause for just 4 weeks, run some beta tests. Man, that was fantastic. Like, I was like, yeah, this is good. Because when we're doing that, it creates more confidence in everybody that's a part of it. And I'm telling you, that was huge. That was huge. And that's one of the reasons that it's working so good, like you talk about, is because we were able to find other areas that we needed to fix before we actually started doing it. And it's been great. Every one of my sales consultants that are using it now, and it's the new process, and they don't have to do all the stuff that the selections teams do. That's administrative mindset. Most salespeople don't have an administrative mindset. I use this example a lot. Most salespeople are art teachers. Production people are math teachers. And somewhere in the middle, you've got to take this project from an art project and dreaming to a math numbers final project, right? Because the mathematicians are taking over, right? They're going to go right off those plans. They're going to do exactly what's on those plans. So this whole department in the middle, that is the selections managers and the whole process that's been created, it helps make that so much more seamless. And it's not, you know, on the sales agents, which a lot of them are not gifted to do that. They've had to learn to do that. And it helps us hire more consultants later as we scale, because they'll tell you, I mean, they learn new stuff every day of what we do, what we don't do. Sometimes we have different products that we're not using anymore. We're using new products, better products, and disseminating that to, you know, a smaller team, and controlling that is much, much easier. And administrative minded hires, you know, and that personality is so much easier than a bunch of art teachers, you know. Yeah. And hey, we're good. We're relationship driven. Like, we love the dream, you know, we love all that. But man, sometimes we don't like the admin part, and that's just been amazing. So it is. I can't wait to see it even 6 months from now. It's amazing now. 6 months from now, even better. Yeah. Even better. It's gonna be great.
No, man.
So,
well, dude, I was just pumped. I was pumped for people to finally, you know, put a face with a name and see the guy that's behind driving sales at the Barndo Co. Because, you know, we're off on a record year again. And I'm excited to see where it leads, and, you know, see the fruit of all this work and all these changes and all the things that's coming. And, like, you know, sales is one of those things where, like, you're right. If you got a good product, sales is easy. But if you don't have a great process, then client experience can lack. And kudos to you guys, man, because you guys have absolutely crushed the implementation and execution of this new system. And the proof's in the pudding. And man, I'm telling you, the speed and efficiency in which we're moving people through the process now, it just puts big smiles on everybody's
I know,
faces.
everybody's happy.
Yeah.
We're so excited. So while I'm here, before we end, I have a request. I'd like to be the CFO, Chief Food Officer. Okay. Listen. I took you to Lewis's barbecue the first time, so I care a lot about food, right?
I think Nate might fight you for that role.
I don't know, man. He goes to one restaurant 3 times a week.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm a little bit more bougie than that. So, but yeah, it's fun.
Which one of you guys found the place in Greensboro? I just remember like I'm there.
Oh, Maxie B's?
Yeah, it's open and
it's so
ribbon
amazing.
cutting. I walk in, I'm checking out the office, and the first thing I hear is, "Have you ever been to this place? We gotta go get cake."
I'm going by there.
Y'all went and got cupcakes and brought to the grand opening. You were like, "Eat a cupcake right now."
Maxie B's is no joke. No joke. You walk in, listen, and this is gonna be so bad. Like look, I've lost a ton of weight. I don't care. I will go there and get sick and just eat. So you walk in and there's like 40 cakes of everything you could ever dream of. And it's just amazing. Like, I mean, I'm just giddy. I'm going to Greensboro right now, like today, and I'm giddy because I'm going to Maxie B's. I'll be the only dude there. I mean, it is definitely not a dude place, but I'm gonna go get some cake, and I'm gonna bring some cake home. And I begged them to come to Greenville, and they just won't.
He's gonna go get some cake and eat it too.
Well, I will tell you, I got on Lewis's social media, and I was like, "Come to Greenville, come to Greenville, come to Greenville, come to Greenville." Sure enough, a year later, they were coming to Greenville. I'd like to say I had a little part in that, just by trolling them. If it takes that for Maxie B's, I will do it. That's how much I love food and cake.
Shout out Maxie B's.
Shout out Maxie B's, Greensboro. If you're in the area, you better go. Yeah. What's funny, I mean, I know this is so.
First of all, before we move on past that, this is Lance in a nutshell.
Yeah,
so I'm there. So. I'm there for the ribbon cutting of a brand new office in Greensboro, and I'm being force-fed cupcakes from Maxie B's. And there's a guy there that Lance met at a restaurant the night before.
Oh yeah.
And I seen him in the photos. They're like taking team photos, and there's this other guy, and I'm like, "Who is this guy?" And Lance is like, "Oh, this is my buddy. He's the golf coach at
it's a small college up there.
Small college in the area." He's fantastic. He's here. The guy's there. He's excited about Barndos, and I'm like, "This is why Lance is yourselves."
I never meet a stranger, and I try to never lose a friend.
Now I'm really excited about today because I get to introduce you guys officially to Miss Hillary Thornton, who is one of our sales agents out of our Dunn office. So Hillary, welcome to the show. I'm excited to introduce people to you. Tell a little bit about how you got here. You've been with us since the beginning.
I have. So I'm glad to be here. I have been here from the beginning. So I'm from Dunn, been here since the doors opened, through the grand opening and all the transitions. So
yeah. So being a local, that's one of the biggest things for us. It's like when we move into an area, we serviced this area before this showroom was even here. But this was the third office location that we built as a company. And this was kind of when we dialed it in and was like, hey, we need to get local, community driven in every market we service. And so we moved into the area. You and I had a conversation. You were kind of excited to come and got plugged in. And you were here months before a grand opening, and it was our first time doing the showroom model. So there was a lot of like firsts in this office.
yes, there was.
We were joking about that before we got on the show, talking about, those early days, like I was getting pictures. You were in here helping nail trim and, assemble furniture and do every kind of thing inside the company. So you were bought in before. But once we had that ribbon cutting, right? And you get to kind of service clients. Our ideal is people in the Eastern North Carolina market get to come to Dunn and have the same experience as if they were sitting in the upstate of South Carolina or any of our other locations. So what's that been like, right? Like you were here working on it, and then we had that grand opening about a year ago, which was exciting. But like, what's it been like to kind of settle into this and be able to bring people into the showroom and help them build their dream?
I think it's been great. I think we're in a perfect location right off the interstate. So yeah, we can easily get to the coast to Fayetteville to Raleigh, everywhere pretty quickly. So being right off the interstate, it's really helped. But yeah,
That's good. So when you came here, because you've kind of been in the industry for a little while doing single family housing and things like that, what was the biggest switch going from a traditional builder to selling barndominiums and helping people design and build barndominiums?
I think the biggest switch was probably just educating everyone on Barndos. It was new to North Carolina. It still is pretty new, so having to educate and just get our name out there, having up billboards and commercials and everything. I think that was probably the biggest thing is getting used to instead of just building a home, we're building a unique home. So
Right.
something most people's not used to, but they absolutely love. So
Right. So let me ask you this. After, because, being in like more of a traditional home setting for years to seeing clients that come in to build a barn. What's the biggest difference from your perspective of the people that come in? Like, because I kind of joke around with our team all the time, and we've kind of taglined this and trademarked it to like we're reclaiming the American dream. Um, I think there's tons of solutions out there that are trying to solve the housing crisis, right? The housing crisis is we got more people that need homes than we have homes available. And so you have tons of people solving that, right? And they do a good job doing planned communities and tract home building. But there's a lot of people that are, leaving that kind of first home environment and they're wanting to buy land and build their home, or maybe they were renting and now they've got this dirt and they want to go build this home. What would you say is the biggest difference, like from just a client perspective when they come in to build a barndominium versus, when you were meeting with people that were just, coming in and interviewing a builder to try to build their home?
I would say them just realizing that with a barn dough, they can get pretty much anything they want. A lot of people that are interested in barn doughs are farmers, agricultural people, big families, people who just need a lot of space, big shops, lots of porches for their families. Um, so I think just being able to serve them and tell them, like, hey, you can build that. If you want a big shop, you can have a big shop. But we do get a lot of clients who, have spent a lot of money purchasing these big plots of land out in the country, and now they're here to build their dream home. So,
Yeah. And a forever home.
yes,
Yeah, we built a lot of forever homes,
we do.
and that's fun for me because, like, we not to say that we don't build some starter homes and we don't build some, downsizing retirement homes, but I would say the bulk of our builds are people that are like, "This has been my dream, and we're going to move in here, and this is our home place."
Mhm.
And so it takes a lot of care and detail, and I think a lot of times those people come in and they got a lot more expectations because they're trying to plan for the next 30 years versus the next 5, which
Mhm.
is kind of the average life cycle of a home nowadays.
Mm.
Um, so I want to talk about Dunn, right? You're
Yes.
from Dunn. I've got family in Dunn, so like Dunn was just like a natural. Like I saw the need. I knew we needed to be here, and I was comfortable with the area. But I get people asking me all the time, like, "How did y'all land in Dunn?"
Yeah.
Um, here, my perspective is this: if you look at Eastern North Carolina and you look at the I-95 corridor, Raleigh is a big booming metropolis area. One of the fastest growing areas in the country. Fayetteville is very heavily military base, and there's tons of families coming in and out of there. It's a big area. Dunn's kind of conveniently located, like in the middle of them, right?
It is.
And so, like, if you look at our service area, we kind of are able to touch a lot of the growing exurb areas, which is like, you've got the cities, then you got the suburbs, which is where a lot of the residential communities and, the big tract home community builders are. And then you got this like exurb portion of the state, which is the farmland, the rural farmland. And I remember being a kid coming up here, and it was just tobacco farms and cotton farms and just tons and tons of farmland. And, we'd get on four-wheelers and ride for days and days and days and just never get out of a field. Like it was just
Mhm.
so much land. But over the years, that's the farms have went away and a
Yeah.
lot of that land's turned into home parcels and things like that. So being and done like what in like your perspective being here and seeing the demand and kind of knowing like just the growth that this little city has had in the last 15 years. Um, what's your thoughts on Dunn and the service area that we have here? Because we go about 60, 70 miles in every direction from here.
Hmm.
Just in terms of like the growth that you've seen since you were a kid to today.
Yeah, I honestly think it's a perfect area, not just because I live here or grew up here, but just because we are close to 9540. But yeah, as far as it growing, it has grown a lot. The spillover from the bigger cities are kind of coming this way, so there is more land available here than there is Raleigh or Charlotte or Fayetteville area. So just pushing those little outskirt areas here, like we service all those areas. So just being able to service all them from this one location, it's a good stretch. And I think we're right in the heart of a good area,
Yeah.
growing area.
Yeah, because you're less than an hour to Raleigh, less
Hmm.
than 30 minutes to Fayetteville.
Yep.
You're like an hour from the beach, um, and then pushing all the way back up. I mean, you almost within an hour and a half, you're kind of on the outskirts of those suburbs of Charlotte. So
Yep.
it covers a big piece of geography,
It
and
does.
that's the people we're trying to reach.
Hmm.
So, when we first thought about coming up here, I remember it was funny, like, we were in Greenville, South Carolina, we were down in Summerville, which is right outside of Charleston, and we had met some people up here who had found us online, and they were like, "Man, we have tons of clients. You guys got to get up here." And they were based out of Raleigh, and so we came up to meet with them and just kind of explore like what would it look like to plant in another state, go build in North Carolina. And I remember I flew into Raleigh, downtown Raleigh. We're walking around. They're showing me buildings, like where we could put showrooms, and they're showing me all these things, and it just did not feel right. Like I was like, man, Raleigh just is cool. I love Raleigh. It's a super cool place to be, but that was never the mission behind Barndo. Is I don't if we'd have put it in Raleigh, we'd probably still had success. We could have still serviced a big area, but everybody would have had to come downtown Raleigh, and the people we're building for ain't downtown Raleigh folks, right?
Right.
They would much rather hop in their truck, hit 95, come down, get off the interstate, pull in, grab some lunch, walk over here, have their selections meeting, and it's kind of become our niche of like we're never in the heart of the city. We're kind of just off the beaten path,
Hmm.
which is where I think all of our clients end up being, right?
Yeah.
We kind of tie it to the fact that like, hey, we know you're not going to build this downtown. Now, granted, we've built some downtown for investors and different things. We got some really cool Airbnb barndos all over the place now. But the meat and potatoes, the people that we're trying to service, the mission behind the company is we want to build communities with people that share our values. Those people are out in the sticks. They're in the boondocks. They're in those in between flyover areas, and that's kind of the heartbeat of who we are as a company. So we love to come into those and then build community. One of the biggest things in that mission statement of like, hey, we want to build communities. We don't say, hey, we want to build lots of barndos. That's the product, right? That's what we do. But our mission is to build communities with people that share our values. And we do that a multitude of ways, right? One is we come into a town like this, we meet someone like you, give you an opportunity to come in and buy into the company visions and the core values and own and operate and lead in this market and, have a great opportunity, right? That's
Hmm.
right here in your hometown. You didn't have to drive a long ways to go find an opportunity. You're here.
Yep.
You know the area, you connect with the people, but in addition to that, we pour in money to help the communities that we serve. So I remember when we planted and done, people have heard me talk about Carolina Miracle League until I'm blue in the face because I love it, right? That's kind of where we started in the upstate. That's been a huge focus on how we give back to the community there. But what was really important to me was every time we go and plant a location, that we have the same impact. We have the same ability to connect with the community and invest in it. And we've done that here. Um, what's some of the partners that we've, kind of invested in the Dunn community with?
I know we've worked with the North Carolina Partnership for Children. Um, I know we've helped them.
I just remember being here at the ribbon cutting, and I'm here, and standing in the back over there trying to like go through a checklist in my brain of all the things that we had to go on. And this lady came up to me and she's like crying. She's like, "Thank you so much. I can't believe your generosity," all this kind of stuff. I had no idea what she was talking about. But what was really cool for me was that that was a priority. You guys knew it was a priority, and Alicia was up here helping with that. And you
Mhm.
guys had found this lady through the Chamber of Commerce, and we got connected and we donated money to some cause that they had for children in the
Mhm.
area. And she was overwhelmed with excitement and joy and like, just gratitude that this brand new company, we ain't even officially opened, and we had been able to make a positive impact on the community here. And for me, it was really fun because I was like, these core values are real, right? Like,
Mhm.
I didn't have anything to do with this. I didn't know that lady. I didn't know the organization. I didn't know anything about it. You guys did that, right? Like,
Yep.
um, and I don't even know if you had met with a client yet out of this office, but you were out in the community looking for opportunities and ways to partner. And that for me was super powerful, super powerful. And you guys have continued to do it. Not only that, but we do a lot of really cool localized events. So one of the biggest things that we've noticed, like the ability to do home shows and the ability to just be part of the community and show up and do festivals and do things and like try to pour into the community that we serve and also support other businesses and things like that. You guys are doing that here. Um, you guys have done a couple different events. Like, what's some of the big events that y'all have done out of this office?
Yeah, we have. So we've done the home shows. We've been to the fairgrounds, the convention center. We did the Cape Fear Fest. That was in Lillington. And then I know at the parade, the Christmas parade, we did the glow sticks for the kids. So we got to help with that. That was super exciting.
It's just fun.
Yeah, it is.
It's fun for me because, like, again, this entire operation here is a staple in the local community. Like, we are in planted roots here. We're growing. You're a local here. Other people that work in the office are locals around the area. We didn't send people from headquarters out here. Like, it's really locally managed, locally operated. And that just kind of helps support the mission and the vision. So next question is this. I do this with every sales agent. We have a different process than most builders, right? So we know that there's a lot of care and consideration and attention to detail because we are building a lot of forever homes. A lot of people are coming to us going, "This is it. We're building this and we're done," right? Um, Talk a little bit about onboarding from your perspective, right? And again, I love it because you kind of came from this industry where it was more so like the way everybody does it, right? You come in, you talk about it, you put a deposit down, and then we start the process of trying to build. Versus with us, we kind of had, hey, we have this call and then we onboard, and there's no commitment level at onboarding other than we're going to work with you to get the details together. What's that been like in the area and the reception to it? And like for you as someone in the company where all that was new to you as well, where have you seen onboarding become beneficial to people that are coming through the process here and done?
I think it's great. It's a great first step to, get clients in, educate them on barndos and how we build and why we build that way. And just gathering all their dreams and visions and being able to put it down on paper, and take them from the paper to eventually digging dirt on their property. So I think it's been a good process. A lot of clients love it. It's very helpful walking them through that and just showing them like this is exactly how we're going to do it and why we do it this way. And I think it helps a lot, them being able to see it from, the very beginning to getting their keys at the end of their build.
So, like, if you're kind of new to this and you're wondering what that means, like onboarding for us is literally the first step. It's a
Mhm.
baby step. It's designed to put the power in the hands of the people that are building with us, right?
Right.
You got this dream, this vision, and you're spending your hard-earned cash. And so, one of the things we want to do to qualify, is a barndominium a great choice for you and your family? Well, we don't know. A lot of people coming in. You said it when we earlier on the show. You said, "Hey, it's a new concept in North Carolina, right?" Everybody has heard of it and they want one, but they've never seen one, right?
Right.
They don't know what that looks like. And so they come in and it gives us ability to like look at them, ease their nerves, and give them like a really pointed next step. Okay. Hey, this is what we're looking like. This is what our budget's like. You're really good about giving them some details and showing them kind of what they could get into with some ballpark ranges of budget. Um, and then we get the ability to onboard them. And like I say, there's no contract at this point. It's,
Right.
hey, you have this vision, this budget, and we're going to see what we can do as a team to build something that you want and need inside of those parameters, right? And so we do this little onboarding step. They come in, they start working with the design team to get the plans dialed in and facilitated to what they're looking for. You're going to send somebody out, James, Aaron, somebody from the office is going to go out to their land, start looking at what's going to take to get the land ready to build. Start bringing out some of our contractor friends to get some quotes on the dirt. You can go back and watch tons of episodes where we're talking about site prep, from the geotech side and the engineering that goes behind site prep, to actual graders on the show where we've talked about the importance of the dirt and the work that we do on the front end, because it is the foundation of the home. It is the hidden expense, right? If there's a hidden expense, it lies on the dirt that you own. And that's the part that's always an unknown, right?
Right.
We could tell you exactly what it's going to cost for the sticks and bricks on that property, right? And you're going to be able to walk through them and show them exactly what all the finishes and everything looks like. But that one piece is so powerful because we actually take the time to do all that homework up front and figure out what that is, so that we're not taking that number and it blowing the whole budget. We take that
Right.
number and then we build the budget around it. So that's a really good first step, right? And then they go
Yes.
through that process, and then they're going to get reached out from somebody here locally, schedule a moment to come into this showroom, and then talk a little bit about that process, right? So, like, if you're a homeowner and you're onboarding with us, right? You're excited, you don't know really what to expect. You're going through this process, and it's going to feel like it's taking forever because they got to go out there and do some dirt work, research, pricing. You got to get with the design team, get all the stuff laid out so that we have a game plan to look at. And then you're going to come to the showroom. And that's, I think, the first moment for a lot of people when they walk in the doors. It feels real, right?
Yes.
So
Yep.
they show up here, they walk through the front doors. What does that day look like for them?
So that day is one of the most exciting days whenever it goes from just thinking about it to actually seeing and feeling everything that'll be in your home. So it's always exciting for us, being able to just bring you in, sit you down, look over your plans, and say, hey, here's your kitchen. Here's all of our cabinet options, countertops. Like, what can you vision when you walk into your kitchen? What do you envision it looking like?
Yeah.
And just having all that here for them to see and touch and get ideas on everything. Like, how are you going to decorate your home? Like, what colors are you thinking?
Yeah, for me, that's the power of these showrooms.
It
It's
is.
more the convenience to the homeowner by having this here. Like,
Yep.
we could build here without a showroom. Like, we have the
hmm
ability to orchestrate that. The investment in the showroom is to make it convenient to people so that the people in this build area are within 90-minute drive
hmm
to walking into the doors and being able to touch and feel and see, taste it, whatever it is that you need to do to make the decision, right? You can touch the towel that's going to go into your shower.
Right.
You can see the samples of the floor. You can take that piece of floor and lay it down beside that cabinet that's built out in these beautiful kitchens we have over here.
Yep.
You can look at different appliances. You can see the metal. You got this big, beautiful metal wall over here to show them what the metal siding looks like, what the
hmm
roofing options look like, what the color combinations are. You got a mock shower. They can step inside of it. That's our standard shower size, right? So you
hmm
looking on the plan, you're like, I don't know if that's, I don't know how to visualize that. I don't know. You say 3x5 or a 4x6. I don't know. But when you walk in the doors here, you step inside of it,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
You see what the niche looks like. See what the bench looks like. See what those shower heads look like. And, all of our Delta faucets. Delta's been phenomenal. They give us tons and tons of things to put into our showrooms so
hmm
they can literally look and see the bathroom faucet. I don't like that one. Let's put another one over here. What's it look
hmm
like in a different color?
Yep.
The soaking tubs that are in most of our plans. We got one sitting here,
Yep.
right? You want to know what the standard one is? Sit down in it, right?
hmm
You want to change it? Let's talk about it. But like, it puts the power back in their hands so that we don't get 7 months into construction and we're putting the finishing touches in, and the wife's like, I do not like this.
hmm
That happens all the time in construction. And
Yeah.
change orders. You want to talk about going over budget? You want to talk about spending more than you plan to? change orders will get you there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, a lot of times in the construction process, builders are just trying to get it started, right? They want to
Right.
get it started as fast as possible, get the money in, secure the deal. They go out there, frame your house, and then they're like, they call you up on the phone and say, "Hey, y'all need to run down to the kitchen store and walk through there and pick out your cabinets," right? And you got
Mm-hmm.
some kind of uh, allowance for your cabinets, right? And you
Yep.
go in there and you're just like, "Oh, wow." And they've got every option that you can think of in there. And you go
Mm-hmm.
pick out your dream kitchen and you realize it's $20,000 over your allowance. Well,
Yep.
you either then are disappointed because, well, I didn't even know that that was going to be that way. And you end up either spending $20,000 because you can't in your mind go back, or you downgrade to something that fits in the allowance and you're a little bit discontent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with countertop selections. Like just the stones that you're touching can change the price by $20,000.
Yep.
The cool thing about what we've done is we've took all the standard ones that fit into those budgets. So when you see this one and you like this one, it's not going to blow your budget so far out of line that you have no idea. And if you do see something that's an upgrade and we tell you right then, "Hey, that's an upgrade," and they go, "Well, what's that cost?" You go, "Hold on one second. Click, click. This is what the difference would be." They can go, "Nope, we'll go with this one." Or,
Mm-hmm.
"Hey, that's fine." Right?
Yep.
That still fits in the budget. It just makes the process so much better. So I think the number one pushback we get is people don't understand onboarding and they don't understand that it was developed to be a tool to put the power in their hand. It does take a little longer, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say yes to Hillary today and you get onboarded, it's about a 90-day process. Some people faster, some maybe a little bit longer if they have a hard time making decisions.
Right.
But on average, it's about a 90-day process. And people say, "Man, 3 months?" But the deal is this: we are going to hold your hand and make sure when you sign a contract with Barndo Co, the wall color to the floor, kitchens, doors, windows, everything in there has been accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
You've made the selection. You've got to see it beside the other thing. You know what you're getting, right?
Yep.
And you have confidence at that point in time. So if I tell you you finished out the door price is going to be $412,632.19, that's what's going to cost you to build that home.
Mm-hmm.
There's no cost plus. There's no running a total and hoping we get close. There's no allowance tied to that where you're going down to the store and figuring it out and realizing that you went $10,000 over because you didn't understand the process. Our objective is to get you into the home of your dreams in the budget that you want and do it all up front so that when you sign the dotted line and you sign off on that contract and it goes off and gets funded, all you got to do at that point is let us build it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, all the hard work's done. So for me, I'd say that's the power of doing these showrooms in so many different cities is it localizes that experience and allows people to really come in, take the pressure off, and make good decisions, along the way so that they don't get mid construction and realize, "Oh my gosh, we're so over budget,"
Mm-hmm.
or have to call an audible and downgrade something that they really had fell in love with so that
Right.
they could stay on budget. Um, it's again, it's an experience thing. We want the experience to always be exceptional. So just know what you're getting into, like we take a little longer on the front end, but my gosh, once the construction starts, it makes that process so much more fluid.
Yeah, it does.
And
That's
you're
the goal.
and you're not losing sleep about the budget, right? The
Mm-hmm.
budget's set. It's set. We're going to take all the risk, right? We're so confident that we know our stuff so well that if you come into the showroom and pick it, we have it dialed in. And if there is something that we missed, it's on us at that point in time, right?
Mm-hmm.
It truly gives you the ability to rest assured you made a good decision and you're not worried about the money at that point in time. It's still going to stink, right? Because you got to spend your money to build a house, and building
Right.
houses is expensive. But hey, if we can make it a little bit less stressful,
Mm-hmm.
that's always the goal. It's always the goal.
Yes,
Um,
it is.
what's your favorite thing about Dunn? It could be a restaurant. It could be something. What's something here that you think's special that the rest of the world needs? I know what mine is, but I want to hear yours.
Um, that's kind of hard. I would probably say, I feel like you're gonna say the same thing, but I would probably say Sherry's Bakery.
Oh yeah.
If everyone had a Sherry's Bakery, it'd be a better world.
So Sherry's Bakery, if you don't know, is a Dunn staple.
It is, yeah.
And I remember coming here as a kid because my dad's from this area, and like that was we're gonna stop there. We're gonna
Mhm.
look at cake. We taking a cake home with us, but we getting donuts. We getting the whole nine. So shout out Sherry's Bakery. It's a little downtown local Dunn staple that's been here. I don't even know how long. How long do you think it's been here? A long
Years,
time.
yeah.
Long time.
Before I was born.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's been a staple in our family,
Mhm.
and then even beyond that, like it just in the local community. And I think that's another cool part of it. Like everywhere in America, every little town has some little thing that makes
Mhm.
it unique, right? And
It
that's a cool
does.
thing. For me, it would hands down be the barbecue. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Being a kid from, with Eastern North Carolina roots, living in South Carolina, people don't know what barbecue is, man. They don't know what it is. Like I come here, I'm a barbecue snob. I love
Mhm.
Eastern North Carolina barbecue, and so nothing goes better than barbecue and Barndo's. And so for
That is true.
me, it would be to bless the world with real Eastern North Carolina barbecue across the country, everywhere we go. Like we build these kitchens. We might as well start serving barbecue.
Yeah.
Like
We can do barbecue and donuts.
it would
It's the
work. It would
perfect
work well.
match.
Um, so outside of that, what's been your coolest client experience so far? What's been one of the most fun ones to work on? Something that was really cool for you to go through the process with? It could be client or it could be the product that we built. But what's been one of the coolest things that you've got to work on?
I would have to say it wasn't my client, but being able to see the loblolly being built 8 minutes from the office.
Hmm.
We were working on the office at that time, so I had a lot of times where I could just go down there and look at it. They would let me know, "Hey, they're putting the siding on." So I was driving down there to look at it. Or, "Hey, it's been framed. They got the doors in." And every time I was on the way because I just wanted to watch it be built the whole time.
Yep.
Like, I think if every office had a barn door near their office that was being built and could watch it go up, it would be so cool because it was one of my funnest experiences so far, just
That's awesome.
watching the whole
A shout
process.
out to the Purvis family, right?
Yeah,
That was the first client in the market,
it
and
was.
we broke ground on their job and this office at the same
Yeah.
time. It was super fun,
Yeah.
and that is a beautiful plan. It's monitor
Mhm.
style loblolly, absolutely gorgeous on a beautiful piece of property.
Mhm.
Like
And
perfect,
done.
yeah, perfect setting
Yeah.
right here in the heart of Dunn.
Yep.
And so yeah, no, that is a cool one to see, and that's the other side. That's what let's end with this. Here's what's super fun. We have so many jobs going on
Mhm.
and spread out so far. If somebody walks in here, the showroom is a great experience to see finishes. But a lot of people are wondering, how do I go see a Barndo? Right? And it's so easy. You guys do tours all the time, right?
Yep.
And we have so many builds going on all the time, and they're peppered around. So maybe,
Mhm.
you're in that southeastern part of our build zone. We probably have one down there near you, right? So like
Right.
if they want to schedule a barn tour and they reach out to you and have a conversation and you know they onboard and they really just want to walk in and see one.
Mhm.
What's that like to set up and go walk them through one?
Yeah, we host barn tours when we have some come available that are in a torn stage. But yeah, they are very spread out, so which is a good thing. We'll have one in, the northern counties. We'll have one in the eastern counties. So yeah, they're pretty spread out all over, so it gives everybody an opportunity to be able to go and see it and walk through it. And we always have huge turnout, so it's super helpful being able to just walk through and see it and see exactly how we build.
The most referenced human, right?
Right.
And all the customer testimonial podcasts, everything. Like every time I get one in here and I'm
Yep.
talking to them, they're like, "Yeah, Dan was great." And I'm
Yeah.
like, "I gotta get Dan on the show, man."
Amen. Amen.
So,
to that.
but yeah, how long you been with us now?
Almost 3 years, coming up on 3 years.
Yeah, almost 3 years.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah, dude. No, we were just so thankful to have you because I think you were like the first hire where we went out and like tried to find someone who was running multiple houses and
Right.
been in the industry. We had when we first started out, like we were kind of training people how to do what we do. And I remember Ross calling me one weekend. He goes, "Man, I got this guy I go to church with that he's building houses every day, like all this stuff, and like I really really like him." And I was like, "Get him, like get him, like who knows?" He's like, I just don't know if I don't know if Barndo like will correlate. And I'm like, well, there's only one way to find out. And boy, was it a good move.
Yeah, it was the
Right.
move there. It
Yeah.
was the move.
Yeah. So we got you in, and then literally that was the beginning of the turn from like trying to build 10 or 15 of these things to now we're building hundreds of them at a time.
Yeah.
So what's been your favorite part of being here?
I would absolutely say the people.
That's awesome.
The people. I've worked a lot of places over my life, but the people here make this company. It's actually a pleasure to come to work every day. And it's like, that Sunday night where you used to be like, oh, I got to go to work tomorrow. I never feel that here, ever. I'm actually excited to come to work.
That's awesome.
And just the ability, like, you all just leave me alone and let me do what I do. And that's the best part of this job. It's like, all right, I have enough confidence in this guy that he could do what he needs to do. And like, there's never any micromanaging, anybody breathing over my neck. Y'all just trust me enough to say, look, Dan knows what to do, and he'll do it. And that's what I do. And that's the best part, is just like, and anytime I have I get to go by the office a lot because I work up at the upstate, and going in there and just saying hello to, it's great. It's like we're all buddies and family. It's amazing. Yeah. I don't get to see you as much anymore, but
I know they ran me off, man. They ran me off to the farm. But no,
I was like, "Where's TJ? We got that big cutout of you in the office." I'm like, "There he is."
That's awesome. No,
yes, sir.
It's fun for me because you've been around long enough to be like live through some of the changes and do some of these things. Yeah. And like new people coming in, they're coming into a pretty prime system.
Yeah.
Right. Like
they don't know how good they have it.
Things are dialed in. Like it's just very clear. This is what you do. This is what a training period looks like. And like you were kind of that first one, and then when you came, it was like we had like a big title shift, and then you ended up working with people that you'd known for a while, and like we kind of built this team, right?
Yes,
so you kind of came, and Nick, who's been on the show, right?
Yes, sir.
He came, and Billy, and like we had a bunch of people kind of like all come in like a little pocket of about 6 months.
Yeah.
And that was when we shifted from a local Barndo builder to being able to mass produce these things and make more dreams come true. And it's been a grind to build the systems and processes now to where there's so many of you guys.
Nick's done a fabulous job. I can't say enough for like, he did better than I thought he was even going to do, which is awesome. And I know he's very good at what he does, and he just keeps, getting better and better at it. And, when I came over, he's like, well, you go over there in like 6 months, maybe I'll come over. You just let me know how it is, and within like 3 weeks, I think he ended up coming over, which was great. I was like, Nick, you need to get over here. And the job he's done is miraculous. And just, I can't say enough y'all changed it, but
Nick was a paradigm for us.
Yeah.
He definitely took it from two guys that were doing the best we could to build 10, 20 and turned it into a system that's capable of producing 500-600 barns a year.
Yeah.
But it all goes into like you said, the people.
Yeah.
That's a priority for me. Like it's.
I know it is, and that's the difference.
It's not a mistake that it's that way, but it's a lot of effort and a lot of work to get it that way.
Right.
And then the biggest thing is to protect it as we grow. Like every year, man, we go to a quarterly, and it's like it's twice the size it was 90 days prior, and then like annuals and all these different things that we do. Like it gets bigger, and like it's hard to have that connection, right? Like you see me in the parking lot, you walk up and bear hug me from the back and be talking crap and everything else.
Sir.
Some new people like there's like a level of separation almost that takes them a little time to like understand that like I want to high five,
Right, exactly. That's who you are. Yeah.
So it's just it's definitely different now, but it's good because like people like you carry that in the company, right? It's not the TJ show. It's not me having to lead it. Like they see how you operate, right? They see how you do things, and then that gives them permission to be the same, right? And to really treat it like family, you know?
Yeah.
And y'all's side, man, the production side is humongous now.
Yeah,
like
it's crazy.
Just the production wing of our company is bigger than our company was just, like a year ago, a year and a half ago. and it's just it's exceptional what you guys are capable of doing.
It's
and
exciting.
yeah,
It's real exciting.
the speed in which you can do it now,
Yeah,
and with
yeah.
like so minimal mistakes, and so tight on a schedule, and like that system that has been built is incredible.
Yeah,
and you know,
And Billy Wood is the Nazi schedule guy. He does a good job though too.
he does the warden, bro. He's
Yeah,
gonna
the
hold,
warden.
hold everyone accountable to those days. But no, it's been good, man. What do you think? Because man, you've been a part of some really cool jobs, and like you're sandwiched right up here in the upstate. You kind of got the sweet spot of
Yeah.
territories.
That was the best part of the time I came in. I was like, I want this area.
Yeah, so you got like if you could draw it up, like you're in the territory that has been a territory for 4 years. We got the more people know about us here. We're locals to here, and so you've been a part of some really cool jobs. Over the last 3 years, what are some of your favorites or your favorite that you've worked on?
I've done a lot of really good ones. Godfrey was fun. It was a real fun one to do, and he's a great guy.
Yeah, he's been on the show, talked about it.
Yeah, he's awesome.
That's one reference of old Dan.
Yeah,
Like
Godfrey was good. Just dealing, with the homeowners, not dealing with it, but building that relationship with the homeowners, has been great. Mr. Hanks, he's been on the show too.
Yeah.
I mean, by far, he was the nicest guy ever. Like, he was so easy. The only problem with Mr. Hanks, when he'd get you, you'd be there talking to him for an hour and a half, But I loved it, I loved it. And just building those relationships. Mr. Hanks was great. Just so many. Desjardins, I just finished. They were such nice people.
They just did an episode of the show. It's like I say, if Dan builds the house, they are primed to come on the show, and they want to.
Yeah.
Which is so cool because like I don't know that we've ever built a home to where the people hated the home.
Right.
That we've definitely built and people had problems with the process, right? Or they had something. But like what's really fun for me is like you do such a good job of connecting on a human level.
Right.
And we all identify this, that this is stressful.
Yeah.
It's an arduous process, and they're not going to understand everything.
Yeah.
And so, like, what do you do to help communicate that to a family that's, I mean, sometimes they're on site, right?
Yeah.
Living on site.
Mhm.
But, like, what do you do as a project manager in addition to trying to hold this project on budget because we've promised them a delivery price, hold it on schedule because we've promised them a move-in date, and keep things moving with all the obstacles that come along with that between weather, acts of God, material shortages, labor crunches, or like we're doing so much that sometimes, we're having to double schedule guys and they're over here, and then they go, as soon as they finish, they're coming to your job, and those gaps, we still close that schedule, but occasionally something moves and a client comes in or they walk in mid, something's happening. Like they get there in the middle and it doesn't look how they think it should. And like they have so many questions and they're always wondering because they've invested their whole life and all their money and everything into this. And when you get them to the door key moment, they're going to be happy.
Yeah.
What do you do different to really like connect with them and humanize that process and help them?
I think the biggest key is communication, regular communication throughout the build. I let them know that, there's no dumb questions, and ask me what you want. You know what I mean? If I have an answer to it, I'll give you the answer, just communicating with them, and just letting them know who I am and building that trust with the homeowner is huge, because, I try my best and to be the most trustworthy person I could be today, and I have a strong faith in God, and I try to treat people extremely fairly, and just communicating with them, just a regular and building that relationship with them through the build is huge too, just constantly building it, having meetings with them, hey, this is what's going on, and like I said, a lot of them are always there when you're there anyway. Just taking the time and making them feel comfortable, like I got this, just give me the time to build you the house that your dream house. So and that's huge,
So what got you into this? How did you get into this construction game?
Construction. I've been doing it since I was about 15 years old, on and off. I did do personal training for a few years, and I loved that too. But that was just glorified babysitting. But I always loved the build. Like I've done every aspect of the building part myself. You know, from concrete work to frame. The only thing I didn't really do was roofing, because I lived in South Florida and it's 800 degrees down there. But you know, I've done everything, and you know, cabinetry, trim work, painting. I've done it all. So I just always like working with my hands. And the biggest thing for me is like I like to see a finished product that I had my hands in. It's like it's satisfying to me, like accomplishment, you know?
Yeah. No, it's cool.
Yeah.
I love to see them when they're done. You know?
Yeah.
And I think that's what gets marketed,
Yeah.
and that's what people see, and what they don't see, and what we've tried to do and be very, very transparent with is show construction.
Right.
You know, even when clients come in and they want to go tour property,
Right.
we often take them to midline construction.
Yeah, which are usually mine.
Yeah. Yeah, we take them out there. We want them to see it. We want to see this is what it looks like. Raw studs. This is what it looks like when they're running this. This is what it looks like before the pretty things come in.
Right.
And I think it prepares people to be able to handle that when they're in their own build.
Yeah.
Because all they can think about is like, when is it done? And you know, a lot of the questions are, well, it's not done yet.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So the Barndo Show is sponsored by the Southern Farmhouse Collection by the Barndo Co. If you are in the market for a new home, and maybe you've explored the Barndominium side, but you need more space for your dollar and you're limited by budget, check out the Southern Farmhouse Collection. What we've done is took a traditional build style, applied it to all the tried and true and loved and cherished Barndo Co plans. You can check out more details about the SFH Southern Farmhouse Collection at thebarndoco.com. Let's dive into that. You did do personal training, right?
Yeah.
We always joke like, this is a big damn, bro. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you still train Nick, right? You got you trying to get Nick fight
Yeah,
ready.
yeah.
Every time I talk to Nick,
The only problem with Nick, every time he comes, he's on the phone. He's always doing business. I'm like, put that away for a little while. Let's lift some weights.
I
you
know,
know?
I'll hit him up for something. He's like, sorry, bro, I was in the gym with Dan. I'm like, man, Dan's you gonna get him pumped.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how did you get into that?
I,
Because you were yoked.
yeah, I was real big
when
when
I drop a picture in here
yeah.
of the
You know, to be honest with you, I was watching Arnold Schwarzenegger when I was like 13 years old. I was like, I want to look like that, you know? And I got the genetics for it. So it you know, a lot of people pick different sports. I got two boys that are really like everything's basketball. For me, it was weightlifting, you know, and bodybuilding. And I got so into it, you know, it consumed my life through my 20s and late teens, you know. I played sports when I was younger, but I just had that bug for weightlifting, and I've been doing it. It's almost 40 years I've been doing it now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy.
So what's a crazy story from that era of your life when you was just diehard in, competing, doing all the things?
Yeah. It was pretty cool. I got to train some famous people. The guy from Third Eye Blind, I trained him. He was coming down to Palm Beach for a concert. It was really cool. And just being around, you know, I got the opportunity to be around like professional bodybuilders and stuff like that. So it was really cool. It's a lifestyle is what it is. It's like everything is eat, train and sleep. You know, it's very, very disciplined, and just having that discipline, being able to be disciplined like that is really cool. And it's hard, you know, it's hard to do, you know, because as you say, I like to eat pizza.
I was waiting, bro. I wanted you to drive the pizza.
Yeah. I love food, you know, being Italian. So, so it's very disciplined in what you eat and what you do. And like, you know, it's like, it's pretty crazy because it's like I said, it's a lifestyle. So everything revolves around that. It's like you can't do, like I used to have a lot of friends that played like flag football, and I was so into training and doing stuff, you know, competitions and stuff. And it's like I was afraid to get hurt, so I couldn't do other sports, because if I get an injury on the football field, then that takes me out 4 or 6 weeks of training, and that's a huge setback. So it was like I said, it's very disciplined. And it's pretty cool to be able to be disciplined in something, you know?
Yeah.
So,
No, I love it. You got so many crazy photos. Like,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you pull up and show all the
Yeah,
time, and just
yeah.
different things. Ronnie Coleman. And all
Yeah, I
these
got a cool picture of me and Ronnie Coleman.
Yeah.
That was real. He was such a nice guy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, talking about, I'm going to tie back into your pizza comment.
Yeah.
So if you are in the upstate of South Carolina,
Yes, sir.
and you come to your pre-con meeting and you sit down and see Big Dan the man sit down across from you, if you want to butter him up and get him in your team pocket,
Right.
bring him a pizza.
That's right. That's my
What's your favorite place?
The Slice in Simpsonville.
The Slice.
Yeah, it's so good. Me and my wife go there pretty much every week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. So
Hey, I gotta
good.
go. Like, you always talk about it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a pizza snob.
Yeah,
I like what I like, but
yeah.
like I trust you.
Yeah,
Like,
trust
for
me
no
on
other
that.
reason.
Trust me.
So, like,
It's like a drug. I'm telling you, you want to go back every week. Yeah, there's always like a 40-minute wait. They're actually opening one in Greer, which is gonna be really cool, a little
that's
closer than Simpsonville, because I live in Duncan. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, sir.
I think what's been cool for me is in the company, we talked about people.
Yeah.
We talked about who you are and,
Yeah.
the discipline of things you've done and build into who you are. And you've done almost every different trade. And you got this sense of completion. You're a really big people person. Trustworthiness is a big thing to you.
Yeah.
You've overcome all kinds of things in life to become who you are today at
Yeah.
Barndo.
Yes, sir.
And like being that guy in an organization where that means something.
Right.
It goes back to core values.
Yeah, 100%.
And like,
That's how I knew I was a fit, was the core values, because that's how I live.
Yeah. No. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I talk about it a lot, but like, I think when I get to bring, I love it. I say I get to show you off, right? I tell everybody like, I get to show Dan off this week.
Right.
And when I bring employees on here, the objective is to show you off, because you are what makes this place special.
Right.
Like, the reason it is what it is today is because of people like you,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
The
sir.
people that are in that office, the people that are out there in that field building. And, you guys embody those core values, and it's not by happenstance.
Right.
We interview really heavily on core value alignment,
Yes,
and
sir.
we only bring in people that are core value aligned. And we know we could teach you how to build Barndos.
Yeah.
We can't teach you how to be good people.
No.
And so, when you come into an environment like that, and we talk about like all the growth we've had and all the new faces in here, and you're kind of one of those senior guys that's been around and they
Yeah.
know you, and like, you're always in there, firing people up, and you always got this positive, kind of attitude, and like there's never a question of, is Dan in the building? You know what I mean? Like, if
I'm a
Dan's here,
little loud.
yeah, if Dan's here, we know, right? But like, what's fun about that is, every year we go and we do our big annual event in January to kick the year off and do this thing and celebrate the year prior. And we've been doing that now for, I don't even know, like this will be the fourth year that we've kind of summited up the mountain and did something cool together. And every year we do these Barndo Core Value Awards, and this year you got nominated.
Yes, sir.
And it was cool for me to like
I was
see all the
excited.
nominations, and then the ballots go out for the finals. And like, unfortunately, I know who won all the letters, but I can't tell anybody.
Darn it.
But it was so cool for me this year to see so many people get nominated, because we have people nominated from all over.
Yeah.
And you've got decked out with awards at annuals,
Yes, sir.
being
Yeah.
top producers and all these different things. But the Core Value Awards mean something here, because it's the one award where all the teammates elect the people.
Right.
They nominate who gets on that ballot. They vote for who wins that award and those things. And so, like, to see your name pop up, and what's really cool for me was, like, I'm going down through there, and it's kind of automated, right?
Yeah.
The nominations come in, and it ranks them, and it does all these things, and it pushes people around, and you can't be double nominated and all these things. And so it's like, it's building out these charts, and I'm in there looking so I could set the final voting rounds for Core Value Awards. And I seen yours pop up, and I'm like, heck yeah.
Yeah,
big
that's
fan.
awesome.
And it was driven by legacy.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, like, I couldn't come up with one that I think fits you better, to like see other people see it. And as an owner in a company, you're always going to interact with me a certain way.
Yeah, right.
But to see that out of 60 people, they felt the same.
Yeah.
that they nominated you to get you into that. Like, what? Talk about that a little bit. Like, what does that mean to you? Like, driven by legacy. Like,
I was so excited to see my name on there, actually. And the one thing I want to say about you and Ross, you say like I might interact a little different with the employee, but I feel like I interact the same. You guys are so cool that I can interact the same with you and Ross the same way. You know, come give you a big bear hug, ask you what's going on. You know. And that's why I love Barndo. That's why I love, because you and Ross make it easy, you know, for us to like. I want to work hard for them because they're such, you know, there's just great people. But you know, being part of the legacy is like, wow, that's an awesome nomination for me. You know, like, wow, I am part of something bigger than myself. You know, and like you said, the great people that we have working here, and you know, and there's a few that have been here before me. But just being nominated for that's just like it hit me right here. I was like, that is awesome. You know, I was like, wow, that is really cool. I actually called my wife right up and told her about it. I was like, this is cool, you know. So being nominated for that was a real good feeling. You know, it was like they, you know, not only do you notice me and others notice me, but you know, just being part of something like the Barndo and something I love. I love it here, you know. I just ran into a girl that like 2 nights ago that she's applying for a job here. And I just couldn't say enough good things about the Barndo to her. You're going to love it. Even my wife was saying, you're going to love it, you know? And it's like, you got, you know, and it's just such like, I'm all for the Barndo. And like, I can't say enough good things like about this company and being able to work here. It's just, I honestly, well, I met Ross in church. So I said, it's a God thing for sure, you know, but I truly believe that God put me in a good place with y'all, you know?
Yeah.
So
no, it's fun for me too, man, because like you're my wife's favorite human.
That's awesome. I love your wife.
I told my wife this morning, I was like, you won't believe who's on the podcast.
That's awesome. I love
you.
it.
And I'm like, yeah. She's like,
yeah, she is so awesome.
She loves you, man. Like
she's always got a smile from you. That's what I love about her, you know.
But it's just fun because like it's so family oriented in here, you know, and like I want, if there's anything that I want people to know is, yeah, we take pride in building buildings, but we take a lot of pride in the people that we build to go out and build those buildings, and it is family based. Like you know, my wife thinks of Dan as this great human, and like I know your wife and see your kids. You know, we're out at the water park and we're having, you know, the summer bash for all the Miracle League kids and all this stuff, and like there's Dan and his family and supporting that, and like you know we have the Christmas parties and the different things, and like just getting to like do life together is fun, right? Like it means something to me. Like I love to see you win and your family win, and you know, that being a part of something, that's legacy to me. Legacy to me is building something that's bigger than me, that will make people feel a certain way long after I'm gone.
Right.
And to see your name pop up for that legacy award, I'm like, that's what it's all about. You know, it's
100%. Can I add something? My son at one time even told me, I want to work for the Barndo. I was like, that's awesome, you know.
No, that is cool.
Yeah, he even sees it, you know, because he gets to interact with y'all too. So it's awesome stuff.
Anna and Amy, how you ladies doing?
Doing great.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, so let's connect a little bit here. So both of you have been here for a long time, like basically since the beginning of our existence in Somerville. Let's talk a little bit about like the area. So what moving over to Nexton Square, like what do you think the biggest advantage for that is, Anna?
We have a lot of restaurants around us.
Yeah.
A lot of restaurants. No, literally everything is around us. So if you're walking in, people can just stop by and chat, and we don't have to have as many scheduled appointments. It's just the accessibility for folks is so much better out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and our previous showroom and kind of office was over in like the old Somerville, and then moving across to Nexton, which is like the center of the hustle and bustle. Like everything's going on over here. Every new restaurant, every new store, every new housing development, like everything is like moving to this side of town. So I think it's a pretty good opportunity to get over here and just get in front of more people. But another big shift was Somerville was the first like location that we planted outside of our original offices.
Yeah.
And when we did that, like we didn't foresee how the future would work. And so like it was a really great office, but it didn't have showroom qualities quite as much. We had that small little showroom there, and so like
The little shed in the
Yeah.
back.
so like yeah. So well, and like the people at headquarters, like they're always salty because all these new design centers are so nice, and like we're still in like an office setting with a really small show design center.
Oh yeah.
But talk about the difference, Amy, like from being able to meet with a client in that other space, more so like what the advantage is with them walking into this design center that's now available here.
Well, I think it's just going to be in a much larger grand scale. We've got these 2 full kitchens in here. We've got a gourmet kitchen. We've got a standard kitchen layout. There's just a lot more space to go through the process with them and pick out their selections and go through the specking of their home.
Yeah, I think the experience side of
Yeah.
the showrooms was a paradigm shift in how we provide a client journey. And so kind of we started in the upstate of South Carolina, then we launched Somerville, and then last year we launched our Dunn, North Carolina location. And when we did it, we had this idea of like, let's get a storefront and build a design center and just make the whole thing a design center. And when we saw how effective it was, and just again from a client experience side, like we took away office space and like the convenience of like an office environment and really did a 180 and put all the emphasis on a customer's experience in one of our spaces. So like this place is incredible. Like you walk in and you can see so much. Like you could tell way more of the story of what that home's going to be like walking in here versus walking into like a corporate office. And so being here, and I think location is everything. Like that's a strategic piece. I mean, we didn't have a bad location where we were. Like it's easy to find us, but here, like I know that there's some events and stuff coming up, and you guys, that's all that I've heard since I walked in the doors here is about this event coming up in April and like all these different things and the amount of foot traffic. So you guys have been here. We haven't officially opened like a grand opening or ribbon cutting here yet, but you guys have moved in here like within the week, basically.
Yeah.
Have you had walk-ins or people peering in the windows or anything?
Oh yeah, constantly. We've had a few walk-ins. A lot of people peering in the windows, curious about what's going on. I've actually had some families that I've been working with, chatting with, stopping in and kind of seeing the progress of what we've been building out here, and they've just been super impressed. So,
There's so much foot traffic around here and like all the construction and things that are happening. We're in our offices back there and we don't know if it's a client walking in or if it's just a contractor coming to build out a cabinet. And I had a guy, I literally set up my desk yesterday and this guy peeped his head around the wall and was like, "Hello? Do you work for the Barndo Co?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do. I'm so sorry. How can I help you?" And he was super awesome, but he went to our old office in old Somerville and then had to come back over here. But he was super impressed when he walked into this showroom versus what, we had before because our old experience was just so much different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's completely different. And I think it was a big shift as we scaled, we didn't need as much office space as much as we needed to be able to tell the story. And so I
Right.
think there's a lot of people that think about a barndominium, and like a lot of people are on it, right? Like it's a hot topic. There's tons of people that follow it. They understand it. But I think a lot of people that are looking to build a home hear the Barndo thing and then they're kind of like, I don't want to live in a barn, right? We
Mhm.
still deal with that. Even though like inside of the barndominium world, there's a lot of people in the grand scheme of things. It's literally like 1 to 2% of people building are doing this style of build. Even where we exist, it's probably less than that in other areas. But like knowing that it's a really niche product and a big part of the game is educating clients on what makes us different, but also what's the same. And I think the showrooms do that at a level that's like makes people when they walk into this environment and they see this, like it feels homey, right? Like it feels like, hell yeah, this does look like what I expect the inside of a home to look like. And so it's like half the battle is won. And then, tons of people come out and meet you guys on site. You guys are
Yeah.
doing open houses and things like that. And we tend to do those a lot of times, like in the construction process, because we want them to be able to see the differences of how we build it. But what was really cool when I came in here is you guys have like kind of like these two little models, like even showing the construction pieces, which are just new things that the marketing team put together. And, it's fun to finally see those things rolling out in all the showrooms. But what do you think if like serving your clients, serving Somerville, specific to this market, what are some of the most frequently asked questions you get when people are coming in and they are kind of courting the idea of a barndominium, right? They've heard some of the buzz, they've got connected somehow, and they come in and you're on that initial call with them. Like, what are some of those things you hear all the time?
I mean, I can say it's really like if a couple comes to me, right? Like a husband and a wife. The husband is like, man, I really want this big garage. I'm trying to talk my wife into it, but she really wants a gourmet kitchen. I'm like, dude, have you looked at our Facebook page? Like, I don't know. I don't know how we got here, but we need to do some more research. Like, because at the end of the day, I describe our homes as like a high-end custom home in a Barndo style. So the guys get what they want. You get to feel as industrial as you want or as you don't want. So realistically, in my opinion, our builds are just for people that don't want the same thing as everybody else.
Yep.
Like if you want a cookie cutter house and you want a stick built, you know, neighborhood home, then we're just not for you. The people that come to me and my clients, they're for the people that want to do something different, but still have high quality finishes and still be in the comfort of a custom home. But, you still want to impress your friends a little bit.
Yeah.
I just feel like they're so different and it's something that you can't understand until you experience it.
Right.
And the experience for clients in this office versus our other office allows people to experience it so much quicker.
Right.
Before, if you walked in our old office, the experience that you got was like this cozy office and my golden doodle would run up to you. But like that's as Barndo as we got is our little Somerville Barndo dog. And now you come in and we have this huge showroom and you see our stone and all of our finishes and all of the things. And I feel like it allows you to understand our construction style and what our builds actually are so much faster. I mean, it's not something that we can explain.
Right.
It's just something you have to feel.
I love it. How about you?
I find a lot of times people are just looking for something different. They're tired of being in the HOAs. They're tired of being in the communities. They want something that's a little bit more private, something that they can customize to what they want and not have to make sacrifices. Because we build at an affordable cost for most people. Ideally, they come in not knowing a lot of information. So it's my job to educate them about the build process, the type of build, the process, and what that's going to look like, and let them decide if we're going to be the best fit for them. To me, it's just all about creating the experience and just laying it out for them what to expect if you choose to use the Barndo Co. as your build.
Yeah. No, I love it. The choose us, don't use us strategy
Yep.
is the right way
Yep.
because I think a lot of people, again, they're interested. But
Yes.
until we kind of stake flags in these areas, there wasn't really a chance to go and look
Yeah.
Mhm.
and get real informative information about it, And so some of the things that we did was like we got really strategic on what we did, and we were doing a few different things in the beginning, and now we really offer one thing, and that is a turnkey, move-in ready, semi-custom to custom home built in this barndominium style, right? And we educate people on the advantages of the way we build, and then we show them all the options that they can do inside to make that home unique to them. And we're not just a barn builder that says like, hey, we yeah, for sure we can also do barndominiums. No, we literally only do this one thing, and we build with a homeowner in mind every step of the way, right? We're not thinking about this as like what's the most economical way to build a tractor shed, or an animal barn, a horse stall, and then yeah, for sure we can put some insulation and drywall up. We're approaching it as a build system, right? That's ready to be lived in. That's planned to be heated and cooled. We're taking into consideration living, right? Like this is where you're living, and we're building with some building science behind every single build that we have going on, right? So like we're doing hundreds of these a year over and over and over, and we're constantly improving the process. We're constantly increasing things or changing a standard because, we used to do it this way and then we did it this way and this way was so much better. We kind of almost do away with the previous and just constantly elevate what we're doing as a company, and include it in our standard pricing. What do you think's been, and I guess I'll pick on you first, Amy. What do you think's been your best experience being in sales, like in a new market with this new company, and you'd been in new home construction for years, and like you came here, and I can remember when you first came, you were like, do we have any like marketing sheets? What do we have? Like, how do we communicate with these people? We're like, Amy, we're doing good to be here. But like you've done this and you've sold hundreds, if not thousands of new construction homes. And then to come to Barndo and have this really niche product that's, really unique, and there's not tons of competition, and like it's a different person coming in to build this. Both of you said it. We're servicing people who want something different. And I used to joke with people back in the day when I was doing sales, is like, a lot of people build their home and then they go try to find their conversation piece. With us, when you build your home becomes the conversation piece.
Yeah.
So for you, what's that been like? What's one of your coolest experiences or stories?
I've been doing this for years, and I've worked for a number of different builders, and I can honestly say my experience working here at the Barndo Co, comes from starting with the core values of the company. That's something that really sold me on Barndo and what they stood for and the core values, and really having that customer care aspect of things too. We're not just building a home, we're building a dream for people. And then just seeing the processes and being able to be part of implementing new processes and give feedback, but just overall, just being able to come in and provide an experience. I mean, our standards and finishes outweigh or so much better than any of our competitors out there. I mean, I tell that in a lot of my conversations with new clients that are calling in to get information about us. Based on my experience, most of what we offer is going to be an upgrade with other builders. So we far exceed what these other builders are putting out there. And plus, our method of building, to me, is just 10 times better. So
yeah, no, it's far superior for sure. And I think there's like a lot of times there's price confusion, right? And again, that happens with anything that isn't being done on a mass scale. And in Barndo world, you have a lot of places where people are building themselves, right? They're hodgepodging something together, which is cool. Like that's part of like I don't hate on that. I don't care what way you built it, right? Like Barndo's almost a way of life, right? Like you determine like I don't want the mainstream. I don't want that way. I'm going to do something unique and different. And it's a different pool of people that are trying to achieve a different thing. And we provide that kind of streamline, right? Like we're taking all of that hard work and labor intensive and all, solving a lot of those problems for people and then offering it a done for you solution. But the way we build structurally is far superior to a stick built home. And I don't think that's even an argument anymore. But I think there is confusion when it comes to kind of like some of that flat rate pricing that we offer, to where people go, well, I mean, man, I can go down the road and build with this other builder for the same or less. But then when you look at it from an apples to apples comparison and, say like, and that's what I love about onboarding, is it gives clients a chance to come in, spend a little bit of money, take this dream, put it on paper, spend some time, pick everything out, and then get that number. And then you've been, given knowledge, right, as a consumer. Then go talk to other builders. Then go do your stuff. Like, don't take their out of the box approach, because we include so many things in our base packages that you're right, are upgrades. Anywhere else you go, you go to any builder in America, metal roof is an upgrade. Right. Anything above us, like vinyl siding, is an upgrade. To do metal siding, they probably wouldn't even offer it. But to get it would be an upgrade. To go to a 6-inch exterior wall cavity, that's an upgrade. To do a whole home spray foam encapsulation, that's an upgrade. To do LVP in any room is an upgrade. Like all of those things combined, just in and of itself, right there is your price increase. But then to take it a step further and know that every faucet and fixture in that home's Delta. Right. Like, and it's the best. It's the best possible thing you could get from cabinets. Like, we don't do low budget builder grade cabinets. Like, even our lower end cabinet offerings are upgrade options for most builders,
every builder.
Yeah. Every builder. And so, and then, the tile selections and all the other, accessories to the build, like where we start at a lot of people's upgrade. And so I think once people see that, and like when you walk in and really get to view it, that's what I love about these design centers, is You see
Yeah.
the things.
Mhm.
It's not just words on a paper. It's not just my voice telling you about it. It's seeing it.
It's a
And-
transparency of it all too.
Yeah. Well, and that's the cool thing too about the onboarding side for me is like it is transparency.
The baby step. It's
Yeah.
a small little baby step in the process.
And then you get it and you go. And if you don't build with us, cool. But at least you know when you go talk to the next 5, 6 people, you have something to compare it to from a proposal standpoint. So I love it. I love it. How about you? So like you've been here for what, 2 years?
Yeah, almost.
And you know, you worked with a variety of clients and done a lot of different things, and you kind of came in just young, guns blazing, like, and this is your first rodeo with new construction, and
Yeah.
you walked right into this thing. So like, what's that been like for you, and what's like a cool experience or story that you've had working here?
Honestly, as much as I wish that I would have had like the experience that Amy did before I came into this and all of the things, I'm so grateful for like the way that I've been able to soak up everything. Because frankly, when I started here, Somerville had been a thing for maybe 2 months. So I learned literally everything that I know from you and Alicia, our director of sales, I guess director of client experience now.
Yep.
So everything that I know just came from that, and it just trickled down, and I soaked up everything that I could. And one of the things that I did learn was that honestly, I hate that my title is sales consultant because I'm not selling anybody. And people get shocked when they talk to me on the phone and they're like, you're not going to try to convince me to do all these things. And I'm like, I'm not here to convince anybody to do anything. If you don't want to build with us and this isn't your cup of tea, I don't want you to move forward.
Right.
Like, I only want these people to move forward that truly believe in our product. And I'm so grateful that like soaking this in and learning it up, it's not something that I had to sell, because at the end of the day, this is our product. It is superior. It's just whether you want it or not.
Right.
And then as I've learned about like all of our finishes, all of like Barndo specific things, having Amy beside me from week 1, I'm like asking her questions and she's like, bro, what do you mean they're not paying any extra for it? And I'm like, I don't know. TJ told me it was free. Like TJ,
when TJ was giving it all away.
I'm like,
We can do it. We can put a slide in the stairs.
I'm like, I don't know.
We're making heads roll now, guys. We became more profitable when I quit doing sales.
Oh yeah.
You're right though. So like, and that you have that because you came here 1st,
Mhm.
right? We don't push. We don't like. Of course, any business has a quota, and we're trying to forecast and then hit as accurately to it as we can. But the thing about it is like the more it becomes readily available and accessible, and people can see it, more people just come in and do it. Right?
Yeah.
A lot of times people have been searching for this solution and they didn't even know we existed, which is so hard for me to believe from a marketing standpoint. But again, I just had this conversation with our marketing team at the beginning of the year. It was like, we've done a great job finding Barndo people and letting them know how to get in touch with us. Like, I don't think we can do any better. There's not much more we could do. If you type in Barndominium anywhere in the world, pretty much, you're going to find us. But tapping into new home builds, build on your lots, and all these things where it's saturated with builders, being able to grab those people who've never even considered this product, bring them in, explain what it is, and then see them step into something they didn't even know was a possibility. That's the next step. That's that next growth hump that we're moving into. And that comes from just being a presence in a community, which is something that I love too, is like, you talk about mission, vision, core values, all those things is like, and you nailed it with the way you approach that thing is like, we don't want to just build your home, right? We want to build communities by doing business with people who share our values. And if you aren't that person, we're not the builder for you, and vice versa. We want you to tell us, hey, we're not your builder, but we also want to be able to qualify and tell you, hey, you're not our client.
Yeah.
And we're okay with that. Again, we're not here to twist your arm to convince you that you need to do this. We're here to offer it and show you why it can be a benefit. But then again, if it doesn't meet your criteria and doesn't meet what you're looking for, we don't want to build it.
No.
And so it's fun. It's fun to be in a position to where we can have a truth and transparent conversation, because it's not just about the numbers. It's not just about, as many as we can possibly do. We want to educate people to know that this is an option, and it's a mainstream option. And we've built a road for more people to get it that want it, but also educating people who have no idea it even exists, that it might be something that they desire too.
I
So-
think it's something that we've truly always been authentically ourselves. So whether that's in business, whether that's just in, making friends out in the real world, when you're authentically yourself, you attract more authentic people.
Yep.
And I mean, that's just what we've always been. And so now that we're in Nexton and we have more foot traffic and all these things, people are hearing about us. I mean, it's great, but we still have that community, and we still have the people that came to us because we're very transparent, because we're authentic, because no matter what, whether I'm selling a Barndo or a pig, I'm authentically myself too. And I'm going to tell you, you know what I mean? You're going to hold me to a high standard as my client, but I'm going to hold you to a high standard too. But like, I love it. Recently, I've found myself a part of a Charleston rugby community. I didn't even know what rugby was 2 months ago, but now I've got about 3 clients that play rugby. My niece is in rugby. I mean, it just gets wild, and the whole rugby team is calling me because, I mean, one person loved it.
Yeah.
One person came, took a chance, and they love what we offer.
Right.
And that's one thing that we've really tried to do here in the Somerville market is work together as a team to get our name out there, whether it's been participating in Third Thursday in downtown Somerville. This last month, we just did an oyster roast over in Berkeley County. We've done several presentations with realtors and lunch and learns, and just getting out there and letting the community know, hey, we're here, we exist, we'd love to work with you, we'd love for you to come in and see what we're all about, has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I really think that this team here in the Low Country has really embraced not only the Barndo culture, but getting out there and spreading out here in the Somerville market.
Yeah, well, what's
So,
really fun about that is like company culture. I feel like we have a really good one.
Yeah.
Individual markets, it takes a little time. So
Yeah.
you look at the company overall, great. You look at Duncan, and it's pretty cohesive. And there's a lot of people in the Duncan market because all of our HQs there,
Everybody's there. Yeah.
plus the sales team, plus all the project management. And so like you really have this giant melting pot of people all in one area. And so it's always been a big culture boom, right? Because you got people. And then in all these new markets, that's kind of a thing that takes a minute, right? Like you have to get a team in there. You have to start doing life together. You have to start building that locally. And it takes a little bit of time. Somerville is moving into this, third year, second year kind of thing. And it's happening. And so it's fun for me to sit back and see you guys doing things. And like for me, that's the greatest thing in the world. I'm all people focused all the time. And so like I watch everything. And I was going to mention that like Third Thursdays and the oyster roast, and y'all are taking photos, and then like even on social media, I'd be stalking, right? So I'm looking, and like y'all are like hanging out with each other, and like there's all kinds of things happening because that's part of the identity of the company, right? Like we're big on the fact that like, hey, we're not just human doings, right? We're human beings, and you got to build community, and you have it here, right? And it's fun to watch that happen. Like this showroom launch and all that's kind of like coming in all at the same time to a big established team here, and all the pieces are starting to fall into place to actually have something here that's can stand on its own. And that's fun because we're launching offices all the time. And like when you launch an office, you launching it with, minimal viable options. It's a small team with a small focus, and then it starts growing. And this is the first satellite office where we get to look and be like, this is what it looks like a couple of years in, right?
Yeah.
And it just takes a little time. So that's been super fun for me to just see it kind of blossom here with everybody.
It's fun for us, but I will say it's weird. Like,
remember it was just 3 of us,
It was
me,
just
you,
us.
and Alicia
Yeah.
here in the office. And now we've got Jordan, and we've got Kathy, and we've got this team that we've built here. And it's just seeing where we were and where we're headed and where we are now is just, it's just gives me chills. I love it.
people ask me about events, and they're like, how many people are coming? I'm like, what do you mean? It's me and Amy. It's 2 of us. And I'm like, wait a minute. I need like 6 tickets. Like,
Yep.
we've got a whole office now.
So let me ask you this. Working here. So we talked a lot about like clients and how you engage and all these different things. Like working here, what would you say to someone? Because we are constantly pushing into new markets, and we're getting ready to do ribbon cutting here, right? For the
Yeah.
grand opening of this office, Greensboro, Conway, and we're already cooking new locations in the background for what's next. that never goes away. And so like moving into these areas and we're constantly recruiting new people and it's all based on growth. What would you say to like your experience working here beyond just the job aspect? Like what's something that's super important to you that you feel like you could get here that might be hard to find somewhere else?
I think our culture that we have as a company, it's just a great culture, and having that right fit or that having that person that fits that culture is very important to us. So I think that we've actually really built something, that aligns with that here. And unfortunately, there's been times that people have come on board and it just hasn't been the right culture fit. But at the end of the day, I think that's the most important thing to me. And I've been out there, talking with friends that have been in the industry, trying to recruit, because we've got some more positions that are going to be opening up here in the Somerville location, and it's just being able to tell the stories about the culture, about, the work-life balance, the family comes first, and just what we stand for. It just makes it easy to go out there and be a cheerleader for the Barndo Co, to bring this new talent on board and just talk with excitement what it's all about, because I've been in the industry for years and I've worked for other companies, but to work for somebody who actually stands behind their words and sticks to it is just it's wonderful.
And it's not always easy.
No.
It's not always, especially the bigger you get, right? It's a constant ebb and flow of like,
Yeah.
how do we maintain this? And that's the number one question because that's to me is like, how do we keep this while also growing to that? And it's just intentionality. It's a lot of intentionality, and we mess things up all the time, but we go back and write them and do the right thing, and we try to keep that cohesiveness so it feels small even when it gets big.
But we all work together to be what we say 1% better every single day.
Yep.
We're going to fail. There's going to be mistakes. There's going to be things that don't work out, but we all work together to be better and do better and support each other.
So Anna, what about company events and stuff like that? Like what's been your favorite event that we've done as a team?
If I could get some crawfish at a grand opening, it'd be that one. I've been pushing for that since the other office opened. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm actually not. That's not true. I'm not kidding.
You're not kidding. You've been saying that for
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Okay, so you hear it first here when you see the grand opening. There may or may not be crawfish.
You will see a crawfish sometime.
Oh my gosh.
No, I think one of the most important things that I feel about our events and things like that is that I don't have a very big social battery. But so sometimes it's a little intimidating to walk up to like all these people and have all these conversations and things like that. But everyone is so authentic and everybody's true to themselves. And we're all just so laid back. And like, I don't feel like we need to be like structured. Like I try to stay professional, but I'm also myself. And I think everybody else around us is too. So it's all super easy. But I think we just truly show what our intentions are behind our events, behind the Carolina Miracle League, behind if somebody looked at where our money went, I mean, you could see what our goals are. And our money goes out to the community and out to do the things that impact other people. So it's not about, I'm not out here selling houses every day just because, I want to get rich. We're out here because people need what we're offering. And like, there's a big impact that we can make on the community. And that's what our events show.
Yeah, I love it.
Over income.
Yeah.
Impact over income, baby. I love it. I love that trickles down everywhere. I was speaking to a room full of realtors yesterday and I was telling that story, and then to be here and hear you guys saying it back to me, it's just like, it's fun. It's full circle. Because I mean, it was a day and time where this was just an idea, right? It was like me and Ross. You talk about having a small team. It was just me and Ross in a pickup truck, and we're riding around in cow pastures talking about what we could do.
Yeah.
To see it really blossom into this, and know that we got really high quality people that not are just capable of doing their job, but really champion that vision and that mission and like own it, and get to be a part of that. Like it's a big deal to be a part of something, and that you contribute to our ability to go out and impact those areas, right? Impact this area, but you're also helping us impact areas that you don't even live in. So like every time we open a new office, like everybody is chipping in for the ability to make an impact in a new community. And even here in Somerville, right? Even those hard days, long days, difficult conversations and all those things, like at the end of the day, that builds a path to make an impact somewhere new. In addition to your own market. So that's super fun for me. I guess, let me ask you this. Favorite project that you've seen, or favorite finish that you've put in something. Like what? Let's talk, you guys. We were sitting here today, like there's 2 kitchens here,
Yeah.
and before we even went live, Anna's over here like, Amy hates that kitchen, she likes this kitchen, but I like that kitchen. How does that play in? So like you guys have you know, if I turned you loose in here and said, hey, go spec the perfect barn door, it ain't gonna look the same.
Yep.
Right. So how do you take that and also not have bias when you're working with clients? Because I know clients come in and pick things and you're like, seriously?
Mhm.
But like, what does that look like? Like
I have bias.
what what are things that make you excited to work on? From it could be the style of the build they're doing, like monitor, or if it's a big gable, or if it's big porches. Like when a client calls and they mention that, like what's the one thing that gasses you up? Like, oh, this is gonna be so much fun. And then what's the thing that we're like, oh boy?
Production's gonna hate me for my answer because they hate every time I send a plan over and it looks like that. But I love, and I'm throwing them in all kinds of builds lately. People that are doing the full view garage doors in the back. So like you open up, and then the bell build out in Somerville, it has it, and it's just so pretty. That one specifically has a pond in the back.
That bell build, I think, was.
It's gorgeous. Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. Production hates it, and I get so many calls, and they're like, "Is this gonna be a garage door?" Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Put it back there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of those things. Like, it's just part of the experience for Barndo. Like that is a thing, is having a garage door from a living space that opens up onto a porch or something.
Yeah.
Because I mean, again, we're building outside of the box, and the big thing is like if you look at our builds, you have 25 or 30% is porches. And so you get massive porches. If I could just sell like beyond structural, beyond everything else, if I said, hey, what's the biggest difference in one of your builds in a mass produced home? Be like the porches.
Yeah.
There's so much porch. But when you do that and you got people that are tying the outdoors to the indoors and indoors to the outdoors, these big garage doors. Now it is a production nightmare because there is a certain way to do it for longevity. So that it is comfortable, right? If you're in Summerville, South Carolina, beyond the heat index, you got bugs, right?
Mhm.
You don't want them coming in and out. So like, how do we do that and make sure that thing is sealed up, seated right? But not only that, it looks nice when it's closed or open from the inside of the home. And so those are the things we're thinking about. And it's just different. And then we have to educate subcontractors and other people on how to do it. Because I don't even think it's so much our team as much as it is the people who are helping us build.
Yeah.
Especially in new markets. They're like, what do you mean we're putting a garage door off of the dining room to the back porch? And so, it's constantly educating and evolving teams to be able to do it, and also making sure that we get the right things, because we've done those before to where we're like, I don't think this is the way we should do those. And then we've done them to where they're absolutely gorgeous, with the full glass and all that kind of stuff. And it's an expensive upgrade, but people want it, sell it. I love it too. I think it looks so cool.
The calls from production, they're like, how do you want me to do this? I'm like, I don't know. TJ told me I could do it.
Yeah.
He did it.
They hate
It was
TJ said.
Yeah, I know.
They hate
2 years
TJ
ago.
said.
I don't know. TJ taught me that I could do whatever I want to do.
Yeah, I've had a few custom builds come through the pipeline for me over this last year or so. So it's been really exciting to me to see these families that have come in essentially with a piece of paper, or even sometimes I've seen it drawn on a napkin or a sketch pad of what they're looking to do, what their dream home is going to look like, and working with them and taking them through that process from design and planning and speccing and just seeing it all come together is probably one of my favorite parts about the process.
You do a lot of those monitor style builds too, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
I think
that's
I've
what I
got
thought.
3 of them.
Yeah.
Right now.
No, the monitor's cool.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
like when I see the monitor builds, I'm like, that's a barn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm partial to them as well. But let me ask you this. So this is something that's always brought up, and we've driven it home, and I've talked about it 7 ways from Sunday, but we have to keep talking about it because in addition to being a unique build style, our process is kind of unique, right? Someone gets scheduled, they come in, they talk to one of you ladies, and they have this little discovery call. What's the first step for them to get started after that?
They peep their head into our office and are like, do you work here?
Right? What's the first step? So like they have the call and they're like, man, I want to do this. What do you tell them to do?
Let's get you on board and get this process started.
So what is
Yeah.
onboarding and why is it important?
onboarding to me is an exploratory period. So I tell folks, it's your first baby step. Yeah, it is. You're going to get the ball rolling with us. But realistically, for the next 60 to 90 days, we're going to talk all the time. We're going to lay out all the details of your build. You're going to tell me exactly what you want. And then we're going to decide if it's feasible or not. We're going to decide if this is what you want to do or if we're not the right option for you. I mean, I love it because we go through absolutely every detail, especially being in the low country. I mean, there's a lot of low ground and people that think they want to build a barndo, but actually they're on the beach and they need some stilts. And I'm like, ooh, I'm so sorry. I'm glad we talked. I'm glad we had this conversation. But Garrett went out and he said, we can't do it.
Right.
But like, we just explore so many options. Or there's people that think that they can't build on the piece of property that they have. And we come out and we're like, dude, this is 10 grand and we got you rocking and rolling. This is a super simple fix. So just the fact that people get to put a little bit of work in and we can create their dreams and they can determine if they're ready to do it or not is a really big plus for me.
Yeah. How about
Yeah.
you? What's your perspective on onboard?
I just feel, especially for those who have never been through the process of building a home before, the onboarding process is specifically designed to help guide them through, answer all those unknowns, get those
Yeah.
questions answered, from your site work, your site prep, your utilities, any grading work that you need to have done. I've got a lot of builds that happen to be in Charleston County, and Charleston County has a lot of regulations that you have to follow. So it's just being able to work with them and guide them through and help take some of that stress off of them too, because it is a very stressful process when you're looking into building your dream home. But at the end of the day, it's very rewarding to them. I'm always going to be transparent and let them know you're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days. There's going to be ebbs and flows. It's just part of the process. But the onboarding, it's designed to help guide you through, and that's what it's designed to do. At the end of the day, we hope that you're going to use us as your builder of choice. Most times they do, and it's just the process of helping you get there to make that deciding factor.
Yeah. I mean, basically, they start with an idea.
Yeah.
They onboard, and when they leave that stage, right, that leads them to a proposal, right? And look, the more we've done it and the more in depth we've gotten the process, we're getting really dang close to hitting those proposals dead on the head, right?
Yeah. I
But-
remember they were paper books when I first started.
100%.
Highlighting and
Yes.
it's like, please, tell me what this is.
Yeah, there you go, guys. So if you're in a business and you're thinking about like you got to have the perfect process, remember you
Just
don't
a
start
pink highlighter.
you don't start perfect.
Yeah. Just seeing
But-
where we've come with that process from 2 years ago when I started to where we're at now with our, client experience coordinators and just all the roles that we brought in and the new systems that we put into place. I've just really seen things run a lot more smoother and streamlined that we put a lot of these new processes
Just
and
the
things
thing.
in place.
If you wouldn't have pitched as many fits as you did, we wouldn't have these processes.
Yeah.
I'd
That's-
still be highlighting little circles.
Mhm.
No, it's just like the more you do, the better you get.
Yeah.
That's true in anything you do.
Yeah.
More reps, the better you get. And like the cool thing about that onboard though is at that proposal phase, right? In the onboard side, they're giving you needs and wants, right? And
Yeah.
wishes, right? And then you're putting it all together and then they see that number and they're like, "Oh, oh man." Yeah. And so then you have the ability to then go back and constructively remove things, work around the numbers and really dial it in based on their budget, what they need, what they want. But also at that time they have an intelligent system to go talk and they have plans, right? And they can take, well, we may be the only builder in America that'll let you take our plans and build with another builder.
Yeah.
But we do it because I'm not so scarce minded that I think that no one else can do what we do. It's just, I think we're better than anyone else that does it. And so if you don't feel that way, I want you to go find someone who can build your dream and make it come true. But I want to give you all the tools so that you can go in there and talk intelligently with them. And if you only use us for the onboarding, that's a good start. And again, our objective is to earn that business through that process. And that's why you say transparency. You both said the word transparency so many times and authentic,
Yeah.
right? If you want to be authentic and you want to be transparent, then put the customer in the driver's seat, right? Don't pull them in. Don't loop them in. Don't have some kind of thing where you're getting their finger in the trap. And I think oftentimes people get confused by that because we live in such a heavily marketed and sales forward society that
Yeah.
you can't even go to a website without having to put your email in to get 10% off. And you're like, I don't want that. I'll pay full price. I don't want your emails. You're thinking there's a sales booby trap somewhere. And really, onboarding was designed to combat that, to say, hey, we're going to charge you for the time to do this and the skill set to provide you what you need. And then you determine if we're the builder for you. And we're going to give it to you. And if we're not, take everything you paid for with you and go make the best decision for you and your family. And I don't think we could ever change that model, because there's no way to become more authentic and transparent than that, other than the fact that when we give you a proposal, we also are giving you a fixed rate cost, and that is your cost, right?
Yeah.
We're not saving receipts and we're not applying a back end markup. We're saying that we'll build it for this, and we'll assume the risk on that if you sign in the next 48 hours or whatever the timeline is to get that proposal accepted, right? Here's what we can do it for. If you accept, then we'll lock that price in for you, and that's what you pay. And those are two very critical pieces to what makes us different, not just by product, but by a process and core values standpoint of, we want you to be in control. We want you to make the choice. We don't want you to feel like you came in, you asked some questions, and we put a hook in you and drug you across the finish line. We want to empower you to make a decision that's best for you and your family. And if it's with us, fantastic. If it's not, tell us what we could have done to earn the business, and then we can get better too, right? So that's super fun. Well, ladies, I'm excited about the market. I'm excited about what you guys are doing. You guys are down here thriving, building community, doing all these things. This place is amazing. There's going to be a lot of jealous people
Yes.
when they see this in the company, because you may have, I'm pretty confident, this is the nicest design center that we have to date. So, now my goal is to make you guys salty with the one that we put somewhere else. So let's see.
A year ago, our showroom fit our whole company, and it was a little shed in the back.
Yeah.
So
Remember that
next
before
year,
we went fishing.
next year we'll be, I don't know, in a Bass Pro Shop somewhere.
Well, thank you so much for coming on doing the show. I love you guys, and I love what you've done down here in Somerville, making it its own unique identity. Like, it's just different here. Somerville
Yeah.
has become its own culture, and that's what was needed, because you guys can take people in this area and take them on an educated experience and give them what they're looking for that's unique to the people that live here.
Yeah.
And so we couldn't have done it
Oh,
without
fun.
you.
Very enjoyable and a lot of fun.
All right. Well, thanks for doing the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.